went for an unconventional fourth down late, which allowed them to milk the clock and kick a walk-off 35-yard field goal in a 34-31 Thursday night win over the Green Bay Packers. The Lions are now winners of 11 straight. They're 12-1. Green Bay is just a game ahead of Washington. They sink to 9-4. Tonight, the Caps are in Toronto taking on the Leafs at 7. Listen here on the Fan. Georgetown is on the road at West Virginia at 7 on the Team 980. And a bid to the college football playoff is on the line. The Mountain West Championship, Boise State and UNLV. They're on the blue turf in Boise, an 8 o'clock kick. From the Crumb Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on the Fan.
Good morning, DMV. Toby Altizer, Linnell Willingham in for B-Mitch in Finley today. We really got the JV crew working today. We called in reinforcements, our guy Max, and you know it's JV when Jeff Walker's running the board. Jeffrey, what's going on, dude?
You can call Jeff JV.
Toby?
Don't.
Yeah,
Matt Max is varsity, man.
Stream.
Matt
Get on Toby.
Show.
Starting now.
Well, I'm about to say, I was trying to ask you before the damn show started, but you want to bring the conversation on air. That's what you like to do. How often does JP and B-Mitch interact with the chat?
Oh, they interact with the chat all the time. All the time, man.
Because Toby, seriously, some of the things that was said to us yesterday, you better than me. The chat know better than to play with me. That's what was interesting. Like they pretending like they did. Someone said we had Logan Paulson on. You know, I got a little pimple on my head. That's what happened when you're a young dude. Right? Somebody said my pimple was Logan Paulson. Had a Logan pulse or whatever.
Got to give a shout out to our guy Commandante Tequila. He's the first one in the chat, so appreciate you guys hanging out. We got a packed show for you guys today. We're gonna recap the Thursday night game in just a little bit. I want to get Linnell's thoughts on Dan Campbell. Basically plays Madden in real football and just goes for it on fourth down every time. We'll talk about that coming up in just a little bit. Coming up at 11 o'clock, want to talk about, it's a bye week. Taking a look at what this team has accomplished through 13 weeks of the season, guys that are on expiring contracts. They signed a lot of one-year deals. How many of those guys should be back next year? We'll talk about that coming up at 11 o'clock. At noon, we ain't got B-Mitch, so we'll settle for Ask Toby and Linnell anything, and maybe if you want, you can ask Jeff Walker something, so maybe that's going to be more intriguing. What if we just ask Jeff Walker anything? I think that might be more intriguing. 1 o'clock, Tyler Dunn from Go Long TD is going to join us. Again, Toby Altizer, Linnell Willingham in for B-Mitch in Finley today as they enjoy vacation on the bye week for the Commanders. Last night, Thursday Night Football, was a fun one. It was a good game between the Packers and the Lions last night. It
was.
And it's refreshing when you get a Thursday night game, especially this late in the season, that actually matters, right? It's fun watching stuff that's going to matter down the stretch, a divisional game, teams that hate each other. I mean, you saw the guys for the Lions warming up in shirts from when Brian Branch was at Lambeau, flipping the double birds to the crowd and all that. So it's good to see a matchup that mattered last night. It was a fun one to watch.
It was, man. I think it continues to show, one, I think the NFC North is safe to say the new best division in football. And in terms of long-term outlook for the division as well, it seems like those teams are going to be there to be reckoned with for a while. You got 4 young quarterbacks. Jared Goff, obviously not a super veteran, but has been around the block, has experience. It's just, to me, last night, I feel like I learned more about the Packers each week. And I know you were pretty high on them yesterday, despite them losing. It's a team that I know no one wants to play in January. No one wants to play come postseason time. Because this is the thing about Green Bay. And I love Detroit, but we know how Detroit fares when they have to go outside. Now, fortunately for them, they may not have to go outside during the postseason, but the Packers and their ability to run the football when it mattered, and last night they kind of was a struggle for them to run the football. They have balance, and I think once it gets down to, and this is their first December game of the season, right? When it gets down to December and January football, you're going to see Josh Jacobs' role expand even more. You hope that they're able to keep their young receiver core healthy. You saw what Christian Watson can do when he is healthy
and catches the football.
And catches the football. But no, I learned more about the Green Bay last night, man, than I did the Lions.
And the reason that I was high on the Packers is because Jordan Love is a special quarterback. At times, he's incredibly turnover prone, but there was a play last night that showed you why they can be dangerous in January to any football team last night. Josh Jacobs misses a blitz pickup on a blitzing linebacker, and Jordan Love is able to evade him, step up in the pocket, and throw a dime, I think it was, to Christian Watson, and he makes a great catch. And that's a tight window throw when he's evading a free rusher. Like, there's not tons of quarterbacks in the NFL that can make those sorts of plays. Jordan Love is one of them. And so, it's similar to what we were talking about a little bit yesterday with the Commanders. Like, you might have the better team going into it, but if I've got faith in my quarterback and I think he can make special plays like that, then you've got a chance against anyone. Green Bay's got a special one. I mean, look, man.
They didn't ask them to do a ton last night.
Well, they do, but it must be nice to be a Packer fan. And I've got relatives from that area, and
I say it all the time.
They've had Brett Favre, they've had Aaron Rodgers, and now you've got Jordan Love. Now, two of those are back-to-back Hall of Famers. We'll see about Jordan Love. But, I mean, I've had, one or a couple of good years in my life with a decent quarterback. The best quarterback I've seen in my life is Kirk Cousins.
You know what we call that, right? Packers, pay attention to this. Packers are in this. I put the Jets in there until this year, and then the 49ers. They are a part of the NFL Illuminati. Seriously. Joe Douglas, Robert, how often do you get to swing and miss on the top 5 pick of quarterback and keep your job? Gax, Kyle Shanahan, and John Lynch, the same thing.
True.
NFL Illuminati. That's my analysis.
I know Grant Cohn can be, I think that's his name, can be a bit of a troll.
He makes a mockery out of what we do.
Yeah, he can be a bit of a troll on Twitter. He covers the Niners. But he did bring up a good point. When you look at some of their draft picks and the reason why some where they're at, they have not been great drafting early on, like a Solomon Thomas, guys like that.
They're early in that tenure. They struggled, to hit.
I mean, they've done some good stuff overall, and obviously we talked about this with Adam Peters coming over, but they've struggled a little bit. But I want to talk about this from last night because it cost them a little bit last year in the playoffs when Dan Campbell's 4th down strategy is essentially go for it unless it's 4th and 10, right? And that's fine. You can be ultra aggressive. Last night, they were 4 for 5. I want to go through each single 4th down scenario because I actually think he made the right decision on a majority of these. The one he coincidentally did not get was probably the one that I would not have gone for. So he's 4 for 5. We'll start with the first one of the game. I think we'll both agree on this. You go for it. It's 4th and goal at the 2-yard line. The Lions lead 10-7 with 11 seconds left in the second quarter. That one results in a Goff to Gibbs touchdown on an angle route. And that one is, I'm curious what the analytics would say on that one, because when you get to the end of the half, part of the reason that you like to go for it when you're down at the 2 with like 7 minutes left in the quarter is you leave the team backed up and they got to go 98 yards and you feel like you're going to get favorable field position if you can get a stop. But on this one, it really doesn't matter if Green Bay gets the ball back. They're just going to find a way to run the rest of the clock out. But regardless, they go for it. You would have gone for it in that situation?
I would have too. And I think for Dan Campbell and what they've built here, this is who they are at this point. I think it's a part of their identity. It's a part of the confidence of this group. So I get it. I know people are going to be skeptical about some of those decisions when you're doing it in your own territory. But, man, I just think from the moment he got there, this is who they've been. Even when they weren't a perennial playoff team like they've been, the past couple of years. It feels like this is just who they are. And I think if you're a player in that scenario, gives you confidence. Your coach believes in you in the biggest spots to go out and make big time plays. That's the edge I think that they have over other teams.
Well, and to your point, it's a part of their identity. Remember the Dallas game for Washington when it was 4th and 2 and they decided to kick the field goal?
That's a team going out of their identity for whatever reason, which is why
Exactly
they got a
right.
plastic fork put in them.
Well,
on Friday.
exactly right. And that's a metal fork, by the way. And that's something where if you go away from that, if you shy away, if you've established that Jared Goff expects you to go for it on 4th and 2, David Montgomery expects you to go for it. So does Jahmyr Gibbs, that entire offense. And so when you don't, it's not like they're going to be disappointed and mad, like, or they're going to want to go for it, but they're not going to give up or anything. But it does kind of change that mentality where Dan Campbell, to his credit, he said he's going to bite kneecaps and he's going to do all this crazy stuff. They've pretty much done that every step of the way. That's kind of who they are. The second 4th down they went for was a 4th and 1 at the Detroit 49. It was 21-17 Packers with 9:05 in the third quarter. Jared Goff quarterback sneak for a yard. I think in those scenarios we're good with going for it, right?
I feel like it. Yeah, it just like goes back to what I keep saying. It's who they are. I expect them to go for it every 4th down, unless anything that's 4th and 2 or less. I expect them to go.
Sure, and so later on in that drive, they went for it on 4th and goal again at the 3-yard line. This one resulted in that Patrick touchdown, the first one of the night, where he kind of sits down in the zone. And I thought Dan Orlovsky did a really good job of breaking down part of why there was some confusion with the Packers defense. So they hurry to the line, and instead of having Jahmyr Gibbs line up in the typical spot in the gun to the right of Jared Goff and having Amon-Ra St. Brown line up to the left, they had Amon-Ra line up right next to Jared Goff. Jahmyr Gibbs goes out to the left. And so there was confusion with the Packers defense because they're trying to figure out who's matching up with who. And because they hurry to the line of scrimmage, get set, they have no idea. There's a guy rushing across the field. You see he ends up going to cover Amon-Ra in the flat. It opens up a wide open Tim Patrick. Jared Goff makes a nice throw there. So I think they did a good job there. The last one they went for, we'll get into that one in a second. The one that they did not get that I don't agree with, because I think people didn't agree with the move on the final drive of the game either, but we'll get to that one in a second. This one to me is where it crosses a little bit of a crazy line. And obviously it looks worse when you don't get it. I understand that, but 4th and 1 at your own 31, up 24-21 with 1:29 left in the third quarter. And it looked like they had another quarterback sneak call potentially. They check out of it because the defensive tackles were kind of squeezed in a little bit there. They end up going with a pitch to the right to Jahmyr Gibbs, and he gets stuffed for a 1-yard loss. I don't like that call. I think there's a fine line between being aggressive and a little bit foolish, and I think it crossed that line a little bit on that one.
The only argument for that, for not going for it there, is field position, obviously, and then your defense was playing at that point pretty decent. You had forced a turnover. You got a 3 and out. So I get it. I just go back to it, and it's very simple for me. You are who you are. You don't let other teams or situations dictate what the hell you do. And I think you mentioned the postseason struggle that they had and how it's come to bite them in critical games. You can look at that in the moment, but the other side of the coin always can be true. What if they do get it? And what if it becomes something that, gives them a massive advantage? I just think there's going to be a changing of the guard in the NFL, I feel like. I think Dan Campbell is revolutionizing something. I think there are other teams that are going to try and mimic this. I think it helps if you didn't have Jared Goff, right? And you had not a statue back there. So I think with the running quarterbacks, man, like a Lamar or a Justin Fields or a Jaden Daniels, if it's anything 4th and 2 or shorter, you have to think about going for it. Now, the thing that takes people off is he's doing it deep in his own. It's not like he's at, their own 40. There's their own 31. Like you're deep inside your own territory.
And that,
I get it.
That to me is the issue, right? Like, the defense was clearly compromised last night. And that's part of the reason he talked about the 5th time they went for it on the final drive, which I don't have as much of an issue with. But on this case, you're at your own 31. Like, that's already 3 points. You're leading by, let me double check. The score was 24-21.
Yeah.
You're essentially giving them a tie ball game if you can't get it. Sometimes you got to punt. And I get that's difficult for Dan Campbell to accept when it's 4th and 1. And look, I appreciate the fact, too, that I was talking about this with B-Mitch last time I was in. We were talking about this for Dallas week, and there was a 30 for 30 put out about RFK Stadium. It was a Peyton's Places, actually. And Peyton was talking with Jeff Bostic. And Jeff Bostic said Joe Bugle had told them, you got to play with athletic arrogance. He's like, what the heck is that? And then he told the story about how they just called 50 gut time and time again against Dallas, and they just ran it straight at Randy White. And they said, you know what? We're gonna do that. That's athletic arrogance.
Do it till you stop it. Yeah.
To me, that's a little bit of what Dan Campbell does. He goes, I don't freaking care who you are.
So think about this scenario about that last fourth down that you were talking about, where they didn't get it, where it's 24-21. If they had picked up a first down on that drive, do you think that changes the mentality?
I mean, yeah.
Because I think it looks bad when essentially you turn a 3 and out into a turnover on downs. If you had picked up a first down already on the drive, it had some sort of offensive momentum. And I know that they were fresh off of a 14-play drive before that, last time they had the ball. But I think that kind of changes the thought process too. If you haven't picked up a first down on the drive and you're going for it on fourth, and what was that one? A 4th and 1?
Well, you're right. Yeah, 4th and 1, and they hadn't picked up a first down. To me, it's one of those. If they pick up the first down there, it's a momentum shift.
It may change the drive.
Yeah, and it might kickstart them. But at the same point, is picking up a first down, going from your own 31 to say the 35 on a 4-yard run. Yeah. Is that a big enough momentum shift compared to when you did not get it and Green Bay starts with the ball at the 30?
You had the lead too, so I get it. But I know this is going to sound like, oh, you're a broken record, but like they have an identity.
They do,
and we can weave the Commanders in on this as well. We want this team to have an identity, something that they're known for, our bread and butter. Through hell or high water, that Dan Campbell and company are going for it on fourth down. That is what they do. And the beautiful part about it is, right, we only look at the decision. Can you imagine how much situational work Detroit does in practice? I mean, this is probably all they do. When you go for it, the amount of times that they do, it's something you practice. That's why you have the confidence to do it. So I get it. It's always going to be easy to Monday morning quarterback it and question the decision when it doesn't work. But I just respect, because they haven't had success with it all the time this year. There have been some gaps where they haven't got. I give a ton of credit to Dan Campbell and company being consistent with it, saying, hey, this is what we do.
Yeah, and to your point, it's part of their identity. They're going to go for it. It's almost surprising when they don't go for it at really any time that it's less than 4th and 5, basically. The last one I'm curious of your thoughts on, because I've seen this one talked about on Twitter a lot, and I don't have as much of an issue with this one. So the scenario is tie ball game, 31-31, 43 seconds left, ball at the Green Bay 21. And the result of this play, I mean, it was nuts, because this is part of why, too, you have to be careful sometimes. You can call the perfect play, and Jared Goff gets stepped on. He falls down. He still makes the handoff to Montgomery for a 7-yard rush. They kick the field goal as time expires. But to me, this one's the interesting one, because they could just settle for the field goal, give the ball back to Green Bay with about 40 seconds left, no timeouts, or they can finish the ball game here. I don't mind this one, because either way, Green Bay is going to get the ball back. Or if they kick the field goal there, Green Bay is going to get the ball back with a chance to tie and still potentially a chance to win. Or they're just going to get the ball back at the 20-yard line and have a chance to win. Yeah. This was the chance to just say, we are finishing this thing now.
And I like this. This would be my rule of thumb and my thought process if I was a coach of a team. When you're in these, and this is the scenario, right, that you see more teams in the NFL do, it's like you said, put your foot on their throat. It's over with. Don't let them get the chance to get the football back. Don't put it in the hands of your defense. Go be the aggressor and control things. Now, I think because it is Green Bay, too, there's an order of respect that, hey, we can't let them get the ball back, right? I think the opposing offense is going to influence that decision as well, and how much you trust your defense, so on and so forth. I just think, man, we may, I don't know. I think the playoff seeding in the NFC is so pivotal.
Yeah,
and
100%.
the other consequence of this for Green Bay is now that number 1 seed officially is going bye-bye for them. And the NFC is not going to go through Lambeau, which there was a potential of it.
Well,
they could have stole one, but
I don't feel like that was going to happen. But I do want to transition this in a way back to relevant to here. When you watch those teams last night, when you watch Detroit, you watch Green Bay, a lot of people's takeaway, to your point a little bit earlier, their takeaway last night isn't Detroit's as awesome as we all knew. The takeaway is Green Bay looked really, really good, and they look like a legit playoff team that could beat just about anybody in the NFC. I'm curious, after watching those two teams last night, how do you feel about Washington's chances against a playoff team like one of those two? Because theoretically, they could run into Detroit in the wild card round if they stay where they're at and Detroit were to fall to the 2 seed. They could run into a Green Bay at some point in the playoffs. What would you make of Washington's chances? We'll talk about it next. Toby Altizer, Linnell Willingham in for B. Mitch and Finley today on a Friday.
Good morning, everyone. Well, Thursday night football, the Detroit Lions keep on rolling with their 11th consecutive win. Detroit now 12-1 after a walk-off 34-31 win over the Green Bay Packers. The Commanders are now just a game behind Green Bay for the 6th seed in the NFC. The Wizards' travails continue. Washington was walloped 137-101 by the Dallas Mavericks last night at Capital One Arena. Luka Doncic with a triple-double in the game. Now, Bub Carrington did come off the bench to score 15 for DC. Tonight is a first road test for the Georgetown Hoyas, who are 7-1 to open the season. Ed Cooley's crew will be at West Virginia this evening. A 7 o'clock tip-off. Listen on the Team 980. And the Capitals start a Canadian back-to-back tonight at 7 in Toronto, tomorrow at 7 in Montreal. Listen to both games right here on The Fan. From the Crump Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
Pete, Mitch, and Finley on a Friday. We'll get things popping at 11 o'clock. I'm not a drinker, though, so maybe Jeff can do the read for our Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday to get us fired up. Jeff knows how to get us partying. Right, Jeff? You can get it popping in here.
Of course, man.
Toby Altizer, Linnell Willingham in for the guys today. So last night was Thursday Night Football. It was a heck of a game. 34-31, the Lions beat the Packers on a walk-off field goal. It's fun to watch that one last night. Both of those are legit playoff teams. The Lions hold the 1 seed in the NFC. The Packers, everyone's takeaway from last night, it seems like, you look Twitter, you were talking about it earlier. The Packers look like a real threat.
They're legit.
They look legit.
When you got Jordan Love under center, you're going to be always have a shot. But their defense, even though they gave up 34 last night, impressed with that. I think when it gets cold, they'll be able to run the ball. They're in that A-tier team in the conference. Like, they're in that top tier in the conference.
So we were talking off air. Mm-hmm. What kind of tier do you find Washington in, and how much of a chance would you give them if they were to face one of these teams in the playoffs? So just to give you some context right now, where they sit, they are the 7 seed in the NFC at 8-5. There's 3 teams currently behind them at 6-6, the Rams, Cardinals, and Buccaneers. So regardless of what happens this week, they'll still be in a playoff spot going into next week. But now the intriguing spot is they're 8-5. The Packers are 9-4. There's a potential that maybe you could leapfrog the Packers. But if you stay at the 7 seed, you're going to face either Philadelphia or Detroit, and you're going to face them on the road. And that's a big deal for Detroit, especially because if you have to go to Detroit, that's going to be a problem. So if you face one of those teams, we'll talk about that in a second. Maybe you could beat Seattle. If you get up to that 6 seed, you're going to play either the Seahawks or whoever wins the West or whoever wins the South with the Falcons or the Buccaneers. And I think those teams would be competitive. But I'm curious, coming out of last night, Linnell, how do you feel about Washington's chances if they're able to get into the playoffs of not just being one and done and losing in the wild card round and calling it a good season and being hopeful for the future, but actually winning a playoff game when they get into January?
Yeah, it's tough. Love this group as much as anybody does, right? But realistically, how could you sit there and say that you're comfortable with them beating a Philly, a Detroit, a Green Bay? Like, those to me are like the top tier in the NFC. If they're somehow able to catch Green Bay, which is actually a little bit more realistic than maybe we're giving a chance for, Green Bay finishes up at Seattle, home for New Orleans, at Minnesota, and then home for Chicago to wrap up the regular season. We know Washington's Final Four: New Orleans, Philly, Atlanta, Dallas. I think Washington's got the easier schedule, which would give them a shot to leapfrog them, but that would put them in a spot where they're taking on probably the winner of the West or the winner of the South. I think those two divisions, Washington can hang with anybody. And I know in week 1 against Tampa, you got bludgeoned, but it's week 1. You're a much, much better football team than you were then. You have an identity of who you are, and you know who you want to be, and you're better at every spot. But, like, those would kind of be the teams that I would give Washington a shot against. I really don't think they can go on the road and beat Detroit, if we're being realistic. I really don't think they can go on the road and beat Philadelphia, if we're being realistic. I would the Seattle thing, the West is interesting, right? I think from a matchup standpoint, you probably would want to play Arizona. I don't know if you can go up to Seattle and beat. That's a tough-ass place to play, for one. And think about how much no-huddle Washington runs, and the communication aspect of their offense, to me, probably gets ruined in a playoff scenario at Seattle. It probably limits some of what you could do from the hurry-up standpoint. But even if it was a neutral venue, like, they can run the football, and they have multiple receivers on the. We don't match up well with Seattle at all.
No,
in my opinion.
No.
So I would make it Seattle, Philly, Green Bay, Detroit. Can't beat them, in my opinion.
I think they can stick with, like the teams you were saying. I think they can stick with whoever gets that 3 and 4 seed.
Yes. Yeah.
I think they could beat Philly, but that's just a division thing, right? That's facing them a third time. If they have to face Detroit, you can probably just go ahead and mail it in. Like, I don't think that's going to happen. But if you were to have to face Detroit, I don't think you're going to be able to go in there and win that ball game.
Probably not.
I think you could maybe keep it close for a little bit. But the other point is, it's a playoff game. There's not going to be any fooling around. They're going to be so buttoned up. Like, there's going to be nothing that is. They're going to be ready to roll. So the reason I think that they would have a shot against just about anybody, with the exception of Detroit, I would say not Philly.
You have
but
a shot, sure. I mean, anybody can win any game.
Sure, but the reason that I say, like, I don't see them. If you weren't in the NFC East with Philadelphia, I probably wouldn't give them a shot. But they know Philly. They're going to face them twice before, if they were to face them in the playoffs. So they'd have some familiarity there. To
play devil's advocate, though, too, Philly also gets to prepare for you 3 times as well. So that's the thing I'm more so worried about.
Yeah, and I get that, but at the same point, you know how tough it is to beat a team 3 times, and we'll see what happens when they face them a second time. But I probably wouldn't give them much of a chance against either of those teams if Philly wasn't a part of the division. But the reason that I have some belief that they could do it is I think the offense can score against anyone. And if you can go out there and do what they've done for a majority of the season, where you have long, sustained drives and you take care of the football, and it's efficiency over explosive plays like we talked about yesterday, where it's nothing sexy. There's no 70-yard bomb to Terry McLaurin. You'd love to have that involved, but more likely than not, it's just 4 and 5 yards a pop, and you limit the possessions. I think that's the way to win. But we also talked about this a little bit yesterday as well. This team parallels a little bit of what Miami did last year, where Miami was a good football team. And we talked a little bit off air about the weather element. That played into it, obviously, when they got into the playoffs. But I don't think that's necessarily as much for Washington, as they've taken care of business against the bad teams. They've got a couple more bad teams on their schedule. If they just take care of bad teams, they'll get to 10 wins, right? They'll beat New Orleans, hopefully. You've got Dallas again. Hopefully they take care of business this time. That's at 10 wins. Can you do well against a Atlanta team? Can you do well against a Philly team for the second time? But realistically, how many teams with good records have they beaten? They've beaten Arizona, which that looks like a decent win in terms of where they're at in the standings. Also, they dominated Arizona. The Cincinnati win looks good, but Cincinnati also looks terrible. Like, their defense can't stop anybody. They didn't stop Washington at all in week 3. I mean, what's their impressive win? Chicago.
They don't have one.
Chicago at the point of when they played them was decent, but
they had a winning record. It's their only win against a team with a winning record entering the contest. I just think straight up, and you only play who the schedule makers put out in front of you. So it's not,
I agree,
to discredit Washington at all. Right. It's just the fact of the matter of the situation. They do not have a signature win under their belt to this point. So,
and that's why, like, look,
let's just call it what it is.
We're not criticizing them because they've taken care of business in most of their games that they need to. I'm not criticizing them at all. I'm just saying, when you get into January football, am I confident that you're going to be able to beat, say you get to that 6th seed? Are you going to beat Seattle? I would think that you could. But are you for sure going to? I don't know. Are you going to be able to beat? We're going to get to see them against Atlanta in a couple weeks. Are they going to be able to beat Atlanta in the playoffs? Could you beat Tampa if they got there? We know they could beat Arizona if the Rams were to get there. Can you beat these teams? I think they're in the conversation, but I'm not 100% sold that they can. And then, in all likelihood, if you end up as the 7 seed when you're facing a Philly or Detroit, can you go to their house and get it done? And I just don't know that they're there yet. And by the way, there's nothing wrong with that.
No, that's what I'm saying.
So, like, we're not trying to bash them or anything.
Being real.
But, yeah, it's just being real. Like,
straight up.
They can win, though, because the same reason we talked about with the Packers with Jordan Love.
Exactly. Yeah, 5.
You've got 5.
I give you that.
Daniels.
I give you that, but, like, you can say that about that's the special thing of hitting on the quarterback. So I cannot take that away from them. I just think for me, they're just in that second tier in the conference. Like, it's them, Minnesota, Atlanta, NFC West winner.
Well, and you can probably put Minnesota above Washington because of their record.
But, I mean,
I know how they haven't looked impressive.
I think they're the type of team Washington can get, though. All you got to do is you find if you're able to craft up a good protection plan against Minnesota, you're fine because they're going to blitz the hell out of you.
Well, they're going to do a lot of stuff. But Minnesota's an enigma.
They're a fraud. I think Minnesota's a fraud.
I don't know that they're a fraud as much as they're just so unique. Brian Flores does a lot of stuff that really no one else in the league is doing defensively. Their offense is really efficient at times with Sam Darnold, and then sometimes Sam Darnold looks like Sam Darnold.
Right, and that's my thing. I don't trust the quarterback at all in a big-time, gotta-have-it situation. I just don't.
Well, and let's transition into this for the next one. We can take some calls on this as well. 800-636-1067. You want to hop in on the MGM National Harbor listener line. What kind of chance would you give Washington to win a playoff game? Where they're currently seated, they would face Philadelphia on the road in the wild card round. Would you give them a shot in that game? Also, want to look at the quarterbacks when we talk about, to the point of Jaden being special. How many of these quarterbacks would you feel like, okay, I don't know that the NFC has a lot of special quarterbacks outside of 1 or 2. Does Jaden give you the shot because you feel like you've got the better quarterback going into the matchup? We'll talk about that next. It's B. Mitch and Finley on a Friday here on The Fan. Welcome back, B. Mitch and Finley, Toby Altizer, Linnell Willingham in for the guys today as they enjoy a nice vacation on the bye week. And want to remind you that the B. Mitch and Finley show is brought to you by Rude HVAC Equipment. Head over to rude.com to find a contractor near you and available tax credits, rebates, RUUD. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right. I feel like that doesn't sound right unless B. Mitch is reading it. But regardless, what do you make of Washington's chances to win a playoff game? You watched that game last night, two legit playoff teams. It sounded like a playoff atmosphere in Detroit. It was a well-played game between the two. Detroit ends up winning 34-31. But coming off that, what kind of chances do you give Washington to win a playoff game? 800-636-1067. You want to hop in on the MGM National Harbor listener lines.
We're going to Smitty. Oh, Smitty. Oh, man.
Hey, Linnell, don't do me like that, man.
No,
we still boys.
No, you come on, Smitty. We all right, man. Just make sure you make sure we get the address for you to send my spatula in.
Yeah, nah. I got the gun in the holster this morning. I don't want no problem.
What's up, Smitty?
Hey, listen. I think y'all looking at this thing a little bit, half-heartedly, man. Listen, if I'm Detroit and I done won 13, 14 straight, and I'm headed into the playoffs, there's a couple of other teams that I would rather see coming in there than Jaden Daniels, Terry, B-Rob. I don't know if that's the team I'm going to want to face. Because here's the thing. Of course, Detroit is favored. They supposed to be. They should be. But here's the thing. If we go to Detroit and we get into a tight game with them, the pressure is on them, man. And that goes for Philly, too.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, in order for the Commanders to get to where we're trying to get to, whether it's the first playoff game, second, we're going to have a conversation with one of those teams eventually. I don't think they would want to see us as their first playoff game because we coming in banging on the door. Why would we ain't got nothing to lose?
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a good point. I appreciate the phone call.
Yeah, I see that perspective of it, Smitty, and I think that's maybe the glass half full approach is if you had to ask me, right, and maybe we can stretch this out to the AFC too, like the most dangerous playoff team in the NFC in terms of like who you don't want to see. I think Washington probably does fit that bill. Now, some people are going to make an argument for Minnesota just because of what they're able to do defensively. I think you can make a similar argument for, Arizona, depending on how they finish. The finish, though, to me is what kind of makes that conversation real. If you come in, I don't care what you did the first 13 weeks. If you come in on a 2-game losing streak into the postseason, like how are you dangerous at that point?
Well, and to his point, like you're looking through the teams that could potentially sneak into the back half here. You're looking at Green Bay, dangerous because of the quarterback. Yeah. Minnesota, the defense, like you said, scary. Tampa Bay, I'm not worried. Baker's Baker. We know what Baker is. Like they
Tampa Bay would worry the hell.
They might be a decent football team, but we're talking more so from a Lions perspective or someone like that. If
they
I
beat
have to
Detroit earlier this year,
sure, but you're also not like intimidated by Tampa. Arizona, you kind of know what Kyler is. LA, you kind of know what they are. With Jaden, you have an idea, but has Jaden reached his peak yet? What happens if Jaden all of a sudden gets to his highest level in a wild card playoff game?
He may not have reached his peak, but the offense has.
Yeah, and the offense is a top 5 unit. I know it's against a lot of bad football teams.
Correct.
But what happens if you combine the offense playing well? We're just playing devil's advocate here. I'm not saying this happens. But what happens if the offense plays incredibly well? Terry has one of his better games of the year. B-Rob's able to run the football. They get things going. And Jaden plays his best game of the year. You don't know what Jaden can be yet. We don't know yet. We've seen him be spectacular. What if he just goes out there and plays even better than we think?
So this is my thing about where my playoff reservations come with this team. It's not about the offense.
Exactly right.
I mean, defensively, like they're still not as formidable of a unit as they should be. Now, the addition of Marshawn Lattimore obviously adds another layer to what you can be. We had the conversation yesterday. We both agreed that this defense has yet to reach its ceiling. But even with them reaching their ceiling, I just don't know You don't know what you don't know because we haven't
Well,
seen it.
it's going to
We
have
just
to be a
haven't.
game like last night. You're going to have to put up 30-plus points.
Yeah.
Your defense is going to have to come up with,
Which is more difficult to do in the postseason.
is.
These are real winning teams
It
with
is.
winning records.
And they're going to put out game plans that are meant to beat your specific team, more so than they do in the regular season, more so than that. So to me, it's going to be difficult. But at the same point, when you've got a chance with 5, to our point about the quarterbacks,
that's real though.
You feel good, because what if Jaden just goes out there and looks as good as he has all year, if not better?
And he's the type of quarterback that has the ability to make you right more times than not.
Even when you're wrong.
That to me is a huge part of it. Let's go back out to the phones. Let's go to Tony in Fairfax. What's up, Tony?
Tony, what's up?
Oh, yeah. Hi. How are you?
I'm
great,
good,
dude.
Tony. What's up?
Okay. Your question is if we can win a playoff, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, for me, is I think if we're going to play mistake-free offensively, we can beat anybody. Because we have some games that we never punted. If we can play like that, I think we can beat anybody. And our defense, make 2 stops, that's it.
Yeah, and I think your point here is correct, that they have to play mistake-free on the offensive side of the ball. That's kind of what we were talking about. It's efficient and no turnovers. That's kind of how they've built their offense all year. Efficient and no turnovers. And the key there is, if you can do that and you can put it in the paint versus settling for field goals, and you put up 35, your defense just has to come up with literally a pair of stops or a couple of red zone stops where they settle for field goals, and all of a sudden you might find yourself on top. So I think your point is sound.
Yeah, because really, realistically, as a Redskin or Commanders fans, we already exceeded the expectation. But
Absolutely.
because we started so good, we asked for more. But like I said, the way I see it, the way they're playing, and I think those bad games of Daniels help him to really, mature to those kind of games, because he's going to face a lot of adversity.
For sure.
On this.
Yeah,
For
absolutely.
sure. Tony, we appreciate the call, bro.
Appreciate the call, man. Yeah, I think when you look at it, though, I think he is right that, the team has exceeded expectations, back to, that point as well. Like, it has exceeded expectations, but I also don't want to pretend like we're not in January, we're not in February, the season's not over. I don't want to do that until the season's over. I don't want to do they're actually doing better. No, they started 7-2, so don't let them off the hook with those. But I think they have a legit shot if they have Jaden playing well and they don't turn the football over. And if you can go out there and play mistake-free, that's what gives me hope. The defense does not give me hope at all of beating anyone. But the offense being able to do its thing gives me at least a glimmer of hope that they maybe could win a playoff game.
Yeah, that's their best shot to me, is potentially outscoring someone. You mentioned the quarterbacks in the conference and how that would shake up. I think realistically, of the teams that are currently seeded in the playoffs, Jaden's probably the second best guy that I want to have.
I mean, even looking at Detroit at the top, Jared Goff.
Well, Jared Goff's the most insulated quarterback in the NFL, so I think he's not really asked to do much. That's why I said I'd go probably 2.
In a vacuum? In a vacuum, give me number 5 over Jared Goff. Don't let our guy Ryan Clary know that. Number 2, Jalen Hurts.
No, get out of here. The $200 million leader? I mean, that's all Jalen Hurts is.
The walking motivational quote.
Come on. How are you a leader? But never mind.
Real quick, though. Gino, obviously Jaden. Kirk, Jaden. Sam Darnold, Jaden. Jordan Love, okay. Toss up.
I'll take Love.
Or Love.
Toby, you can't be that damn biased.
The couple of teams right behind them. I'm not biased. If I'm biased, I'm going to pick Jaden.
You say it's a discussion between Jaden and Jordan Love?
Absolutely, it is.
He's got a whole year of already showing he can do it
against Dallas.
I hear what you're saying.
Against Dallas. Baker, give me Jaden. Kyler, Jaden. Matt Stafford. It depends upon what Stafford shows up. Stafford's won a Super Bowl, so I'm going to give him his respect. Jeff's irate because I'm pulling a JP Finley and blowing past the break. So we're going to go to break. Hour number 2, I want to talk about which players that are on expiring contracts
This is
need to be
interesting.
back with this team next year. There's some big names
That's what
on
we
this
do during the
list.
bye week, though. Don't be surprised if you get a notification maybe a little bit later on today.
Absolutely.
Player X got signed to an extension.
We'll talk about some of those players next. Be Mitch and Finley on the Fan.
Everyone. Well, the Detroit Lions rolled the dice, turning down a 38-yard field goal with just more than 40 seconds left in a tie game to go for 4th down and 1. The Lions converted the 4th down attempt successfully, and with that, they were able to kick a chip shot 35-yard field goal with time expiring to beat the Green Bay Packers 34-31 for what is a franchise record 11th win in a row for Detroit. So the Lions stay atop the NFC. They're now 12-1. Green Bay's now just a game ahead of Washington. The Packers are 9-4. Speaking of streaks, the Wizards' losing streak continues after a 137-101 loss, marking a 16th straight loss for Washington. The Wizards falling to the Dallas Mavericks. Washington will stay at home to host the Denver Nuggets tomorrow at 7. You can hear the game on the Team 980. Georgetown has won 7 of 8 to open their season, all of which at home. They now venture on the road to take on West Virginia. A 7 o'clock tip-off on the Team 980. Now, Alex Ovechkin is back skating again, but not yet ready for action. His Capitals are in Toronto to take on the Maple Leafs tonight at 7. Listen to it right here on The Fan. In the biggest Mountain West title game of all time, the winner of UNLV and Boise State tonight will make the college football playoff. An 8 o'clock kickoff for the Blue Turf in Boise. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
It's 11 o'clock. That means it's a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. It's brought to you by Scotty's Vodka, Maryland's own handcrafted vodka. Also brought to you by Rude HVAC Equipment. Head over to rude.com to find a contractor near you and available tax credits, rebates, RUUD. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right. Toby Altizer, Linnell Willingham in for the guys today. Jeff Walker, Max Ames doing the hard work behind the glass. I want to talk about the players coming up on expiring deals. They signed a lot of one-year contracts
It's a long
as well.
list.
There's a long list. There's also a bunch of guys that just have expiring contracts this offseason. Washington with a lot of cap space, with some picks as well. How many of these guys, though, need to be back? There's some big-time contributors that are on this list as well. So we're just going to take a quick gander as well. If you want to hop in, maybe we'll get some of your thoughts as well. 800-636-1067. MGM National Harbor listener lines are open. So let's start. I think there's more impactful guys on the defensive side, Linnell. So let's start defensively.
Yeah.
The number one guy is got to be Bobby Wagner, in my opinion.
To resign, you would say?
Well, he's the number one guy you got to make a decision on, right? Like, are you keeping Bobby Wagner for at least another year? I don't know how many more years he's got left in his career, but another 100 tackle campaign. He's an incredible leader. I think in terms of they want to talk about this culture and the different stuff that they're doing, I think Bobby Wagner's been a big, big component of that. You bring in Bobby Wagner back.
Yeah, I would certainly have to think about it, right? Just because of his value to the team. I would say this, though, about Bobby Wagner. He's the reason, or excuse me, Jordan McGee is waiting in the wings, right? You drafted Jordan McGee to eventually replace Bobby Wagner. My thing is this: Bobby's value to me, as he continues to climb in age, the on-field value dissipates, goes away, right? He's more, the leadership stuff is huge from him.
Correct.
And there's not a price tag that you could put on that. So I don't want to discredit what he brings, but from a football standpoint, I mean, he wouldn't be my number one priority on the defensive side of the football. If this dude can stay healthy, he may be in that second tier of best safeties in the NFL. Jeremy Chinn's playing really good ball right now.
Sure.
And the reason you were able to acquire Jeremy Chinn is because Carolina didn't have any trust that he'd be able to stay healthy and available for 17 weeks. He's done it here in Washington. I mean, from the moment we saw him in training camp, he just looked like a cyborg. He looks like a football player. Started off the season slow. Love his mentality. The fact that he's a starting safety, being a war daddy, crash dummy, going out on special teams the way that he does. I love everything about Jeremy Chinn. That would be my guy in terms of a deep defender that I got to get back under contract. But Bobby Wagner is probably the close second to me. And it's not really about the on-field impact at all.
Yeah.
Because I continue to believe it. I know I get crap for this. While Bobby leads the NFL in tackles, Bobby's clearly a step slow.
I thought Bobby early in the season was not great
No,
in terms of on-field play. He's gotten to a point that he's good. He's clearly not Bobby Wagner, the all-pro anymore, but he's still a heck of a football player. So to me, he's making 6.5 this year. If he's going to come back for somewhere around that, or maybe even up to like an 8 for a year or two, yeah, I'd bring back Bobby Wagner. And for all the points you made, as well as I think he can still play a little bit. He's not a great linebacker anymore, but I think having that leader is important. But you're right. Jeremy Chin, in terms of on-field impact, might be the most important guy you've got to bring back. This year, he's making about $4 million, a little bit over that. If you can get him for a nice contract, I think you got to sign him for 3 to 4 years, bring him back, keep him around, because I think he fits what they want to do, right? He's versatile. If you need him to go back and play safety, he can. He's not great at that, but he can do that. Where he's at his best is when you can bring him up in the box, and this team likes to play single high safety anyways. So if you're going to bring down another safety into the box, I don't know that there's a better option than Jeremy Chin because of what he can do in the run game, his coverage skills on linebacker or on tight ends. He's kind of like a little bit of a smaller linebacker, essentially, even though this dude is huge.
Pretty big.
He can play. But yeah, I mean, it seems like he's gotten more comfortable as the year has gone on. I've been really impressed with Chin. Been really impressed. Some other guys on that defensive side of the ball that you got to keep an eye on as well that are on expiring contracts. And I'm curious your thoughts on these. 2 defensive ends. Cleveland Farrell was brought in on a 1-year deal.
Yeah.
And Dante Fowler.
I'll be real about Clee, man. The injury bug with him is tough. Doesn't really make any impact. I'd be hard pressed to re-sign him.
It just depends how much
it wouldn't be a priority. I would say that. I think he's very much replaceable. The Dante Fowler thing is interesting. One, I'm a Dante Fowler stan. When I was coming out of high school, my Twitter account was Dante Fowler Jr. The second, I think is what it was. I wanted to be Dante Fowler. He was awesome. He's was my favorite player when I was in high school. Watching him at Florida, he's just tough. But in reality, 8.5 sacks, on pace for double-digit sacks, you may be outpriced. Somebody may overpay Dante Fowler. And for a guy that, I got to go look it up, I don't think Fowler has received a massive payday in his career. I'm not sure. I would have to go back and look, but it doesn't feel like it.
His career earnings is $66
million.
Yes.
And he was a top 5 pick.
Yeah, so, it doesn't look like he ever got that massive deal.
He got drafted by who? Jacksonville, right?
Got drafted by Jacksonville.
He was a disappointment to start his career.
Correct.
Talking to him a little bit this summer, man. That's why I appreciate with him, man. Just a dude that is upfront and honest and genuine with his story. He wasn't preparing the way he needed to. He didn't take it seriously, but he wasn't the mature pro that he is now when he first entered the National Football League. But from an impact standpoint, you can't doubt it. The numbers are good. I said it yesterday on the show, though. I just worry about the way he plays the run. Like, to me, is not he's a situational pass
Exactly
runner.
right. He's a situational guy. So the biggest contract he signed was back in 2020. 3 for $45 with Atlanta. So that's not chump change.
Yeah, that was DQ that gave him that deal.
Yeah,
so,
and is he the one also as well? I should know this, but he said he wants to stick with DQ.
Oh, that's his man. He said wherever DQ goes, I'm going.
So,
that's literally been it,
So
and think about why his relationship with DQ is what it is, right?
Well, and note where he went after it didn't work out in Atlanta.
And think about as a top 5 pick,
went to Dallas.
Ego-wise, like what happens to you when you fail at your original destination?
Yes.
Dan Quinn probably resurrected Dante Fowler's career in terms of pumping that confidence back into him, making him say, hey, look, just because it didn't work in Jacksonville doesn't mean you can't be a premier edge in this league. So I do love that relationship.
Yeah, and so I'm curious because you're right. Would you bring Dante Fowler back without any context? 100%. There's no question.
He'd be
no question whatsoever. There's, like you talked about, situationally, I prefer him just coming in to rush the passer.
Yeah.
That's what I want him to do. I'm not having him out there all 3 downs. I don't want him stopping the run. I want him just rushing the passer. But at the same point, this is a guy that's probably going to finish with double-digit sacks. I mean, right now he's making 3. He's made 3 the last couple of years. You got to think he's getting up into 8, 9, 10.
Maybe
Even a little higher than that.
Yeah.
If someone's so we can really test that theory that you want to stick with Dan Quinn, because someone,
Is
if
gonna
he
pay
finishes
you,
if he
yeah.
finishes with 11 sacks, someone's going to be willing to pay him probably 10,
I think at
somewhere
this-
around there.
If you're Fowler, right, at this point in your career, comfortability, continuity, like that stuff matters, man. And I think the one is the relationship with DQ, but you were out there during camp too and paid a lot of attention to that D line. Coach Tapp, Sharif, Ryan, they got a tight knit group there, and
Yeah.
I loved it. He made me look like a complete ass. I'm gonna be honest with you, because you know what this dummy said? I questioned Ryan Kerrigan's ability to teach others how to pass rush because he wasn't some pass rush extraordinaire when it comes to having a deep toolbox of moves. But Dante Fowler, first person he credits with his ability to be able to finish this year is who? Ryan Kerrigan. So I think that part of it is interesting as well. I guess we didn't. How much of the age thing do you think plays a factor in it with him?
Well, he's 30. He's
He's
not
30.
33. You know,
Right.
like he's 30. So
But does it impact what type of deal you get? More of a 2. He looks to me. He's the perfect candidate for a 2-year.
exactly right.
You know what I'm saying? 3-year
He's
type
not
deal.
getting a 5-year deal with someone worth $60 million or something like that.
Yeah.
But I could see him signing a 2 or 3-year deal, whether it's here or somewhere else. So yeah, I think it does play it in that factor. I don't know that it drives the price tag down a whole lot. It just kind of shortens the length of the deal. Some of the other guys that are going to be free agents on the defensive side of the ball, your boy Benjamin St. Juste, he's going to be a free agent. My boy,
I'm bringing him back. yeah, I said it. Arms out wide, chest poked out. I think that with proper coach, hear me out, bro. Seriously, hear me out. I think that with proper coaching, you can see him evolve into a decent CB2. Let me put it to you like this. Last year, with Brent Wieselmeyer coaching him, right, defensive backs for dummies, Ron's buddy, he regressed. This year, he's gotten better under the tutelage of Jason Simmons, Jowett Jr. You don't bank on him continuing to ascend. He's young, dude. This is my thing about Juice. He's 27. I gotta give him a 2-year deal, 1-year deal, prove it deal.
how much you paying him? That to me is the thing.
That's where it gets interessante, my friend.
Well, and that's where it's interesting because how much is he going to get on the open market? Because if you're going to pay him just a little bit, and I'm drafting a corner, by the way.
I'm not saying don't draft a corner.
I don't
want
him to be CB2. I want him to be CB4.
Let him compete. And the thing I love about this organization and this staff, they're going to let you compete. The damn cooks are competing to see who's got the best steak. The janitors are competing to see whose floor is the tidiest. Like that.
Yeah.
That's the type of environment that they've fostered over there. But I think with Juice, man, he's a guy that I continue to try to let grow. As we talked about yesterday, it's not like he's just god awful. And I know that's what some of you think. And Jeff, as soon as I brought up Benjamin St.
I'm not even going to
Jeff put his headset on. You know what I mean, though. Like, he gets it a lot, bro.
Yeah,
he gets a bad rap. He reads the internet too much. That's what I said yesterday.
He gets a bad rap because it's always the most crucial moment.
I know.
It's like he's that kid that always laugh when you're not supposed to laugh.
Wow.
And
Perfect,
it just happens. But you right, Linnell. You got Lattimore in there now. That's another similar tall corner.
You know what I'm saying? That can also help him.
Yeah,
you know?
But it's just how long you gonna call it? Like, how long are you gonna make play? It's not even making a play. How long are you gonna dysfunction at the most critical moment in the game?
To the point where, right, he gives up the big touchdown to Mike Williams against Pittsburgh.
Oh,
Outside of that,
stop.
He played really damn good against Pittsburgh.
Yeah, he gave up the game-winning touchdown. Great game, man.
Where was the pass rush?
They didn't need a pass rush. That was straight drop back and throw.
Exactly.
He gave you 10 yards of cushion.
No, I know.
I'm gonna say, Linnell, you could have ran past him on that one.
Oh my gosh! Well,
Mike Evans don't even know who his mailman is yet in Pittsburgh.
The other point, like, after that game, I don't remember. He said in the locker room, "Yeah, I was trying to do too much." What are you doing, dude? Do your job.
I told you he's in his head.
Yeah, then fix that. To me, look, Benjamin St. Juste can come back if he wants. I ain't signing you for a lot of money, and you ain't gonna be CB2. You want to be CB4? Rotate in. You want to be Michael Davis? Feel free. Michael Davis is a free agent as well. I think we both know he ain't
Michael
coming back.
Davis. Michael Davis need to get his CDL. That's what Mike Davis need to do. Mike Davis need to come drive the bus for DC Public Schools.
Here's another free agent that I'm curious your thoughts on.
Mm-hmm.
Noah Igbenogany.
I like Noah I.
I like
depth
Noah I.
piece, key depth piece.
I
If somebody
agree.
goes down, boom, Noah I in the slot.
I agree. And I think it gives you also the chance that if you need a backup slot where I think long-term they're going to move Mikey back inside. We had this discussion yesterday about who goes, but Mikey's going to go back inside long-term. But if something were to happen where, say, Lattimore or whoever is CB2, not Benjamin St. Juste next year, goes down and Mikey needs to slide back outside, I think Igbenogany sliding back in the slot as being your fourth or fifth corner. He helps you on special teams as well.
Sure.
I think he'd be nice to have as well.
If you look at some of the advanced analytics, too, on Noah I, he doesn't allow a lot of separation. Hit the raw separation metrics from PFF actually, speak to his game being pretty damn good.
And I know he's not, he's not a household name. People forget this dude was a first-round pick.
Come on, man.
He's a first-round pick.
First-rounder.
He's got talent.
So that's what I'm saying. I like what Washington has in the secondary. Seriously. Like, I genuinely like the depth.
I mean, they have a bunch of CB3s.
The top, well, now that Marshawn is now getting inserted, you now have the top-end talent that you needed. But I think when we go back and look at it as season's end, the safety duo of Quan Martin and Jeremy Chin, major positive in maybe the best Ron Rivera draft pick. Quan Martin.
Stop.
Who else did Ron draft? I'm being funny when I say that.
Chris Rodriguez.
Yeah. He drafted Cam Curl, too. Well, Ron doesn't get credit for the first draft. I forgot. That was a Kyle Smith exclusive.
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
So.
It's a waste of time is what it is.
Well, yeah, it is.
I don't want to give Ron credit for anything. Other than Jaden Daniels. He didn't draft him, but
put us in position.
He sucked so bad that we got Jaden.
We can be eliminated?
I'm so done with it.
Like, he's the worst, bro.
800-636-1067. We're going to hit a break. We'll get some of your phone calls and thoughts because we got to get to the offensive side as well. But who are some guys that are on expiring contracts you want to see back next season? Be Mitch and Finley on the Fan.
This sports update presented by Gridiron IT. Tested, trusted talent. GridironIT.com. All right, let's look ahead tonight. The Caps start a back-to-back in Canada in Toronto against the Maple Leafs. A 7 o'clock puck drop. Listen here on The Fan. Georgetown hits the road to face West Virginia for a 7 o'clock tip-off on the Team 980. And 3 college football conference title games tonight. The big ones in Boise with a spot in the playoff on the line. Boise State hosting UNLV in the Mountain West Championship. That one starts at 8. Federal Integrators, are you looking to beef up that roster? Gridiron IT, the leading provider of IT talent across the country, can help. You know the game. They know the players. Choose Gridiron IT as your trusted partner and build your winning team together. Tested, trusted talent. GridironIT.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
It is a Friday on B. Mitch and Finley, and you know what that means. It's a Vodka and Red Bull Friday, sponsored by Scotty's Vodka, Maryland's own handcrafted vodka. We're also brought to you by Rude HVAC Equipment. Head over to rude.com to find a contractor near you and available tax credits and rebates. RUUD, and remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right. Talking about guys that are going to be free agents this upcoming season for Washington, guys on the final year of their deal. Do they need to be brought back? And which guys need to be prioritized? We talked about a couple of the defensive guys. Bobby Wagner is going to be up for a contract. Jeremy Chin, Cleveland Farrell, Dante Fowler, a couple other notable names.
Can we reset that one real quick? Who is your guy that you're saying he better be back? If you could choose one and you're going to say, I'm paying him.
That's a tough one because
on defense.
The top two we talked about, I think it's Chin.
So you think it's between Chin and
Wagner.
And Wags.
And you got to decide whether it's on field or leadership culture stuff. Which one are you prioritizing? Yeah. I would lean Wagner personally. Even though Chin has more impact on the field, I think what Wagner's been able to do has been spectacular. I personally would lean Wagner. Which side for you?
It's tough because I don't want to. It's hard because I do understand how impactful the leadership part is. He gave the speech before the Titans game.
And real quick,
went out, whooped ass.
Real quick, too, the other part about bringing Wagner in and keeping him is it allows Luvu to be the heat-seeking missile. You're going to have to find, if you let go of Wagner, you have to find another true Mike linebacker.
Jordan McGee.
It might be Jordan McGee. But
Jordan McGee can play,
whoever it is, you got to let someone be that guy to allow Frankie Luvu to be unlocked. So
I'm sad about the Jordan McGee injury because he would have been a part of this defense. In camp, he was running at times with the ones when they went 3 backers. So it was unfortunate to see the Wagner part with the pregame speech. To me is I don't need no more John Allen doing this bit, doing the clapping, trying to motivate guys.
But he's sick of this stuff.
Yeah, sick of him not being able to get off double teams. Him and Deron Payne, those bank robbing Bama boys. Joking. Not really. But yeah, I'd probably lean Chin though. I ain't gonna lie.
I don't blame you at all.
I'd probably lean Chin just because I think
bit.
Chin's on his way to being one of the better safeties in football. So I think having him here, getting continuity, another year in this defense. It'd be hard to let Bobby go. I don't think Bobby goes and plays anywhere else, though, right?
No, that's the tough part. I think he wants to be with Dan Quinn. Yeah. I mean, heck, the only place he would go back to is Seattle just for old time's sake, it feels like. And
it'd be perfect timing right now.
I feel like for him, he enjoys being with DQ, and I think he enjoys if this team were what we expected them to be and they were at this point sitting there with 4 wins, I think Bobby Wagner would be hanging it up.
Yeah.
But I think for the fact that they are where they are and Wagner could maybe have one more chance at winning something.
It keeps you young.
As something that really you had a hand in.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, I'm keeping both of them if I have my choice, but
Oh, of course.
number one's probably Wagner. You said you got someone, Jeff? Who's your top dude?
Mine was Chin, bro.
Yeah.
And that's me. I know you off the field, it matters.
Mhm.
You know, Bobby talking back to them guys, getting them, aligned and coming out for Dan. That's great. But Chin, it shows on the field.
Yeah, I agree.
Like he's one of the guys that all right, the Commanders are playing. I can guarantee you I'm going to get a play from Chin.
Yep.
I guarantee you I'm gonna get a play from Frankie. I gotta go with Chin. Somebody, I guarantee you, if Chin was to get out, somebody will wrap him up so quick.
Big time.
And he's a playmaker too.
Yeah.
And I don't know that you can call Bobby that at this point in his career. Chin is a playmaker.
The ironic part, this is where y'all are going to try to shoot bow and arrows at me. The ironic part about us having this conversation, Chin got torched by Chigakonkwo on Sunday. Chig was giving Jeremy
he's not
Chin the blues.
but he's not a coverage guy. Let's be real.
But play devil's advocate here. What type of contract are you? Is he worth the top of the market safety contract?
No.
Is he's in that mid tier probably, right?
Yeah. I mean,
I think he's got the potential to get to.
If we're asking top dollar, yeah. I mean, you've seen it. What's he been in the league? 5 years, 4 years? And
same class as Chase Young, so 2020.
Yeah, so this would be his 5th year, right? Because they didn't. You've seen it 2 out of 5 years. So you've seen it 40% of his career, right? Like the first year he was darn near rookie of the year.
Mm-hmm.
This year he's been really, really good. So I don't think he gets a huge contract in terms of top of the market, but yeah, he's going to get a pretty payday for what he's done this year.
Yes.
800-636-1067. You want to hop in on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. I want to talk offense in just a second, but first let's get some phone calls.
I've never taken a call from this guy before. He don't call during my slots. Commander Tequila.
Commandante.
What's going on, bro?
Hey,
man?
guys. How you doing? Oh, I would do this. All right, hear me out. I will resign all of them to a 2-year contract with a 3-year optional because we're doing so good this year. All right, we only have one problem right now is catching that damn ball. That's it. Okay, yeah, we got flags here and there from our CB, but then he's doing his job too as well. How many CBs not get flagged and not doing their job?
You already started sipping? Have you already consumed tequila today, Commander Tequila?
Oh, every morning, brother. I get out work at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Is he serious, Jeff? Is he calling every day?
You can't drink all day if you don't start in the morning, right? That's what they say.
What they say is 5 o'clock somewhere, right? Commander Tequila, we appreciate your call, bro.
Appreciate it, Commandante. I got one from the chat here.
Yeah.
Deborah says, bring back Sam Hartman.
For the ladies. Slinging Sammy Hartman. That's one bit I got to stop. I can't just put slinging in front of every guy that's named Sam. It's not fair to the real slingers out there.
Yeah, like
the real
Sammy
slingers
Ball.
of America.
I do like Sam Hartman.
Yeah.
He was a butt of a few of my jokes at training camp.
Well, I'm not going to pull a Danny Rouillet and tell you how handsome I think he is, but
he's a great quarterback if you're just going for looks. We'll put it that way.
He's a good friend as well.
He's
Jaden's best friend.
Well, he's in a great spot.
Yeah.
He's a perfect spot. You're best friends with the stud quarterback, and they're going to try to keep him around for that reason. Yeah, good spot to be in. Strategic friendship. Good job, Sammy.
Let's go to Reese. Reese's or Reese? Reese's? Reese's in St. Mary's.
Yeah. I got a little spin with it. Hit me out a little bit. I'm signing 90% of them back, but I'm getting rid of Javon Payne and Allen because this is the reason. Because we got so caught up in what Aaron Donald did that we need to go back and go get Circles and Adams, 350s to shut down the run, push the pocket, and I'm signing everybody back except them two because they ain't gonna say they garbage, but they don't do with the money they got.
That's
and we will maybe use their money, huh?
That's 100% valid. For what they're getting paid to do, they don't do it.
They can't even beat. What gets me is they can't. You're like in their game, you're gonna see somebody show out one game out the year. You'll never see Jerome Payne or Allen show out like, damn, they won that game for us. Damn, they created something. Come on, man. I mean, I can go out and do what they doing.
Yeah. I mean, what Jalen Carter did to this team shows you what a defensive tackle can do when they're wrecking a game. And the last time we saw that with Deron Payne was before he got paid. And John Allen hadn't done that in a long time. The problem is they do this all the time in training camp for a couple of periods every single training camp. They dominate this offensive line, but then they face another team in other colors and they don't feel like showing up.
Yeah, because number one, they don't have the weight. We need to go get Syracuse and Adams,
that's not this scheme though. That's just not what this scheme wants. They want.
We got to shut down the run.
They want
to beat the Eagles. Not to cut you off. To beat the Eagles, we got to shut down the run.
That's 100% valid.
I hear you.
Great phone call. Yeah,
Appreciate you, brother.
My call.
Appreciate you, brother. I just think in this scheme, right? They drafted Mozzie Smith last year in Dallas.
Yeah,
Mozzie's not a space eater. Mozzie's a get up field, twitched up type of guy. That's what they
also
want.
Sucks.
Yeah, he's terrible.
The other thing too, I don't want to get carried away with like where they're at. Like we're gonna get to the offensive side in just a second. Where they're at, it's gonna be nice to keep some of these guys, but some of these people are calling in saying keep all of them. You can also upgrade. You've got a lot of cash. So like we're talking about a Benjamin St-Juste. If they don't keep Benjamin St-Juste and keep his, 4, 5, 6, whatever he's going to make and throw that on to some other legit corner in free agency, I'd prefer that over BSJ or Igbenogany or, Chin and Wagner are different in those scenarios. But if we're looking at maybe even a Fowler, is it like, do you keep the 8 that you were going to give Fowler and go get a legit 3-down edge rusher?
Yeah.
So they've got a lot of cap space that they don't have to just feel like we got to keep our own guys. They can also upgrade at those positions.
Yeah, for sure. The other thing, too, about edge rusher and offensive line in free agency, those guys normally don't hit free agency if they're legit. So buyer beware is what I would say
100%
on some of those positions.
800-636-1067. You want to hop in on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. We'll hit a break here. I want to get to the offensive side of the ball. Not as impactful of players on that side that need to be re-signed, but there are some that
got one guy that has to be back.
Yeah, we got to talk about that next on the offensive side of the ball. Which of these guys needs to be back? You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley on the Fan. Speed Mitch and Finley on a Vodka Red Bull Friday, sponsored by Scotty's Vodka, Maryland's own handcrafted vodka. Also brought to you by Rude HVAC Equipment. Remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right. Want to take a look at the offensive side of the ball. Toby Altizer, Linnell Willingham in for the guys today. Want to take a look at the offensive side of the ball. Which one of these guys, or how many of these guys that are on expiring contracts need to be back? So I'm going to just go through a couple of names. You pick out which one you want. You got Marcus Mariota. You got Noah Brown, Zach Ertz, Corn Lucas, McNichols, De'Ami Brown, John Bates, Chris Rodriguez, Olamide Zaccheaus, Trent Scott. Which of those names intrigues you?
There is one clear answer. Seriously. There's one clear answer on that list because it's not a star-studded list. You can go without a lot of those guys, if I'm being real. That's why they're on one of your deals. You have to get John Bates signed. Do you know how important John Bates has been to this year?
Dude,
I know he had the fumble
he was
against
so
Dallas.
important against Dallas with that fumble.
I know he had the fumble against Dallas, but when you think about how well this offensive line has played, they're asking him to essentially be a damn tackle. And he's chipping, he's helping guys out. He's been tremendous all year long. He just can't hold on to the football against Dallas. I get it.
Well, I mean, he's essentially
he's the best blocking tight end in football, is what they call him.
He's a blocking tight end,
and I see it.
And I have no issue with that because he's not going to get paid a lot.
Hey, somebody might show John Bates the bag.
No, they won't.
He would be I don't know when I say the bag, relatively speaking, but
for a blocking tight end.
For me, he's the guy that really, really needs to be re-signed on this offense. Because you can't. All the other guys are replaceable, I think, easily. I don't think you can just replace what John Bates is done here, especially this year.
So to me, the guys that stand out, there's really, I would say 3 that I would bring back. I understand your Bates point. He probably would be a 4th for me. Again, these guys are all replaceable. So if they don't keep them, there's no big deal.
I don't know that about Bates. You may have the best at that position blocking tight end. He may be the best blocking tight end in football.
So your point about Bates, fine. I would keep Mariota. I think that Mariota is a really good backup for what they're trying to do. You saw when he stepped in against Carolina. I'd try to keep Mariota. I would try to sign him to like a 2-year deal. Keep that guy around just as the backup if anything goes poorly. I think personally Hartman's sticking around for me as well, but probably just a practice squad guy as like the emergency quarterback.
Wait, what?
I think Hartman's a better football player. No, I think Hartman's a better football player than he is practice player. He looks terrible when he's running drills. When he actually goes and plays football, I think he's okay. But he also, I'm talking 3rd string guy. Like he's nothing more than that.
Get your priorities in order.
I mean, they need someone to put on the front of their programs and stuff, right? Noah Brown, I would keep. Now, he can't be my wide receiver 2, but if he can be my wide receiver 3 or he can be a wide receiver 4, he's a heck of a blocker. And I think he can be a reliable option, but you've seen so far this year that when he's asked to be the number 2 receiver, he can't do that. But I would try to keep him around. I can't think he's commanding too much. The other guy is Cornelius Lucas. To me, he's a swing tackle.
33.
He'll
be 34 next year.
He's older, but I think he's a solid swing tackle.
Mm-hmm.
He can play both sides. I was so thankful, dude. So thankful. Andrew Wiley's out. Please don't put Trent Scott at right tackle.
Well, no, seriously.
Please.
And I hope OG Bobby Johnson, everybody over there in Ashburn's listening right now. I texted JP before the game started because JP kind of had like broke the news, I guess, when he showed the warm-up starters. I said, thank God.
Right.
I say it all the time during commercials, and I know people just think I'm some big fat tub of goo. Trent Scott couldn't block me. I swear to God, you give me 10 pass rushing reps versus Trent Scott, I'd win 6. 6 is a high number.
So Cornelius Lucas, I think, is someone I would
For
prioritize bringing back. He's not going to get anything crazy. The one dude that I am done with on this list that has played a prominent role for this team, and I think we both are in agreement with this, tight end Zach Ertz. I appreciate your service.
Catch and fall himself.
I thank you for helping some of these young tight ends get understand the ropes of the business. I'm going to get somebody that catches the football and doesn't immediately fall.
So I'll say this to Zach Ertz's defense. Bear with me here. For a guy that, how old is Zach Ertz? The best trait about Zach Ertz at 34 years old, playing tight end in the NFL in this uniform, probably the swaggiest 34-year-old offensive tight end in the league. The double armbands. He goes visor at times. Soccer socks. I can say nothing positive about Zach Ertz. So now he competes his tail off in the run game.
Let me say this.
I'll give you that.
I think it was a smart move because one of the toughest positions to come in and immediately make an impact. And this is something that you see people talking about on Twitter. They're talking about it in the chat from time to time. People are calling in about it. Where's Ben Sinnott? Why isn't Sinnott out there? And look, we're all wondering that same question. But also, if you look historically around the league, wide receiver used to take 3 years, it felt like, to acclimate. Now it's a first-year thing. Quarterbacks are getting in there right away. Offensive linemen getting in there right away. The one position that seems to struggle acclimating because of what they're asked to do is the tight end position. It takes a little while. And Brock Bowers is kind of an anomaly. Like Sam Laporta, like those guys are anomalies. You don't get tight ends that like come in and immediately make that sort of an impact. For me, with Sinnott, what you did a really good job of is he doesn't have to make that impact. Next year, I need to see it.
The whole thing about Sinnott, I don't think Sinnott's a tight end an ideal, or he's like an H-back to me.
Well, that's what they drafted him as well. They use it.
I feel like he's more Kyle Juszczyk than he is.
Correct. Remember when they drafted him, Peters was like, I see a little Juszczyk and Kittle. So he's a little bit of both. I think he can give you some of that run after catch. I think he can give you a little bit in the block game.
Oh, he blocks they asked him to do a lot in the run game.
So to me, and that's why I don't have an issue with what Ertz has done for the season, why you brought him in. I'm glad they had him because it's a tough position to acclimate to the NFL when you're coming over as a college guy. But with that being said, I need a guy that when I throw him the football on a 4-yard drag doesn't fall down.
Yeah,
I need a guy that fights for some extra yardage at the tight end position of all positions because you're supposed to be the tough guy on the offense.
The one thing, and I make jokes about Ertz because the age thing is funny, and he tortured us for years. He does get separation.
Well,
like,
and that's
he pushes off.
He's a savvy vet.
Like, he hasn't been as bad as I'm making it seem. I'm like, you can just tell he's old.
But I think, as much as we talk about the leadership with Bobby, I think the leadership there in terms of,
I'm curious.
If you're Ben Sinnott in that room, I don't know that he's back for another year and talking about Zach Ertz. I would be picking his brain every single day. Like, hey, how'd you get that separation on that end?
Yeah.
How'd you find a way to get that cushion? When you're seeing this coverage, what are you looking at? Where do you find the soft spot? Because I think Ertz still does a good job of all that stuff. But respectfully, there's a reason why he wasn't the most sought after tight end on the market. It's because
was he Washington's first free agent signing this offseason?
Yeah,
technically he was literally the very.
He struggles. Jeff, you got anybody on the offensive side that you're like they got to bring back?
That they have to. I'm kind of on the agreement with y'all said is though we could do without him. I actually, if we could get more out of Zach, I would do it.
Interesting.
I would do it.
Could you go a whole nother year with Zach Ertz?
It would have to be a.
He's here strictly off the relationship too.
The other thing too is like
it would have to be a moving relationship. Like
it could be something too where if you brought back Zach Ertz, understanding he's going to be 35, that you brought back Zach Ertz to maybe still fill in early in the season, and then by the end of the year he's like a rotational tight end if you need him. But Sinnott's the guy.
I'm gonna be real with you, and maybe I'm pulling this completely out of my wazoo. He just doesn't seem like the type of vet that will be okay being phased out. Zach Ertz got an ego about him. Brother called his 500th reception on Sunday. Like he's always been a starter on every team.
Well, I mean, if you want to have the ego, that's fine. But you can.
I just worry. Not saying that he wouldn't do it. I just would be like.
Also, I would keep C-Rod around too.
Yes. Chris Rodriguez.
We need someone.
You guys are in love with average.
Now
he ain't average, dog.
Average, dog.
Of course, he had that problem. He had that problem fumbling earlier in his career.
Yeah, Kentucky too. That's why I was missed.
He's a power back, man.
But
power back.
I'll say he's
done well and played well.
But I say when B-Rob is not there, that's the only other back I see that pounds the ball consistently like that.
His only above average trait is being a pass blocker. I think he's like pretty good pass pro too.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's a solid running back. I like Chris Rodriguez.
Anybody could have ran through. Max, how much you would have ran for Sunday? Max would have probably went for 2 bills Sunday. The holes were massive.
Well, I don't know if you caught this yesterday, but Logan Paulson said you couldn't run for 2 bills.
Well, that's because Logan, me and Logan have a little athletic back and forth going on because Logan tried to.
Because Logan was an NFL player and you most definitely were not.
Well, no, he tried to earhole me at training camp off some trying to show me what he was seeing, and big fella's big, man. You walk
You
up on
think?
big fella, you realize big fella is a big
There's
fella.
certain people I don't mess with. I don't. Jeff's always messing with B Mitch. I wouldn't mess with B Mitch. I wouldn't be messing with Logan Paulson. There's certain people I just wouldn't be messing with.
Jeff, all right.
Well,
Jeff,
one of these times
Jeff,
I just want
I
to see B Mitch, one time just lose it a little bit on Jeff. I think that'd be a little bit fun.
You don't want to see that. It'll be a tornado in this office.
Let's take a break. Coming up next, Ask Toby and Linnell and the one and only Jeff Too Funny. Ask him anything. Next here on B Mitch and Finley.
Hello, everyone. Well, Alex Ovechkin is back on the ice preparing for his return. It will not come this weekend, but his Caps are in Canada for consecutive games. Tonight at the first place, Toronto Maple Leafs at 7. Tomorrow at the last place, Montreal Canadiens at 7. Listen to both games here on The Fan. The Wizards remain home after a 137-101 loss to the Dallas Mavericks last night. Washington will host the Denver Nuggets Saturday at 7. They then take on the Memphis Grizzlies Sunday at 7, both at Capital One Arena, and they can both be heard on the Team 980. College hoops, the Hoyas are at West Virginia tonight at 7. Listen on the Team 980. Virginia Tech looking to upset Pitt as they welcome the Panthers at 2 to Blacksburg tomorrow. Here on the Fan. Maryland is at 8th ranked Purdue Sunday at noon. That's on the Team 980. Boise State and UNLV match up in college football for a playoff spot tonight. And then huge college title games tomorrow. Iowa State is taking on Arizona State in the Big 12 final. That's at noon. You can hear Georgia and Texas in the SEC title game at 4 on 1580 a.m. And at night, the Big 10 championship game, Penn State and Oregon at 8. The ACC crown on the line with SMU facing Clemson also at 8. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
What does JP say? It's high noon in the District of Columbia. Well, it's high noon in D.C. today. It's a Vodka Red Bull Friday, sponsored by Scotty's Vodka, Maryland's own handcrafted vodka. Also, we're brought to you by Rude HVAC Equipment. Head over to rude.com to find a contractor near you and available tax credits and rebates. RUUD. Remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right. 800-636-1067. The MGM National Harbor listener lines are wide open. You can ask me. You can ask Linnell. You can ask Jeff. Anything. You want to talk about, like we were talking about the JV being in. Imagine being able to ask Brian Mitchell anything. You can ask me anything. What the heck do I know? You can ask Linnell anything. We know he doesn't know anything. You can ask Jeff. If you want to know about DJ and Jeff's got you, anything else, I don't know that Jeff's got you any answers for you. You got any questions for us, Jeff?
Actually, I do.
What do you got for us, Jeff?
I'm about to take this segment off.
My question to Toby and Linnell is,
Oh, both of us.
yes, if Linnell was the left tackle and Toby was the DN
Oh, wow. So,
and Jaden was the quarterback, how many times are you sacking the quarterback?
Well, let me put it this way. I'm not sacking Jaden ever, and the reason is not because of the left tackle. The reason is because I'm never touching Jaden.
Yeah, I was about to say he will smoke you. So if you any one of y'all say
I could beat the left tackle, no
no.
problem. I could beat the left tackle, no issue.
ooh,
But
so
It-
if
it's
Linnell
just-
was that left tackle,
no
you'll
problem.
get to
No problem.
Jaden, but Jaden
no
will scramble
problem. If you
off.
put back there like a tackling dummy, that thing is getting abused.
All right, let's make it more realistic.
wow. Hold on.
Linnell
That's
at
really
left
what you
tackle,
think? What
Jeff
move?
Walker at quarterback, you at defensive end. How many times are you
I don't know
sacking?
how
I'm
a
sacking
protected
Jeff a
quarterback
bunch.
is as mobile as you, but that's
I'm sacking Jeff a bunch.
Toby. Come on.
Blowing right by you.
Come on, brother. My punch, I feel like, would knock you off your like. We are on stream.
I got to no, we're not doing this. I'm dealing in hypotheticals here because I don't want to get abused.
We do have a camera.
We do have a camera. And that
We're doing
that
this in
camera is
hypotheticals.
able to move.
Some open space.
We're
in
doing
the
this in
bullpen.
hypotheticals. Look, man, I
Number, space, and opportunity.
am not a seasoned pass rusher by any means, but I'm getting to the quarterback. If it's Jeff Walker, I'm extra motivated as well.
Well, there's that.
That left tackle also might allow me around the end. If it's Jeff Walker.
Hey, hold on. Y'all seen my 40 last year. I can get out of there.
Yeah, right.
I can get out of there.
Do you still think you're faster than me?
Then you?
Yeah.
Yes, by all means.
Like genuinely though.
Genuinely, yes. We could go and race after work.
I like to race on hardwood.
Hardwood, bro.
Yeah.
It's an alley right here.
I'm
It's
from
an alley right
I'm from
here.
Montgomery County, brother. I play on turf, hardwood. I don't do blacktop.
Y'all don't got playgrounds or blacktop.
No,
in Montgomery County?
I'm just playing on the stigma that we're rich, entitled people. My broke ass. But seriously, you couldn't beat me in the race, Jeff.
You want to race after work?
You
We can
couldn't
race right here.
Why don't you be the defensive end and Toby be the quarterback? Jeff,
Bro,
what
Toby will be a paraplegic after that. I will literally paralyze Toby because
no chance.
His back is going to be turned, and I done smoked you off the edge, and
Zero
now
chance.
he's hurt because
chance.
his spine is snapping every time I come
chance.
off the edge.
800-636-1067. You want to hop in on the MGM National Harbor listener lines? Ask me, ask Linnell, ask Jeff. If you want to ask Max a question, feel free as well. Ask us anything during this segment.
Why do they keep spelling your name Jeph in the chat?
They're shout out to the chat. No, PH makes what sound, Linnell?
We did get
Jeff.
we got a question earlier in the chat. We got a question. I got one on Twitter a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
This is an intriguing one. We didn't get to talk about this a little earlier. He said, Greek Tony Montana said, how long will it take until the Wizards win their next game? They've dropped 16 in a row. When's the next time we see a Wizards win? Let's quickly look at their schedule.
I don't even want to do this. This is why, first of all, I love the opportunity to sit in middays, afternoon drive, whatever. Man, past 6:30 p.m. is when I really get to be who I actually am. We're going to talk Wizards here coming up in a second, but holy cow.
Well,
are we already getting to, because man, I told you I've been waiting for this.
16 in a row.
I've been waiting for this because it's rare you get to talk Wizards. But damn. I don't even know where to start. I go back to one, I know why the contract details of Brian Keefe were not released when he got his contract this summer. Notice that, right? There's no information out there on how long of a deal he has. And I don't know, bro. I'll wait till we get into the actual segment because I don't want to.
Well,
I have
let's
numbers.
just look. When's the next time the Wizards win? They face the Nuggets tomorrow.
Do they win again in the year 2024? Have they won their last game?
Let's look at the games in December. They got the Nuggets.
It's embarrassing.
They got the Grizzlies. Grizzlies are 15-8. And by the way, they drew the short end of the stick for not staying in the NBA Cup because now they got another game against the Cavaliers and then another game against the Celtics.
But they're not even competitive, dog. Like, that's what's killing
What's their
me.
next chance to win? The Hornets on December 19th.
LaMelo gonna give them 50.
The Bucks, the Thunder, the Hornets again,
Bro.
and then back-to-back games against the Knicks.
This is what happens.
That might be it. Their games against the Hornets might be it. Are they going to win 10 games?
Mark Williams is going to abuse Alex R. I'm sorry.
That's bad,
He's
man.
a grown man. I'm
bad.
joking. But I look at it, man, they're probably not catching a dub till maybe New Year's Day against Chicago.
It's just not good.
I got another question for y'all.
What you got?
My answer is New Year's Day against Chicago.
Realistically,
okay.
How deep do you got us going into the playoffs?
Oh, I like it.
If we keep this wild card spot locked up, how deep do you got?
So do you want to just as currently constructed in the NFC playoff picture right now?
Yes.
All right. Well, right now they play Philly in Philly, and I would think that they would lose to Philly.
You would think.
So I would say that they're going to lose in the wild card round. If they are able to get up to the 6th seed, then I could see them getting to the divisional round. I think that's key right there. If they can get up to the 6th seed and they're just now one game behind Green Bay, then now we're talking. You could potentially get up there and win a playoff game. If they have to face Detroit or Philly, I don't like their chances. So I would say, as things stand right now, I think they're one and done in the playoffs.
Yeah, I just hate being painted as the bad guy. I agree with exactly what you said, though. If they are able to get up to the 6th seed, you had a shot. I don't think they can beat Philly. I just don't.
Another question here in the chat says, can Linnell beat Jeff in an arm wrestling match? What do we think?
I mean, we can make it happen.
Do I get to warm up?
Nah, cold turkey.
It's an arm wrestling match. What do you mean warm up?
I get a
clear the space
tricep
off
dip
right
in
now.
or two.
Yeah, like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Like,
Get a tricep dip and warm them up. I'm not trying to get hurt. This right arm is needed.
Hey, yo. Yeah, I don't want to arm wrestle it now. I'm good.
Oh, man.
The way he just said his right arm was I'm good off of that.
Let's we had a couple calls. Let's go to Keith in DC. Keith, is this you, Jeff Uncle?
what's up, Keith?
Hey guys, what's happening? What's happening?
What happened, Keith?
So, look, I'm a very, very accomplished and never succeeded athlete. So
Nice.
I like that.
and I know competition. I know athletes when I hear and see them. So when Jeff says, "Let's go race right now," hey, bruh, I'm getting up in there. We racing right now. I didn't hear anybody accept the challenge.
I got on slides.
So I'm
I got
not
on
back
slides.
my man Jeff.
I got on slides. If I had on my feet,
I don't care. We doing bare feet,
I
bruh.
will run bare
Bare
feet.
feet.
I'm with it.
You
I
said
ain't gonna lie, my
hardwood.
feet would jack that concrete up. If we was running outside,
Hey,
we
look,
did
but
have to
it's love-
replace the
it's
carpet in
love
this
all
joint.
day.
I
Hey,
promise
look.
you.
My feet look like they came from the dusty parts of Africa, and that's all good. I'm still gonna race barefoot out here to race Jeff. So let's go. Go ahead and put that down on paper.
DC got enough potholes.
Why,
We don't
why
need
did
to
you
be
say
running
that so
outside barefoot.
confidently?
Because that's what athletes do. So if Jeff is putting himself out there, put yourself out there. Go ahead and race right now after the show.
He's scared. He's scared.
I'm not racing in
If
football.
you're watching, if
Because
you're watching the
this is what
stream,
happens.
Barefoot,
he's
You
scared.
Linnell.
the neighborhood butt whooping all day, but you get out there and you lose like a man. You win like a man. You lose like a man. Go ahead and do it.
When a man challenges you to a race, you do it, says DC Dave in the chat.
You
But
have to.
Jeff been stretching all morning. I've been sitting in this
Hey,
chair.
it
He
don't
has
matter.
theoretically he
It
has the
don't
upper hand.
matter. Oh,
one
man,
thing
it
one
don't
thing we
matter.
know, Keith, is Jeff is ready to go because all he does during the show is stretch.
Yeah, literally.
That's literally
Hey,
all he
works
does.
with- hey, he's with B. Mitch all the time. He better not stretch every day.
That's true.
Why
That's
I
true.
keep acting like my man Jeff wouldn't hold his own. Yes.
I'm still gonna hold down Jeff, the DJ, the athlete, my man.
My boy.
Appreciate you. Uh-oh. So someone from the chat has now entered the phone lines. Juke! What's up, brother?
Fellas, what's going on?
What's
Hey,
going on?
this is more of a statement than a question. I hope y'all know it's all love from
for
us in the
sure.
chat.
Come on, brother.
This is just initiation to the fam, fellas. We rocking with y'all.
Appreciate it.
you, man.
All right.
Oh, that's all you called in to
So
say,
you
Juke?
ain't have a question, Juke?
Yeah, I mean, it's the question is ask us anything. It's not tell us that you like us. I mean, I like that. I like that you like
You
what we're
like
doing.
You like that?
But ask us a question.
I
Ask us a question.
have a question.
What do you got?
Toby?
What?
Which DC sports franchise do you think has the best coach?
I was debating this the other day. The coach that I like the most is Spencer Carberry.
I know you're a big carbs guy. You were saying
Love
that.
Spencer Carberry. And it's tough because Davey is such a good guy.
Yeah,
And Davey has won a World Series. So I feel wrong saying it.
I hear you.
But I love Spencer Carberry. But who is the best coach?
Carbs got juice. Carbs just brings the juice. Yeah.
With all due respect to Brian Keefe, they've lost 16 in a row. He's out of the conversation.
Who was talking about Brian Keefe? I said coach, not keeper.
I said coach.
He's the keeper of the
He's the
Wizard
head
Zoo.
coach. I really like Carbs. I think the best coach for what they're doing with their talent level, it might be Carbs.
That's
It's taken a
interesting.
year to turn around and get their system in place. I think Dan Quinn's right there.
Too
I
new.
like Davey,
Too new.
but I don't like Davey's managerial in-game decisions
X's
at
and
times.
O's. Yeah. He's
I
a
mean,
leader.
there's only so much you can do X's and
That's
O's
true.
and stuff in
Baseball.
baseball, but
Yeah.
I don't think he manages the bullpen particularly well at times. I'm gonna go with Coach Carbs.
Oh, I know it's early, but I gotta take Quinn, dude. It's
He's a guy. He's a
I
dude.
never seen no team in this area buy in like the Commanders are like the players are buying in right now. Like I haven't seen it.
I got another one for you guys because I cover the Nats pretty closely, but I'm curious. How much are the Nats going to spend this offseason?
How much did your Odyssey check hit for this morning? Mark, Learner family. If y'all need some coin, don't come ask this guy.
Yeah, don't ask us.
But we did just
We
get
can't
paid in
help you.
Odyssey, so we
can't
may
help
be
you.
able as a collective. We can get our Nats collective. We
With all
can
the-
start an NIL bit.
I went to a lot of games last year. With all due respect, I wasn't paying for tickets.
That's like paying to go see the Wizards.
Like I'm willing to go watch your product, but it ain't at the cost of
Yeah.
I ain't paying a lot because what they're doing right now is not acceptable. I was kind of going off on it overtime last night.
I for good reason though, bro. Especially now that so what was your like overall premise? Is that now the way the market has kind of been set?
No, the dudes are here.
Yeah.
The dudes are here. Like similar to how the Commanders are. Jaden's here, so now you go get dudes.
Right.
It's time. Your window's open. James Wood is here. Dylan Cruz is here. C.J. Abrams is here. Mackenzie Gore is here. There ain't other dudes like that coming down the pipeline. It's time to spend. It's time to go. Time to go. Let's take a break. When we come back, it's the holiday season. I'm wearing my festive, ugly Christmas sweater from the movie Elf. And we want to know what your holiday wish list is for the Washington Commanders. What do you want to see after the bye week? Is it something on the field? What do you want to see more of? What's your holiday wish list for the Commanders? 800-636-1067. You want to hop in on the MGM National Harbor listener lines? You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley on the Fan. I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Gridiron IT, tested, trusted talent. GridironIT.com. Last night, Thursday night football, the Lions beat the Packers 34-31. Also, taking a look at the NBA, the Wizards fell to the Mavericks 137-101. It was a 16th straight loss for the Wizards. They're back in action tomorrow at home against the Nuggets. College hoops tonight. Georgetown going on the road to take on West Virginia. 7 o'clock tip-off. You can hear that game on the Team 980. The Hoyas are 7-1 on the season. And tonight in hockey, the Capitals take on the Maple Leafs in Toronto. 7 p.m. puck drop right here on the Fan. Also, the Caps in action tomorrow in Montreal against the Canadiens. 7 p.m. puck drop right here on the Fan tomorrow night as well. Are you an IT professional looking to move the chains on your career? Gridiron IT specializes in placing top IT talent with the industry's top employers in the DMV and across the country. Visit gridironit.com and speak with one of their recruiters today. Tested, trusted talent, gridironit.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan. It's a Friday on B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer, Linnell Willingham in for the guys. And you know what that means. It's a vodka and Red Bull Friday, sponsored by Scotty's Vodka, Maryland's own handcrafted vodka. We're also brought to you by Rude HVAC Equipment. Head over to rude.com to find a contractor near you and available tax credits and rebates, RUUD. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right. We handled some business in the break, Linnell.
I handled some business during the break, Toby. Don't say we.
I didn't do anything. I just did an update.
Well, we did handle business during the break. Where was this comment in the chat? Because I said I was going to scroll up. Was it DC? Stretch 101. That boy, Linnell, it was almost like you didn't see my name typed correctly on the screen and chose to spell it wrong anyway. That boy, Linnell, lame as hell with all that mouth he be having. He'd be doing everything in his power to duck any type of competition with anyone for real. Clown emoji, laugh emoji.
Yeah, don't pay attention to that guy.
Just saying, brother. Talk to your people. These are y'all regulars. Better ask somebody.
I heard there was some arm wrestling in the break. Is that what I hear?
You can call it that.
It was arm sparring, I would say, because as Linnell right arm got tired, he decided to stand up.
Well, no.
And hold on. He decided to stand up and try to overpower me, and my hand still never touched the table. And then he said it was over. No, it like my hand was nowhere near the table. I think his right arm fatigued out.
Well, yeah. I think we got video coming.
It fatigued out. And our race will happen in probably the next break. Or, Toby, we was thinking you could make it happen in the next segment.
He wants to race me so bad.
We'll see what happens.
I'm sorry we didn't get that on the stream. I just thought it would be a good break activity. I'm tired, though. I told Jeff I got 1 arm per hour, brother. I need an hour break for each arm now that I've competed. You know, I don't get my competitive juices flowing that much outside of the LA Fitness gym.
What are people giving you buckets at LA Fitness? Is that what it is?
Look, I'm what you call. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty,
here's the thing.
I'm a
defender, though, at heart, right? Like, that's what I do.
Sure.
Right?
I broke my wrist one time playing defense. I haven't played defense since.
Lateral movement is my thing. I've always been told, just for a guy my size, oily hips, a dancing bear, whatever you want to call it, brother.
Yeah, whatever you want.
That's why I keep telling y'all, Trent Scott, brother. I could have.
No.
We gotta set that up.
Me and Trent Scott?
Yeah. I would love to see Trent Scott just pancake you. Just absolutely.
Somebody call me a young quagmire.
Hey, yo.
The holidays coming up. Wearing an ugly Christmas sweater. You got about 19 days until Christmas. What's on your Commanders holiday wish list? 800-636-1067. If you're going to Roger Goodell, the NFL Santa Claus, or something of that nature, what would you ask for the Commanders, for Santa Claus to bring to the Commanders this year? 800-636-1067. MGM National Harbor listener lines are open.
I would ask him to, I know I love y'all out there. I would ask him to improve the football intelligence of this fan base.
Whoa.
I just dropped my mic. No, seriously.
What are you talking about? Like,
this is a low IQ fan base.
But
it's not our fault because we're so used to losing. Well, at least our generation, our age demographic. Everyone in this office right now, in the fishbowl, here in the studio, we've all been losers our whole lives as Commander fans. And I wear it proudly because that makes me the biggest loser. I'm the loudest. Well, no fat jokes either off of that. But like that just is what it is. This fan base, seriously though, like watching the reaction of you all during the 2-game losing streak. Now the 3-game losing streak, I even got a little crazy on Black Friday, putting my
metal fork,
plastic fork in them.
Metal fork.
And Max was actually here orchestrating that. He was running OC for that.
Way to throw me into the bus.
Well, look, you're the producer.
Yeah.
You could have said no, Leno. Don't do the chords. Don't do the chords.
Show.
Y'all just let me know, Jeff. It's in there. If y'all, Pastor Willingham is nothing but a call away. He's always a call away. That's it. And it's Friday too. You know he work for free on Fridays.
Yeah, I mean,
first Friday of the month too. Come on, man.
I'm not gonna agree with you on that one.
About the fan base.
I think the average fan is the average fan. I'm not gonna say they're low IQ, but
I am.
What I want for Christmas is what I've asked for years, and I finally got some of it on Sunday. But I need to see it more and more and more.
What's that?
I need to see the ball in 17's hands
more, yeah.
About 8 to 10 times a game. Can we please get the ball to Terry McLaurin? Just continue to do it.
Yeah.
Continue to put the ball in Terry McLaurin's hands. Let him go to work.
Do you think Cliff was being petty Sunday when he lined Terry up on the right 100%. Side and threw him the ball immediately?
Absolutely. How could he not be? How could he not be being petty? Like, what do you mean? Like, is he? Yeah, he is. Cliff. I don't know how much he listens and what he
has
reads,
to, bro.
But like,
I feel like it.
Well,
maybe,
even if he's not, someone probably told him. He said, "You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to throw the first ball on the right side."
Yeah.
Just
see what they say about that.
Yeah. Well, by the way, I have no issue with that because guess what? Yeah. Terry got the ball a lot more the rest of the game too.
He did.
More of that, please, because when Terry goes, his offense goes a lot of ways as well.
So can I say this though? And this is where I get annoyed, I guess. We act as if Terry's supposed to get the same amount of targets as Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase. He's not that tier of receiver. So why do we get so upset about his target share? I understand it's less than what it should be.
I do want to talk about this because when you talk about these guys, and I remember this discussion early in the season was Terry's not a number one. Terry's not this, blah, blah, blah. I never agreed with any of that.
I was crazy saying he wasn't number one.
But here's what I think. People look at the guys you mentioned, Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, Tyreek Hill. Maybe you want to throw CeeDee Lamb in there. Take your pick of those sorts of guys. There's not many of them. There's maybe 5. Those guys are their own category. And so you're 100% right. Terry ain't Justin Jefferson. That next tier, though, where you've got the guys that are the rest of the top 10, top 15, Terry's in there, in my opinion. And so
for sure,
those other dudes are getting 8 targets a game, 10 targets a game sometimes, maybe even up to 12. And Terry's not getting that. So find a way to get him more involved. And I like what they did. I think they brought it up on the broadcast on Sunday. It was not necessarily forcing Terry the football because sometimes people are like, you got to get him the ball. It doesn't mean if he's double covered, throw it in there anyways.
Yes,
but
I agree.
Get him in the progression. Don't make him the 4th guy.
Make him sooner in the progression.
Make him early.
I agree with that.
Make him early.
But Toby, here's like, let me play devil's advocate to that. That involves other guys having the mental capacity to be able to move out of their spot. Because everyone wants to say, well, just move Terry around. In order for Terry to consistently get moved, other guys have to be comfortable in other positions too. And maybe that's just not the case, right? Maybe guys don't know every position at wide receiver in this offense. They should, because that's just what any offensive coach would tell you. But we understand the reality is what the reality is. So that may be a part of it.
Yeah, and, with all due respect to the other guys, if they can't learn another position, then get off the football team. It's not that difficult. And I can't imagine what Cliff is asking them to do, which is a very simplified thing.
Yeah,
if they can't understand it, then
they run sail, they run smash, they run dagger. Like they don't. It's not a complex route tree in terms of like concepts.
But
yeah,
that would be at the top of my Commanders holiday wish list. When 17 is involved, the offense is just so much better. And it's
is.
like I said, it's not like you have to force it to him, but look his way at least. Because too often there were throws where at points in the season where it's not even looking towards Terry.
So can I give you a few numbers that really jump out to me when it comes to Terry? To his credit, right? Now he hasn't had the bye week yet, like some of the other guys have. So the numbers may regress back to the mean. He's third in the NFL in receiving yards, second in touchdowns, and he's the only guy in the top 15 that's below 85 targets. Him and Nico Collins. We know Nico Collins missed a pretty significant chunk of time.
Nico's
a dog.
He was going nuts before he got hurt.
He's a dog, yeah. But so I do agree with you got to get him the football more. I just still continue to love Jaden's response to this when he gets asked about it at the podium. I'm going to go where the progression takes.
Well, and by the way, that's how the offense is built as
Right.
well. This isn't an offense that is built that you go to a specific guy. Not to say you can't still find ways to get him the football, but it's more so I want to get to certain areas. I want to do certain things.
For sure.
Jeff, what's your holiday wish list? What's on yours? What's your top wish?
My biggest wish is for health.
Yeah.
Yeah,
for sure.
Health. Because we can go on all the runs we want.
Yeah.
We could wish for playoffs all we want, but if we don't have the bodies to do it, we can't do it. So that's my biggest one.
Yeah.
And that's really just it, dude. I feel as though I feel as though
I mean, that's a huge one because let's be real. Like when we were talking about this team yesterday and we were talking a little bit about how maybe they're not as skilled. You want to know when they're really not going to be as skilled? When you lose some of these top guys and you have to start going to their reserves.
Well, that's why them having a late bye in year one of a rebuild for them, it's
so
tough the way it broke for them.
Big time tough. 800-636-1067. You want to hop in on the MGM National Harbor
I
listener
have one
lines.
more.
What you got?
One more. We gotta beat the Cowboys. I don't care how successful
true.
our season. We gotta beat the Cowboys. Like I know B and some of the players, they always like, yo, we don't care about that game, but they gotta also understand it's a fan side of this too. And I can't deal with it.
Jeff, you from around here.
Make it a whooping so that Jerry Jones is crying up in his suite.
Yeah.
Demolish them.
Jerry Jones has plenty of other things to cry about, including his love life.
Hopefully nothing falls in the stadium when they open the roof.
You from here though, bro? Flowers Wise is a bigger rivalry than Commanders Cowboys to me.
Not true.
Angel Reese versus Caitlin Clark.
You got to think, if you from here, you understand, bro. Most people families are split.
Yeah, that is true.
Down the middle, Cowboys, Commanders.
I'll give you that.
Yeah, they're no longer family if they cheer for the Cowboys.
Yeah, I was saying during Dallas and Washington week, it's always. I said it in my song. It's the game that brings so many people together.
Yeah,
but it splits so many families apart.
That's true.
I'm curious on your thoughts on this because to me, growing up, my age group, that wasn't a real rivalry in terms of on the field. Like I don't feel that hatred from what I experienced, but I grew up watching VHS tapes, VCR of the rivalry and the history between the Cowboys and the Redskins and understanding what that rivalry was for people in the 70s and the 80s and the 90s. And so my family ingrained it into me that I hate Dallas. Like everything else, seemingly like the hatred has kind of waned. I hate Dallas. I hate the Cowboys. And that has stayed. The rivalry to me that I feel most personally about, even though Dallas is still number one, if they're a 10, 9.9 to me is an Eagles rivalry because I feel that more. But I understand where you're coming from, Jeff, that like it's ingrained in you that you cannot stand the Dallas Cowboys. And so they're my number one disdain team.
That's exactly what it is. And
I hear that.
Like I said, dude, even if we was to go 15-2,
and we lost to Dallas,
Dallas fans will not let us hear the end of
That's
it.
True.
So like it's just like you said, Toby, it's ingrained.
Yeah.
This is bloodline beef. So, but it is what it is.
800-636-1067. We'll get to some of your phone calls on the other side of the break. What is on your wish list for Santa to give the Commanders down the bye, after the bye, 4 more weeks left. What do you have on your holiday wish list for the Commanders? You're listening to Beamish and Finley on the Fan. It's a Vodka Red Bull Friday. B. Mitch and Finley, brought to you by Scotty's Vodka, Maryland's own handcrafted vodka, also brought to you by Rude HVAC Equipment. If it ain't rude, it ain't right. Toby Altizer, Linnell Willingham in for B. Mitch and Finley today. We're asking you in lieu of the holiday season, 19 days until Santa leaves you some presents under the tree. What is on your Commander's holiday wish list? 800-636-1067. You want to hop in on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. Linnell says, raise the IQ of the fan base a little bit. Jeff is wishing for good health the rest of the way. I'm wishing for Terry McLaurin to get the ball early and often the rest of the way. What say you guys? 800-636-1067 on the MGM National Harbor listener line.
Phoners. Matt in Stafford. What's up, Matt?
Hey, happy Vodka Red Wolves Friday.
Vodka Red Wolves.
Hey, you got a youngest in charge battle royal going on in the studio right now. It's pretty great. And I know the young man answering the phones, he's super sharp, and you got Stallion back there too, of course, Jeff. But gentlemen, what I wanted to say was, and one more thing. I think my son someday, he might be listening to all of you. You got that kind of junkie-like chemistry going here. It sounds good. But
I appreciate you. I appreciate you, man.
Christmas story, Ralphie, he keeps saying that he wants the Red Ryder BB gun, and they keep telling him no. They open up all the gifts, and Randy even got the blimp, and you think, oh, man, he's not going to get it. And his dad says, there's something in the corner over there. Well, he finds the BB gun, and just like that, Santa's going to come through, and they're going to drop the new name of the Commanders on Christmas.
Oh, my God.
The Washington Red Wolves. Oh!
Hey, I ain't gonna lie, man. If I get to howl and make inaudible noises, I'm down for a name change.
Appreciate y'all. Have fun. Love you.
Appreciate it, man. I'm
my
not
guy,
gonna,
Matt and Steph.
I'm not gonna lie. He gave a long lead up, and we're just gonna go back to the name thing. I was expecting something good.
That's definitely undersold.
Look, man, it's similar to the stadium thing for me with the name.
Thank you, Toby.
I don't care, man. Just win football games. I don't care what your name is. Keep the colors is the main thing for me. Burgundy and gold till I die. Keep that. I don't care what you call yourselves. I don't care what the logo is. I don't care where you play as long as it's in the DMV. Doesn't matter. Just win.
Just win. That's it. I honestly would be okay. I need the black uniforms used more.
No.
What? Toby.
They're so cool. I'll give you that. If we're in a vacuum, if they were wearing these as a college uniform, if my Hokies of Virginia Tech were wearing these, or if Maryland was wearing them up the road, it'd be sick. They don't look like my football team that I grew up watching.
Wow.
That's all I will say. Last year I was very out on them. This year, they're 2-0. Jaden makes them look really cool. That being said,
aura, man.
Bring me back the old unis.
I'm gonna lie, I'd rather have the black uniforms than the old unis.
No chance.
I'm sorry.
No
These
chance.
Black uniforms are hard.
Like go back to week one. Go back to the week one. You're watching Jaden walk in the vintage Doug Williams jersey. Come on, that jersey's sick.
It's so.
No, don't even say bad about that uniform. It's a classic.
Bland.
No, it's not. It's awesome.
So I just really do enjoy the black unis, though.
They're cool.
They're one of the best in the league.
To me, there's certain things I don't want to change up. Washington was a classic franchise. Whatever with the name stuff and the logo, whatever. You can still leave me with the beautiful jerseys that I had.
Yeah, for sure. Let's go to Henry in Northwest. What's up, Henry?
Hey, fellas. Happy Friday and all that
Happy
good
Friday,
stuff.
Brother.
Hey, I can't stand us in that black because it looked like we playing Pittsburgh, who just whooped our ass in black. Anyway, my thing is this: for Christmas, for Santa to bring us, I want us to win 5 straight games. Sweep the fucking these next 4, get one good playoff win, and I'm happy.
I like it.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, fellas. You're doing a good job. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Yeah, I like that. You go for 5 straight wins. You're getting a You're getting a playoff win in there. Yeah, I like that. I like that. 5 straight wins, 4 down the stretch. That would mean, by the way, this
First
team
one since
12-5.
Woo!
Winning a
You know what's so
playoff game.
As cool as it is to win in year one, and we appreciate the call, Henry. This is the worst it's going to be. I can't wait till I get to that point in my fandom where, like, I expect them to win because I'm still not there yet, right? Because they broke my trust against Dallas. I keep telling you, I think I'm just talking. I'm almost at that point, man, where we expect this team to go out and win. That's what I'm excited for. And when we get to talk about all the playoff chatter and whatnot, like, think about this. Can you relate to this, Toby, as a younger fan? Max and Jeff, y'all chime in on this too, right? I would always get so geeked up to see this team playing prime time because they never put us in prime time, bro. And I remember for years, I would like pause everything in life to hear Al Michaels talk about the team or just some of the national broadcasters that we never get to have our games done over. That was random, but
no, I like it.
It fits.
I like it. Yeah, I mean, I forget who brought it up on Twitter, but next year, this team's going to have a lot of those things. You're going to be on Sunday Night Football. You're going to be on Thursday Night Football, Monday Night Football. People are going to want to watch this team. People are going to want to see Jaden Daniels. I mean, he is so much fun to watch, must-see TV. And the crazy part is, what if he just gets better?
You don't think he is?
I think he is.
He got the work ethic.
I'm just saying, dude, this dude's already incredible. Yeah. He's going to get better.
It makes me smile, Toby.
And by the way, the other thing that makes me smile so much about this, too, is this is with, like, a bare-bones team.
I know.
Like, they're going to spend money this offseason and improve this football team if they nail another draft. I mean,
it's almost like they're reverse engineering. Because when he gets paid, what are you going to have to do? Elevate people around you. You're going to have to cut costs to certain positions. He's already shown he can do it. So I like that. But you're right, though. This is probably the worst we'll see him, and he's a dog.
800-636-1067. What's on your Commander's holiday wish list? Max, you got anything that's on your holiday wish list?
For the rest of this season, probably not. Wide receiver 2 and CB2 are probably on my wish list going towards the offseason.
Definitely.
Yeah, I think so. I think when you look at the offseason, they've got a lot of places that they can definitely improve. Also, at the end of this segment, make sure you're listening. We'll get you set up with a chance to win some Globetrotters tickets. 800-636-1067 when we get to that in just a couple of minutes. But first, let's get out to the phones. What is on your holiday wish list?
Netta. Out in Brandywine. What's up, Netta?
Can you hear me?
We got you.
We got you.
Okay. The Commanders, they exceed all my expectation being 8-5, but all I want for Christmas is to whoop Dallas butt. That's all I want.
I love it.
I can get down with that, Netta.
I love it.
Appreciate the call.
800-636-1067. You want to hop in on the MGM National Harbor Listener Lines. Coming up in the next segment, we're going to talk with Tyler Dunn from Go Long TD. We'll talk with him about the Bills. He covers them. He used to cover the Packers as well. Get his thoughts on what happened last night. But right now, we'll give you a chance to win some Harlem Globetrotters tickets. Be caller number 10 to win a 4-pack of tickets to see the Harlem Globetrotters on Friday, March 7th at Eagle Bank Arena. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more information, visit thefandc.com. Caller number 10 right now, 800-636-1067. Let's take a break. When we come back, Tyler Dunn from Go Long TD joins the program. I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Commuter Connections Rideshare. Call 800-745-RIDE. In the NFL, Thursday Night Football last night kicked off Week 14 of the NFL season. The Lions beat the Packers 34-31. Some other notable games coming up in the NFL this week. The Panthers will take on the Eagles. The Falcons are 6-6. They'll take on the Vikings 10-2. The Falcons currently lead the NFC South. They're the 4 seed in the NFC. The Seahawks take on the Cardinals. Seahawks 7-5, leading the NFC West. The Cardinals 6-6 behind them. They're also behind the Commanders for the final wild card spot. The Bills take on the Rams. Rams 6-6 as well behind the Commanders. Sunday Night Football, the Chargers take on the Chiefs at Arrowhead. In the NBA last night, the Wizards lost their 16th straight game as they fell to the Mavericks 137-101. Tough game tomorrow for the Wiz. They take on the Nuggets at home. College hoops tonight. Hoya's going on the road to take on West Virginia. 7 p.m. tip-off. You can hear that game on the Team 980. Georgetown looking to improve on their 7-1 record. Tonight in hockey, the Capitals taking on the Maple Leafs in Toronto. 7 p.m. puck drop right here on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Commuter Connections Rideshare. Share the ride to work. Commuter Connections can match you with others who live and work near or with you. Learn more at commuterconnections.org or call 1-800-745-RIDE. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan. Final hour of B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer, Linnell Willingham in for the guys today. And it is a Friday. It's a Vodka Red Bull Friday, sponsored by Scotty's Vodka, Maryland's own handcrafted vodka. We're also brought to you by Rude HVAC Equipment. Remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right. It's time to bring in our guest from Go Long TD, Mr. Tyler Dunn. Tyler, what's going on, dude?
Tyler, what's going on, brother?
What's up, fellas? Gosh, great to be back with you. Thanks for having me.
So do you guys have like synergy already? I know that you all are familiar with each other, Tyler. I'm a big fan of yours as well.
We've talked a few times, Tyler and I. We've talked a few times.
I'm a big fan of your expose from last year of the Buffalo Bills. It was a masterclass, Tyler.
I know some people that weren't a big fan.
There were? Who was upset about that? I don't know what the hell you're talking about. I only live in Western New York.
Well, let's start with we can start with the Bills because they're a team that you're up there close in proximity with. You cover them as well. Are they a legit threat? Like, and also, how much better are they than we thought they were going to be? Like, this is a team that was supposed to have a down year because they moved on from Diggs. They had to move on from their pair of veteran safeties and all this stuff, and yet somehow Josh Allen looks better than ever, and this team looks like they could be a real threat. They beat Kansas City. How legit are the Bills?
Hey, let's start right there. You're right, because the headline of that 3-part series was the McDermott problem. Well, he's been part of the solution. I mean, you've got to give him credit here. I think that it starts right there with the head coach who has discovered ways to get tight at the end of games. I think that tightness can be contagious. You can sense it and feel it and anticipate it, and 13 seconds becomes inevitable at Arrowhead. You just expect the punt at midfield or not trusting Josh Allen, your transformer of a quarterback in 4th and short situations. He has coached to win the game aggressively, believing in his players. He said it after they lost to Kansas City in the playoffs last year. Like he will choose to believe they are going to be aggressive. He doesn't even regret, going for it like on that fake punt to DeBar Hamlin. Or, next time you put it in 17's hands. That's exactly what he did against the Chiefs on 4th and 2 this regular season. So I think it starts there where, he's pushing the right buttons and just kind of letting Josh Allen do his thing. And he'll be the MVP. The defense, which has kind of withstood so many injuries, is getting healthier. And they're a team that can play violently now. And that wasn't the case even in some of their better years when they're throwing it all over the place, and they've got Brian Dable and Josh Allen, that special relationship. Like, they're able to push you around at the line of scrimmage, and that's by design. I'm looking out my window right now here in Western New York, and it's more lake effect snow. I mean, some areas have 3-4 feet of snow. They have a team that can finally win in that kind of weather.
Love that. And also love your investigative journalism, my friend. Can you do an investigation on what's happening in Atlanta right now with Kirk Cousins? This is the worst I've ever seen him look in his career to this point. Washington sees Atlanta December 29th, Tyler. You think Michael Penix is the starting quarterback for that game?
Damn, gosh, I'll be honest. I loved the approach over the off season. I feel like not enough teams think outside of the box at the position, right? Like pay for one, draft one. It's the comparison isn't perfect, but Terry Fontenot, the GM, brought up the Packers and them drafting Jordan Love when they had an MVP quarterback in Aaron Rodgers. Like there's some brilliance to having one offense and kind of cultivating another beneath it. And now we're seeing it where Jordan Love he just hits the ground running as a starter. We've seen this out of Kirk Cousins though too. He gets us excited. He teases. That Thursday night game against Tampa earlier in the season was one of the most fun games we've seen in a while. But he's got limitations. He can't move. I mean, the modern quarterback has to be able to get off a spot move. I know they lost last night. You guys see that throw that Jordan Love made to Christian Watson late in the game? I mean, he's got a linebacker untouched in his face. He just kind of sidesteps him, shrugs him aside, and just absolutely whistles it to Watts. You'd never see that kind of play out of a Kirk Cousins. Now, he's got strengths of his own, but I think in today's NFL, you've got to have a quarterback with a little something extra. So we might. I mean, we might. I was bullish on the Falcons. I'm not going to get off the Falcons quite yet, but I should probably start, dipping my toe off of the bandwagon a little.
Talking with Tyler Dunn from Go Long TD. You mentioned the game last night. What'd you make of Green Bay? It seems like a lot of people, their takeaway from last night, we all kind of knew what the Lions were, but a lot of people's takeaway was maybe this Packers team is a legit threat in the NFC. What'd you make of last night's game?
Boy, what first comes to mind is that the Lions are playing guys that I think nobody's heard of. We've got a lot of players out there. I think the average fan is probably sitting at home thinking, who in the hell is that? And how did he end up with I get it. Every team has injuries. You hate to hear coaches complain about them because everybody deals with it. It's a game of attrition. But what Aaron Glenn has had to piece together is unbelievable. I mean, they're signing Jamal Adams.
I mean, come on.
I know, like a Miles Adams at D tackle. I had no idea he was with the Lions. It's the fact that they were able to stay competitive against that offense and do what they did in the first half was impressive. So I think Aaron Glenn will be a head coach somewhere. God, he should be. I know guys love playing for him. Yeah. So it's just a typical Lions win because Dan Campbell knew how he had to coach that game. Like he knew the offense would have to carry the day and that he'd have to be even more aggressive than he usually is. I mean, he's usually balls out, but this was 4 or 5 on fourth down, and he's going for it at his own 30. The one time he failed, and at the end of the game, I don't know how many coaches pull the trigger on that fourth down when you've got a chance at the field goal, and you give Green Bay like 35, 40 seconds. But even in his mind, that's too much.
I love that move, by the way. Just end the game on your own terms.
Yeah, completely. Like you've got the chance to dictate the terms of the fight, and he will. That's just what Dan Campbell's going to do. Like everybody killed him in that NFC Championship game, but that's how he coached all year. So he's not going to change who he is. He's going to choose to believe in. And I think that's why Buffalo's starting to turn a corner. Like maybe Sean tried to flip that switch toward the end of last year, but I don't think it's a switch. I think it's like cultivated 12 months a year. Like you've got to kind of coach this way day in and day out, week in and week out, game in and game out. And your players over time realize, okay, this guy, like we know when it's fourth down, what we're going to do. Like when they went for it on that 4th and 2 against the Chiefs, there was no doubt in Sean McDermott's mind, but there was no doubt in offensive players' minds. And I was talking to Rasul Douglas after the game. He's like, yeah, like we knew they were just going to go for it on fourth down. Like whatever they needed to do to score a touchdown and go up by 2 scores to put this game away, because that's what you have to do against Patrick Mahomes.
Tyler, something we haven't talked about on the show here, a little bit of a off-topic subject, I guess. Bill Belichick interviewing for the UNC head coaching job. Do you look at Belichick as a guy who could actually function at the collegiate level, or do you think this is something to show the NFL, hey, there's interest in me, come get me?
Oh, my God. This is where we're supposed to be like, well, he's not going to be able to recruit 18, 19, 20-year-olds, and then you look, he's dating somebody who's less than a third of his age, right? Like, which is disgusting.
He's doing
by the
better
way.
than me.
I mean, why? I don't understand how this could be celebrated at all. Every time a picture pops up, I gag a little. It's just like, what are we doing here? Come on, Bill. So I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to predict anything out of Bill Belichick, because I didn't see something like that coming. I mean, maybe that would be the next phase of his career, like coach kids. I don't think it would work at all, because he had enough
maybe his
problems
girlfriend
with
can help him recruit. I was about to say, I was being serious.
Yeah, I'll bite my tongue there. You could recruiting. You could go down a few different paths. But there's got to be an NFL team out there, I would think, right? Like, there's going to be somebody that grants him an interview. And if you're Bill Belichick, wouldn't you want to take that interview? I mean, that the wins record means something to him. Legacy means something to him. He cares so much about the history of the sport. I would have to think he's going to leave that door open.
Yeah. Talking with Tyler Dunn from Go Long TD here on B. Mitch and Finley, Toby Altizer, Linnell Willingham in for the guys. So, want to go back to Detroit. You brought up Aaron Glenn. Other guy, Ben Johnson. Is he actually going to take a job this cycle? And also, last night in the pregame show, Albert Breer was giving his report and basically sounded like Ben Johnson was telling the Bears, like they got to get their stuff together, and or I'll go somewhere else. Like, I don't quite understand what that report was. Like, what are they going to do in Chicago for the head coach? And is Ben Johnson going to be their next head coach? Is he ever going to leave Detroit? Like, what is going on?
All right, that's an interesting name in your neck of the woods. You know what I mean? Like,
yes.
Yeah, and gosh, you guys are talking Commanders all day. I just absolutely love how that team, that organization is structured from the top down, and you think of all the different directions they could have gone. I mean, Dan Quinn, you just hear fantastic stuff about him from everybody around the NFL. When it comes to Ben Johnson, it sounds like I think that was exactly the message he was trying to put out there. It sure seems like it, because the Bears have everything else. They've got the quarterback. How could you not get excited about Caleb Williams and what you've seen out of him in some of these fourth quarters? Like, it hasn't been perfect, but it's been entertaining. It's fun. He clearly has it, whatever it is, and there's some weapons there. He's on that rookie deal, so you can spend money. But what's the obvious issue in Chicago? It's ownership.
Yeah,
it's so clear as day that kind of ma and pa, and they're still working through all that stadium nonsense, and they have presidents. They had Ted Phillips for a number of years, and he wasn't really involved in football. But now you've got Kevin Warren, and it's his final say. I suppose you look at Ryan Poles; he just looks so emasculated sitting next to him after they fired Eberflus. You feel bad for the guy. Like, that's who should be making the decisions. Like, I don't know. Maybe living here in Buffalo, they had a president for a number of years through their 17-year playoff drought that seemed to get in the way of things. So that could be a reason to feel a certain way. But as people down there know, like, bad owners create bad teams. Some way, somehow, it's going to leak onto the field, into football decisions. And God, the second you get some good ownership, everything just kind of turns on there with the Commanders. And you see it throughout the NFL. Sheila Ford with the Lions, right? She's going to spend money. She's going to stay the hell out of the way. Brad Holmes hired, Dan Campbell hired. Boom, they're trucking. So I think that's probably the message out of Ben Johnson. Like, yeah, I'd love to go there, but like, get your what together if I'm even going to consider this thing.
Yeah. By the way, I would love to coach Jaden Daniels over Caleb Williams, but that's my 2 cents.
Oh, yeah. Easy there, pal. Easy, Tobes. Jeez. that debate. The good thing about all of the quarterback needy teams in this year's class, I think everyone's going to end up with their future guy. And that it feels like it rarely happens. There's always some sort of bust. But this class, not going to say it's bust proof, but the early returns are pretty darn good. We're waiting on McCarthy, obviously, to get the Kevin O'Connell effect. I want to ask you about the Miami Dolphins. They're a team to me that is in a very interesting spot. I would have never given Tua that type of long-term money knowing his injury history. But when you look at their inability to win in games under 40 degrees, how big of a problem is it in reality? And at what point do you maybe need a new voice that doesn't care about the temperatures? Not saying I just want to fire Mike McDaniel, but geez.
I know, I'm with you totally, because I love Mike McDaniel. How could you not? You can see why players enjoy playing for him. He relates to them. He believes in, that all this belief stuff we're talking about. I mean, Tua Tagovailoa is staring in the mirror thinking he sucks, right? Those are his words. Like, do I suck? I mean, Brian Flores kind of went to the other extreme and beat him down. And Mike McDaniel completely turned his career around. They've won a lot of games. They've invented plays on the fly. Think about what we were saying when it came to the Miami Dolphins when they dropped that 70 burger on Denver, right? Like, this is the coach. This is the team revolutionizing everything in the sport as we know it. So there's a lot of good there. And I like Tua a lot, but hell, we get to this point of the year and the weather's going to change. Like, you can't, unless you plan on being the number one seed every year, like, you're going to have to go into the snow and the cold and the wind, and it's not going to be advantageous. And all of that timing stuff that you run with this offense, it's going to get thrown out, right? When everything's on time and he can play on schedule, this offense and this quarterback is as good as anything you'll see in football. When you go to Lambeau Field and the temperatures are in single digits, now you hear Jordan Brooks calling his own team soft. So it's a problem. Like, I don't think I'd want to fire the coach and like completely start over.
So what is it?
Is
it a mentality thing? Because I was thinking, right? They drafted A-Chain last year. They drafted Jalen Wright this year. I'm thinking, well, they've got pieces here to try to help themselves run the ball better because that's the key.
Well, maybe it's something to do with it. They're all speed guys. Is there one dude that plays powerful football on the entire Miami Dolphins team?
Jalen Wright. I got to get him the ball more. Yeah, that's interesting.
That there were players on this Bills roster, when I was working on that series that we were discussing at the top, defensive players who kind of lamented the fact that the offense was built for a dome.
Yes.
And I would kind of push back and say, is that really so bad? Like, he compared it to the greatest show on turf, one key defensive starter. I'm like, well, geez, greatest show on turf was pretty damn good. You've got a Hall of Fame quarterback and weapons all over. Like, give me that. I don't really care where you play. And he said, yeah, I like it too. But when you live in Buffalo and you see it every day and your snowblower is getting clogged, and then you take the key out because you got to reach into the snowblower to try to dig the snow out of it. And you hope your hand doesn't get shot. Like, there's a lot that goes into living around here and playing here. And it takes a certain mental makeup of a player, but also physically. Like, and they evolved. Like, the last couple of years, they started, drafting guys like Ray Davis who are physically tough, mentally tough, committed to James Cook, got stronger on the offensive line. A lot of little moves. They changed their coordinator, Joe Brady, and committed a little more to the run game without going archaic. Like, I think that was the concern. Is it going to be 1994? No, like, they're still pretty creative while they've been running the ball a little bit more. So maybe there is some kind of evolution there for the Dolphins to tap into. It doesn't have to be, fire everybody. It can be, let's draft a couple players here, sign a couple players there, and maybe we have a better shot in that game.
One final question real quick for you here. Talking with Tyler Dunn from Go Long TD on B. Mitch and Finley. The team up the road, Baltimore, they look like a juggernaut at times. They look like the team that no one can beat, and then they look like a team that can lose to Cleveland. They've lost to Pittsburgh. Philadelphia is a heck of a team, so losing to them is not embarrassing. But what are they? Like, I feel like in the AFC, like we understand the Chiefs are going to be there. We get that. Buffalo's really turned a corner this year. And, I don't know what we make of some of the other teams like a Pittsburgh or a Houston or the Chargers, but Baltimore feels like they should be in that conversation, but they're 8-5.
5 losses combined. They lost by combined 22 points, and Justin Tucker has missed 22 points worth of kicks in those games, right? Like, there's the stat of the week.
Yeah, I'm about to say, can you run that back real quick? That's amazing.
Yeah. They hammered the Bills, blew them out, which you never see. Like, even since he started coaching, I mean, Sean McDermott's team is never get blown out. They blow them out. So say, okay, it's something special here with Lamar, Derrick Henry, two freak shows at their respective positions. How do you defend them at that mesh point? I have no idea. But in the playoffs, like, the games are going to be close. I mean, they just always are. And when you're in that close game, how confident are you in your kicker? It just feels like Justin Tucker is going to cost them their season. Maybe he already has, because maybe they should be the number 1 seed right now. Maybe the road should go through Baltimore, and they already kind of blew it. I get it. At one point, he was the greatest kicker in NFL history. To a certain extent, that warrants you some leash here and some loyalty. And John Harbaugh's still standing by him. it just feels like it's going to cost them. And they've got issues on defense. Don't get me wrong. There's other problems with the team. But his misses have been damning. And if these games are close, and you can see where this is headed. It's headed toward Justin Tucker costing the Ravens their season, which is crazy to say.
That's so tough.
Seriously.
So tough. Tyler, appreciate the time, man. Always good to chat.
Man, this was fun. Thanks so much, guys. Appreciate you having me on.
Absolutely. There you heard from Tyler Dunn from Go Long TD. Fantastic reporter. Make sure you check out his stuff. Let's take a break here. When we come back, I want to take a look. Commanders got the bye week, obviously. So there's going to be football on Sunday. What do you want to see happen to help out the Commanders in Week 14? We'll give you an update on what you need for a rooting guide for the Commanders coming up this week. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley on The Fan. I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL last night, Thursday night football, the Lions beat the Packers 34-31. Taking a look at the NBA last night, the Wizards fell to the Mavericks. That's 16 straight losses for the Wizards. They lost 137-101. Wiz back in action tomorrow against the Nuggets at home. College hoops tonight, Georgetown going on the road to take on the Mountaineers of West Virginia. 7 p.m. tip-off. You can hear that game on the Team 980. The Hoyas looking to improve off their 7-1 record. In baseball, the Rays are signing catcher Danny Jansen to a one-year deal worth $8.5 million. And hockey tonight, Capitals in Canada to take on the Maple Leafs in Toronto. 7 p.m. puck drop. You can hear that game right here on the Fan. The Capitals stay in Canada and head to Montreal tomorrow. They'll take on the Canadiens tomorrow night. You can also hear that game right here on the Fan. 7 p.m. puck drop as well. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan. It's a Vodka Red Bull Friday. On B. Mitch and Finley, it's brought to you by Scotty's Vodka, Maryland's own handcrafted vodka. Toby Altizer, Linnell Willingham in for the guys on B. Mitch and Finley today. B. Mitch and Finley is brought to you by Rude HVAC Equipment. Head over to rude.com to find a contractor near you. Available tax credits and rebates are UUD. Remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right. Commanders got the Sunday off this week, a much-needed bye week, finally in Week 14. By the way, the NFL wouldn't go for this because it means so many teams are off in this time period. But, like, instead of going, like, weeks 5 through 14 are the buys, it should be, like, weeks 8 through 12.
There'd be a lot of teams you'd have to get off.
I know you'd have a lot of teams that are, like,
I think there should be
7
another mandatory built-in buy where the NFL just takes a week.
Well, there's no way they'd let everyone be off. But also, like, if they're going to add another game, which inevitably is going to happen, they're going to end up with an 18-game season, there does need to be another bye week in there.
Has to be.
100% has to be in there.
And I think maybe you can do, like, an award show or something at that period. Make it, well, I don't know, because your awards would still not be selected by that point. There's something you can do festive-wise to get the TV eyes there, because I know that's what the big thing is. I don't know that you have
to let everyone off on the same week. Like, you can still have it, but I don't know. My thing is, like, you don't have to have a full complement of games, but the NFL is so big into red zone now and what that provides that they don't ever want to have, if, say, like, everyone was off except for 10 teams and you had 5 games, that wouldn't cut it for the NFL these days.
Well, people are ready to rage out and, rage quit over there being, like, only 3 games in the 4 o'clock window. Like, people get so irate over that stuff. So I hear you on that.
That stuff is wild to me, by the way. I want to watch one game at a time, maybe watch a couple games, but I want to watch the full thing.
Red zone is
not a red zone
football god's best gift to us.
No, I'm not a red zone guy.
Love red zone.
Not
How
a red
can you
zone
not
guy.
love red zone? That's like not liking pizza.
No,
Everyone loves pizza.
No, it's not like. I don't like red zone because I want to watch actual football. I don't want to watch you just inside the 20.
But that's not what red zone. That's that sounds like someone that doesn't watch red zone. So I
don't watch red zone. But it focuses more so on the scoring, and it's cutting. I want to watch a full game. I can't give you a full breakdown if I watch red zone.
Yeah, but you can, to say that you only see what's inside the 20 is just false.
I mean, that's the whole premise of it, by the way. It's the red zone.
Yes, but it's also to get you up to speed on everything that's going on around the National Football League. You hear that, NFL corporate office?
I sound like
I'm defending your product.
I sound like a boomer when I talk about red zone and fantasy football. So I'm not.
Well, fantasy football is the stupidest.
I think red zone and fantasy football have ruined football viewership in our country.
Yeah, our country is crazy.
It has, right?
Well,
like
I thought you said "and our country," but you said "in our country."
Well, you're not "and our country."
Well, no, that's
in
why I was
our
laughing.
country.
That's
What I can't stand is like people like if a dude doesn't throw for 300 yards, like this guy sucks. No,
Well, no.
that's not how it works. And then everyone watches a Sunday night football game that doesn't end up like last night's game, 34-31. It's like a 20-17 game. Like, man, that game last night really sucked, didn't it?
Yeah, I hate when people complain about the quality of the games. Like, there's so many different ways to win in football.
Yeah.
So, like,
have you ever
get
heard
over it.
Have you ever heard of defense?
Yeah, I love defense. No, that's the crazy thing.
Well, you don't want to know what happens?
What?
People didn't watch the SEC about 10 years ago when
You would have hated it.
when Alabama was a juggernaut. But you know what
Yep.
their big bugaboo always was? If that dang quarterback doesn't blow it for him,
Yeah.
A.J. McCarron,
Yep.
Greg McElroy,
Insert
it's
Jag Alabama quarterback.
they're going to hand the ball off to Mark Ingram. But as long as A.J. McCarron doesn't lose it for him, they're going to win this Sunday or this Saturday.
Yeah, that's true.
I miss that style of football to an extent. But now I sound like Chris Russell, so I'm not, I'm not trying to do that. The Commanders have a bye week this week, so if you want to watch Red Zone, feel free. And you'll have some games to watch.
You
some
promised
rooting
me you'll watch
interest.
Red Zone
No,
this
I will not be watching Red Zone this Sunday.
Wow.
I will not be watching Red Zone this Sunday. I don't know what games are on locally, but I'll be watching that. And I'll find, if I need to, I'll find another game to watch. But I'm not watching Red Zone. I will say, though, sometimes I have it on like a second TV.
Oh,
but
here this guy. Here this guy.
It's only for when it's only for hold on. It's on the second TV for when I'm watching the Commanders, and it'll like occasionally play highlights.
This is your spiciest take you've ever had. If I'm being honest.
It probably is.
Like that is.
I'm not a hot take guy.
You're not. No one around here is a hot take guy.
I'm gonna skip past that one.
But that was a. You know what? Maybe it's because you're sitting in that chair. That's what it does. It makes people think about hot takes. But no, the Red Zone, like that is. I was being nice by calling it a hot take. That's your worst take I've ever heard from you.
No.
And you're actually a good take connoisseur. Like you have some reasonable thoughts. We're honestly been on the last 2 days for the most part. It feels like we've been on the same wavelength a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
You not appreciating Red Zone is criminalistic behavior.
No, I just want to watch a full game.
On behalf of Odyssey, the thoughts of Toby Altizer does not reflect anybody under the Odyssey umbrella. Like
I will say,
that's
like
crazy.
Now it's different because like I have NFL Plus, and if I want to go back and watch a game, I can go back and watch a game. I can understand. Cool. I can understand like if you're, I want to watch all these games like on a Sunday like this. I can understand it. No Skins game. You're just going to be watching football, and you're like, I don't really care about any particular game. Let's just turn on football and watch football. I could understand it then, but I'd still rather just watch a particular game, and we can talk about that game, or you know, I can see the highlights later on, whatever. So some games that you can watch or keep an eye on Red Zone this week that will help the Commanders. So number one, we'll start with the Panthers taking on the Eagles. And the reason this matters, obviously, in division game. If you look at the standings right now, the Commanders, if the Eagles were to lose, would still only be 2 games back of Philadelphia in the NFC East. And they would play Philadelphia still.
They still got to play Pittsburgh, too. Philly got
there's still a chance. I'm not saying it's a great chance. It would probably require Washington winning out to win the division, but there still is a chance because Washington is 2-2 in the division. Philadelphia's 3-0. So they still have the upper hand to an extent, but there is still a chance. So you want to see Bryce Young continue to ball out on Sunday. The Falcons take on the Vikings. The Vikings 10-2, the Falcons 6-6. Falcons currently lead the NFC South. They hold the 4 seed. The Vikings hold the 5 seed. They're second in the NFC North. Again, if they lose that game, you'd only be 2 games behind the Vikings.
I think you should.
But you would probably want the Vikings to win, so the Falcons fall to 6-7.
I think that. Well, no, I think you should. Yes, because I think our best formula is you just don't want to end up in that tiebreaker scenario with Tampa. So you kind of root for Tampa to win that division. So yeah, you're rooting for a Falcon loss.
More so for me, like the easy rooting guide right now is anybody in the NFC South and anybody in the NFC West. I want them to lose. Like muddy those divisions up and like have them get each other the last couple of weeks and make it so that you can have a better opponent. Hopefully, if you can get to that 6th seed, you'd feel even better. Another game. This one's a huge one, Liddell, for the NFC West. The Seahawks are 7-5. They take on the Cardinals on the road.
Like they just played like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it was that long ago. Seattle's in front, and they held the 3 seed. The Cardinals right now are behind them, obviously, by a game, but they're also behind Washington in the wild card. This one, you probably want Arizona to win, again, because it makes Seattle fall back a little bit, unless you want Arizona just to fall to 6-7. And then you have Seattle 2 in front, and they kind of have the driver's seat in the NFC West, and Seattle takes a big step back. And then they'd be 2 full games behind Washington.
And then put them on a... Yeah, there would be 2 full games behind Washington. They did just play, by the way, like 10, 12 days ago.
Yeah, it's wild.
But yeah, I keep looking at the tiebreaker scenario. You beat Arizona, so you want to end up matched up with them in that wild card scenario. I don't know what the tiebreaker scenario would be for the other teams in the West. like a Seattle or the Rams. I know the Niners are not mathematically out of it, but with no run CMC, it feels like they're a long shot.
Yeah.
I don't know. I will say this though about the matchup in itself. See, that was the game to me that it felt like Seattle's defense finally under Baby Belichick, Mike McDonald, got things going. They held the Cardinals to just 6 points in that game, which is like super impressive. We know what the juggernaut that they've been offensively at times this year, but I don't know, man. The West interests me in terms of like no one wants to win it, and it's been that division for years that's dominated the National Football League from a talent perspective. But now it feels like it's a changing of the guard about to happen.
Yeah, so you've got that game is going to be intriguing. The other one that involves another NFC West team that is 6-6 is the Bills taking on the Rams. That one's pretty easy.
That's a goodie.
You want the Bills to win that one.
Yeah, that's actually a really interesting matchup.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a fun one because this Rams team, I still don't know what to make of them. Like
they're weird. They're just well coached. I feel like I don't know anyone's name on that team, and I take pride in like roster watching.
Yeah, it's just wild to me. Like they won a Super Bowl not that long ago, and yet I feel like I still can't count on them.
No, you can't. Well, they've been hampered by injury a lot the last couple of years. And then aging quarterback. The thing I love about them is it feels like offensively, like as long as Stafford's standing upright and they got somebody to run the ball 20 times, they're going to figure it out. They have balance. They're physical, and they can win December football.
Yeah, so there's your games you want to keep an eye out for to help out Washington. Dallas plays on Monday night against Cincinnati.
Do not rule out the Cowboys, bro.
Stop.
Seriously. If they beat Cincy on Sunday,
Stop.
I'm telling you.
Stop.
Jeff, just come on.
Stop.
Seriously, I'm not being. Listen to me, though. If they beat Cincy on Monday, which is very realistic, and they win out.
Stop.
Panthers, Bucks.
They can't win out.
I know.
They can't win out. What are you
I'm
talking
saying,
about?
I'm trolling the folks in the chat. Someone in the chat keeps saying I'm a Cowboy fan. I'm a Raider fan because of the colors I was wearing.
I mean, you can watch the Simpsons cast. You in on that?
The Simp cast. I heard there Stephen A. Smith is going to make an appearance.
I think like Mina Kimes and Dan Orlovsky, your boy Dano, is going to be on there.
Yeah, that's my boy. that Orlovsky.
All right, let's take a break. When we come back, we'll wrap things up. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley on the Fan. Final segment here on a Friday. B. Mitch and Finley. It's a Vodka Red Bull Friday, sponsored by Scotty's Vodka, Maryland's own handcrafted vodka. Also brought to you by Rude HVAC Equipment. Remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right. Also, want to remind you, too, if you're out in the Springfield area today, if you're out and about, just milling about on a Friday, G&D coming up at 2 o'clock. They're going to be live out in Springfield at the Hard Times Cafe. Stop in and see the boys today out at Hard Times Cafe.
See the fellas.
Go see the boys, see what they're up to out there today on a nice bye week out back in the state of Virginia. They've been out in Maryland a little bit. They liked how Maryland showed out. People call them out for never going to Maryland. Maryland showed out.
They went to go see Big Bad Sport and Social. Was that last week or 2 weeks ago? Man, Sport and Social is like Taj Mahal.
I like it.
Of sports and beer and wings.
At the end of each B. Mitch and Finley program, I like to make a few bets. Heard it here first.
Yo. We don't do heard it here first on Fridays. We don't make bets.
Well, okay, but we're recapping because my bet hit.
That's what. Oh, okay. We'll do it for you, Toby.
Thank you.
You could.
Plus,
you could tell I ain't been invited in.
We gotta hear the jingle. Come on, it doesn't feel complete unless we hear that.
All right. What was your bets for last night, Toby?
Well, Linnell lost because he had the Packers money line. It was close, but he lost. I had the easiest bet ever over in Wizards and Mavericks.
So you want to say you won the week?
Darn right.
All right, we'll give you that.
I won the week. That's pretty simple.
Toby.
There we go.
Toby,
there we go.
Keep your wins over me. Remember them.
Well, and I know you want to talk a little Wiz, Linnell. So as we wrap up here, let's talk a little Wiz because the Wiz kids have lost 16 in a row. Last night, the over hit finally because they actually did score some points, but they gave up 137. They're tough watch right now, man. Actually, honestly, they're not as tough a watch as you would think because I enjoy watching Bub and Sar and Keyshawn and Bilal do their thing, but they don't win.
I don't know what to say about this team. I think we only got a couple of minutes here. We need more than a couple of minutes.
When we
There's one thing to tank, Toby. What they're doing is, I'm worried. Does it shake the confidence of guys? Does it make you not want to walk into the locker room? I can give a rat's ass. I know they all understand what the long-term goal is. Jordan said it openly. Jordan Poole has said it like out in a media session. Like, we understand we aren't going to win a bunch of games this year. This is their media availability to start the year. But like to think that this is beneficial, getting drubbed by 35 plus points every single night, it's unacceptable. It just is. And I get wanting to tank. If you're going to tank, can you responsibly tank? This is an irresponsible tank. You're leading the tank with two of the biggest clowns in basketball.
I got to argue with you on that one, Linnell.
We need better vets.
Unless they made it clear we in the rebuild. They're letting the rookie.
It's not even just because the rookies are playing.
By the way, and they didn't even just say like a rebuild. Will Dawkins literally said the deconstruction phase. Like, holy cow, this team's been bad for how long, and now we're deconstructing still?
Well, I see it, though. You letting your guys I mean,
how
get
could you not
experience.
see it when they lose by 30 every night?
Your young guys are the ones mainly on the floor. You letting them get that experience.
I do appreciate that, by the way.
Imagine how many more games we're going to lose when they finally move off of Jonas Valanciunas and we can't grab a rebound to save our life.
My thing is, I'm just glad it's not like deconstruction and we're just going out here and getting all these old vets. And
I would take it if those vets came with picks.
I can take the way that it's going because at least he's keeping his word on getting the young guys ready.
And what's being lost in all of this is the victim of the punch heard around the world is actually playing really well this year.
Hey, yeah.
Like last year was tough for him because you couldn't turn on your TV set without seeing Shawty get knocked out. But like he's been a good sport about it.
He's playing well. And
he's
I
playing like a leader.
I think he's a good leader.
He's been a good leader for this.
I actually think he's a good leader for this ball club, for the future of this team. I don't know how long he's here, but out of the two, Kuzma or Poole can stay. Kuzma's got to go.
Kuzma, I'm eager to see. His contract right now is the best value piece of him because he's not playing well. The body language stinks. He doesn't guard anybody.
I mean, like you said, if you think it's bad right now, just wait till they move Kuz, they
make it better.
They move Malcolm Brogdon, and they move Jonas Valanciunas.
Those are the type of vets you need, though. Brogdon's, Valanciunas. You don't like guys that have done it properly. We're talking about preparation, playing hard for a long time. Like Brogdon's a 10-year vet in this league.
It's just
Jonas, 10-year vet in this league.
It's not going to get much better. This team just is not very good. I like a lot of the young guys. I like what they're doing. I like Bub, by the way.
Can someone get Corey Kispert to a shot doctor? The flattest jump shot in America belongs to Corey Kispert right now. For a guy that was shooting the cover off the ball last year, he can't hit the wide side of a barn.
Yeah, I like Bub. I didn't necessarily love his answer last night. Regardless, the Wiz, they got 4 minutes of the show and probably 4 minutes too much. Let's just be real.
Yeah, I was going to say this. Since we mentioned Wizards, Jeff, real quick, I just tweeted it out. Someone needs to do a 30 for 30 on the rise and fall of Ice Spice. I mean, it's been one of the biggest falls from glory.
That's Ozempic, man.
On that, we're going to send it to G&D next. Appreciate Linnell Willingham. It's been fun hanging out the last day.
We made our YIC times 2 debut.
Absolutely. Appreciate Jeff Walker for coming in today and doing the hard work. Appreciate Max as well coming in off the bench. Appreciate Tyler Dunn for joining us earlier in the show. If you missed anything, you can check out the podcast. You can use that rewind feature on your Odyssey app. I'm Toby Altizer for Linnell Willingham. G&D up next here on The Fan.
Good Friday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. We are live at Hard Times Cafe in Springfield. We are fired up to be here for the Friday field trip. It's December 6th, 2024, ahead of a Commanders bye weekend. A lot of great college football. Excellent NFL weekend ahead that can be stress-free for Commanders fans, which is nice. But we'll be celebrating with our listeners the 8-5 start, the very likely playoff push for the Commanders that lies ahead today on this Friday field trip. Got some prizes to give away as we enjoy some fellowship with listeners out and about. We like to get out of the studio on these Fridays during the football season and talk shop. So come on out to Hard Times in Springfield. Hello, Danny Rouillet.
What's up, Marty? Everything is just so casual. Everything's so relaxed. There's no urgency. There's no pressure. There's no, what if they screw me this weekend? What if they let me down? What if they have one of those games like they had a couple weeks ago against Dallas? Gone. There's no stress. It's the weirdest thing. I look forward to football season for, 7 months out of the year. Then when it's arrived, I look forward to this week, maybe the most, where there's no football. There's an irony there, or there's some sort of dichotomy someone could write a paper about. I wouldn't read it, but you could summarize it for me. It is so refreshing that I don't have to worry about anything. Because to me, I realize this about myself as a fan. I hate losing more than I love winning. I know a lot of people have said that, but it really is true for me. The joy I get from a win is good. I like it. I experience the joy like everyone else does. The losses bother me so much in anything that this is I will take this bargain every time where there's no game.
For me, it's less deep. It's just the stress-free opportunity to watch the NFL, which I love. And these standalone games like last night can be magnificent.
How fun was that?
But when you get a Sunday with a bevy of games, and in fact, with 6 bye weeks, we're down to 26 teams in action, so 13 games. You have the Thursday matchup, the Monday matchup, so we'll have right around 22 teams or so in action on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a great opportunity to catch up on everybody else, see what Washington stacks up favorably in, see where they struggle a little bit, covet other people's players, talk about what it would be like if that guy was on your team. Just a good opportunity to kick it on the couch and not have to worry about your team, which we'll get into in a few minutes. But speaking of last night, I want to start with the Packers and the Lions because that game was relevant to Washington. Before we get to the Commanders angle, kudos to the Lions. That's a really good home win to get to 12-1 in the division. The Packers are very good.
They're good.
I watched that game, and even though Green Bay lost 34-31 at the Horn on a 35-yard Jake Bates field goal, I come away, I don't know about you guys, impressed by Green Bay. I think Green Bay is a playoff, frisky, potential sleeper team.
Yeah.
They can run the ball really well with the best of them. Last night, Josh Jacobs was held in check to about 3.7 a pop, but he had 3 rushing touchdowns. They're really physical up front defensively. I thought they did a good job against as good a rushing team as there is in the league in Detroit. And Jordan Love's just an athlete. He misses some throws. He does some fall-away stuff that I don't love. There's some bad mechanics at times, but he makes some crazy throws. I mean, he makes some outrageous plays.
Yes.
Don't let that guy get hot. That's the vibe I got yesterday, Danny. Like, sharpshooter on a heater. You start hitting these shots. The next thing you know, you're behind the line, and you're just – You're stepping across the timeline, checking the temperature. Like, I think Green Bay, I know the story isn't them. They lost last night. That's a team I wouldn't want to play in the playoffs.
I don't know if this is a Scolder trophy here. I don't know if this is a hot take. But I'm watching that game going, both these teams are better than Washington. Obviously, Detroit, we know. I mean, their resume speaks for itself. But for Green Bay, too, they were right there punch for punch. Got off to that terrible start, right? They're down 10-0. They turn it over. No panic in that game. Like, no panic in that team. They're just methodically coming back, doing what they do. And Jordan Love, to your point, for a guy that's that athletic, so rarely runs. There's very little rushing yards to his game for somebody that can move around that well. And you can tell it's coached into him. Your runs, your running is to throw the ball. And it's like it is all the way in the red on that in terms of the meter. But they're dangerous. I love your analogy of don't let that guy get hot. Because the overall numbers this year for him, too many turnovers, and I'd say overall mildly disappointing considering how we finished last season. He was a kind of a dark horse MVP candidate. But they are dangerous, man. They are well coached, pretty solid defense. They got a little ground and pound going. They got just enough playmaking, and Jordan Love can be, at his ceiling, one of the best players in the league. That was something.
To me, and this is very specific to just my proclivity, that's what I want. I want the quarterback that if he wanted to run, he could go out and give you 40 rushing yards every game, probably, with his athleticism and his traits, but he has no interest.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to stand in the pocket and make throws. That's kind of what I look for, is the passer who happens to be an athlete, not the athletic runner who can also pass. But yeah, he's got a long ways to go in his development, I think, still, because, as you said, he makes some mistakes. But the big deal with the Packers losing was that Washington gained ground. They are going to go into next week, week 14, one game back of the Packers at that point for the 6th wild card spot, which is massive. If you're the 7th playoff team, there are 7 in each conference. There are 4 division winners. There are 3 wild cards in the NFL playoffs. Currently, Washington is the 7 seed, the last team in. The 7 seed this year is going to play either the the Philadelphia Eagles or the Detroit Lions on the road. The Lions right now at 12-1 are probably going to be a game up on Philadelphia, who's going to be 11-2 after they very likely beat Carolina this weekend. Those 2 teams are the 2 best teams in the NFC, bar none, and they're probably going to meet in the NFC Championship game. So the gift you get by getting to the 6th seed is avoiding playing one of those 2 teams for a week. If you had to play another really good team, that would stink, but still would be a benefit. The beauty of getting to the 6th seed in the NFC this year is you're probably going to get to play a very pedestrian division winner, whether that's the winner in the South, Bucks or Falcons, who right now are both 500, or the winner in the West, where right now the division leader is 7-5 Seattle, and the Cardinals are 6-6 right behind them. So there's a Grand Canyon gap between playing Philly on the road, Detroit on the road, or one of those other division winners. And that's what's at stake for Washington when they come out of the bye with 4 games to go. A 3-1 stretch to get them to 11-6 would give them a really good chance to catch the Green Bay Packers. And last night made that more of a reality.
Yeah, that's why last night was big. So you look down the stretch for Green Bay, nothing crazy for them in terms of games that they can't win. They could win every game on their schedule. Rest of the way, they're obviously a very good team whose 9-4 resume proves that. But the most difficult game they had left was last night. So they come up just short against Detroit. At Seattle, which we all know is never easy to do.
That is a hard place to go play.
Yeah, Seattle's good but not great, right? They're inconsistent, some really good moments and some befuddling moments for them, but still a tough place to play. New Orleans at Minnesota, that game's going to matter for playoff seeding and standing, you would think.
At Minnesota, that's a really tough game. They have 2 losses all year.
Yes.
And they're currently the number 3 team in the conference.
Absolutely. I would say Minnesota's not playing as well now as they were early, but still formidable, right? They're not pushovers in a divisional game. So at best out of there for Washington that they can hope for, maybe 2-2. If you're rooting against Green Bay, I mean, to me, Green Bay's not a team that's going to go 1-3 down the stretch. I just don't feel like that's who they are. Now, again, notwithstanding injuries or something crazy happens that we don't know about. But for the most part, maybe you split the Seattle and Minnesota games or whatever. To me, most likely they're going to go 3-1 down the stretch, which ends up with 12 wins. They're 12-5. Now, that doesn't bode well for Washington, but at least the door is opened. Where if Green Bay slips up at all, Washington can maybe own that destiny, not just to make it in, but to be the much more desirable seed, to your point. Neither have Atlanta, Tampa, or the aforementioned Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah, I think there's a chance they go 2-2, though, and that would open the door to a 3-1 Washington.
It would, yes.
Catching them. And by the way, if the Commanders catch them, they will probably have the tiebreaker because the head-to-head matchup between the two is the first tiebreaker. You guys, as Commanders fans, know Washington did not play Green Bay this year. Next would be your record within the conference, and Washington's going to have a better record within the conference, very likely at that point.
To that point, three of Green Bay's 4 losses are in the conference, I believe. No, all 4, excuse me. And then if they have nothing but NFC opponents left, so if they go 2-2, that ends up with 6 conference losses, which would bode well for Washington.
And again, it's not like they're playing Carolina 2 times, and we're saying they're going to go 2-2.
Right.
At Seattle, New Orleans playing much better with an interim head coach. At the Vikings, who are a top 3 team in the NFC.
Mm-hmm.
And then you close with the Bears, who have fired their coach and are in a different spot as an organization than they were earlier in the year. But I do think Green Bay is really good at 9-4. They're in the best division in football, the NFC North. Detroit's 12-1. Minnesota may not be as good as its record, but has been outstanding this year. And Green Bay last night gave the Lions all they could handle. Dan Campbell did a really, really gutsy I think, smart, but a lot of people would say crazy thing at the end of the game. And we've seen this work for him. We've seen this blow up in his face.
Live by the sword, die by the sword, man.
This giveth and this taketh away. They certainly lost their playoff game last year in some way because of being aggressive. But it worked last night where they did not settle on 4th and short multiple times over, going when they didn't necessarily have to. And last evening, they could have kicked a field goal, given the Packers the ball back down 3 with about 40 seconds to go. Instead, he goes for a 4th down. If you don't get it, you are getting demolished if you lose that football game. The press conference is just a bunch of reporters beating up on you for not doing the easiest thing that you should have done all game long. Jared Goff starts to fall down on the snap, and you're going, oh, my God, it's going to happen. They're going to screw this up. They get the handoff to David Montgomery, plows ahead for about 8 yards, and then they run the clock out and kick the game winner. By the way, you know who their kicker is, Jake Bates.
Mr. Bates.
Do you know that guy's backstory?
Yeah, he started kicking an hour and a half ago. Soccer guy, right? Then he went to the XFL, UFL, whatever.
I don't know if he's a soccer guy, but he's from the United Football League, and that's the guy who kicked for Detroit's UFL team that a lot of us who watch spring football were desperately trying to get the Commanders to sign when they didn't have a kicker after the Brandon McManus situation. Now, maybe he just wanted to stay in Detroit, and it was easy for him to parlay the Detroit UFL team right into the Lions and preferred to go to a team that was one of the favorites in the NFC, and Washington tried. But it is good to see that he's gone from being the best kicker in the spring league to now one of the better kickers in the NFL.
By the way, kicking opposite Brandon McManus, which, by the way, doesn't go unnoticed, as kicking last night was pretty good.
McManus has solved the Packers' kicking problem.
Yes, indeed. So I want to go to the 4th down decision, by the way, super quick, because that's what everybody likes to talk about. So this is who they are, and there's something to be said for that. Now, when it misses and it backfires, I mean, you look at, for example, they're going for it on 4th down in their own territory, not at the 49, but I think it was at their 33 at that point, or give or take, where they lose it on 4th down. I don't get it. A pitch play to Jahmyr Gibbs gets stuffed. Green Bay gets the ball, immediately goes down and scores. If that ends up if you lose the game there, everybody gets to question it. But again, it's like the analogy I always use is, think about if you've ever played blackjack before. There's what we call the book, which means you do the thing that gives you the best percentage chance every time. If you sometimes go by the book, sometimes don't, then you actually end up losing more statistically over time. In other words, you either hit on 16 every time or you don't. And I'm oversimplifying it. But whatever you do, you maintain that consistent approach, and it gives you the best chance over the long haul. That's their philosophy, and it bothers a lot of people. Right, it rubs old school football people the wrong way. That seemingly one of their own, Dan Campbell, who's eating kneecaps and cracking toes and all that other kind of stuff, is almost betraying their punt at all costs trust to go for it on 4th down way more often. He does what I would do, by the way. Now, I shouldn't be a head coach, but I view losing possession as catastrophic, and you shouldn't do it unless absolutely forced to. And it blew up in their face a little bit, so that much more guts to do it later to ice the game. Amazing.
They had 3 4th down go-for decisions last night in the second half. They had the one at their own 49-yard line, if you remember, where they got it. Then later was the one you're talking about, close to their own 40 in minus territory, where they did a pitch. I hated the play call, actually. Thought it was too long developing on 4th and short from Ben Johnson, who otherwise was pretty awesome again last night. They didn't get that one. And then the end of game plus territory, we're not sending out the kicker because correctly, and you're going to see more of this, view it like a basketball game. We need to have the ball last. We're not giving Jordan Love a chance, even without timeouts, to just hit a couple throws in the middle of the field while we're protecting the sideline.
We made the shot with 10 seconds left, and Steph Curry gets another crack at it. We'll be fine.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's 40 seconds. It was a lot of time. So they said, we're basically playing for overtime if we kick this field goal because we think they're going to go get a field goal. Why don't we could not get it and play for overtime too.
Yep.
Now, the risk is obviously if you don't get it and then they go get the field goal and you lose. But Dan Campbell does not spend a lot of time thinking about what happens if we fail. This is what I love about Dan Campbell. He thinks about if we get this, what happens. Did you hear him post-game last night?
In the post-game?
In the locker room,
yeah.
I mean, there's nobody better at addressing his team. You can just see why this culture has turned around over a few years. He does not get enough credit for how smart he is, how cutting edge he is with decisions. We talk a lot about the 4th downs now with him, But this is not the football cowboy that a lot of us thought it was when he got hired. He is an outstanding head coach. I believe we have Dan Campbell in the locker room last night after the game.
I told you you'd never forget this game. You will never forget this game. We don't have to talk about how tough we are. We don't have to talk about how resilient we are. We live it, man. We've been living it. Where's our defense at? Offense, that's the way to step up, man. That's the way to step up. There you go, Skip. Keep throwing up, whatever you're doing up there. That's the way to freaking lay it on the line. Guys, I'm so freaking proud of you, man. That's the way to show up. You talk about pressure, we live in pressure. That's where we freaking thrive. You did it again. You did it again. All right? It doesn't matter who's playing for us. It doesn't matter what's going on. You always find a way to win. That's what champions do. This is not happenstance, man. This doesn't just happen. This has been in the making, man. This has been in the making. All right? We are all supposed to be here together, man. We're destined for this. Just stay the course. That's 12, and that's 4 in the division. All right, I got 2 game balls. All right. First one here, 6 receptions. I can't read this first one. I'm going to say 43 yards, 2 tugs. This first one says.
Because he just goes on.
Congrats, Tim Patrick and Jack Bates.
But I got to tell you, man, that gives me chills listening to that. You want to know why they've gone from 3-13-1 in his first year to now 12-1 in the span of a few seasons? They love that guy. And you can see why. I mean, you want to play for that guy. And they have built a juggernaut. Brad Holmes, the general manager there, has done an outstanding job. Campbell's very, very good. Ben Johnson is right now the best offensive coordinator in the league. You know, it's him and Kyle Shanahan in terms of designing and calling plays. They are a machine. So I ask you this, Dan. You're not a big Jared Goff guy, but in this offense, which he's been in now for years, with a great running game, a terrific offensive line, and weapons around him, it's pretty efficient and automatic. 3 more touchdowns, 283 yards last night. Do you think the Lions are Super Bowl good?
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about the fact that they are. I mean, the weakness of Jared Goff, everybody knows. Either, it's outside or it's any kind of pressure. If you make that praying mantis move his feet in an uncomfortable way, he turns into a pedestrian at best quarterback. Well, what if he never has to do that? We talk about this all the time. Like a totally contrasting style. Think of the Ravens and Lamar Jackson for so many years, where it's like, if you make them play this way, then they're vulnerable. Well, what if that year happens where they don't have to play that way? What if they get a lead in a playoff game and can salt it away with Derrick Henry and thumping it down people's throat? What if you never make them do the thing that they're not as good doing, which is entirely possible when you have the 1 seed and you win 1 game to go to the NFC title game and then 1 game to be in the Super Bowl? That's not crazy. They are absolutely Super Bowl good. I thought they'd take a step back when they've had these injuries on defense. Hasn't happened. Beyond impressive. We also shouldn't gloss over the guy vomiting during Dan Quinn's speech. He's like, whatever you're doing over there, just keep puking. Anyway, post-game. These guys are different, man.
So that guy was Dan Skipper. And you guys know that name because he was the guy in the controversial play against the Cowboys last year that supposedly, when he went out to the ref and said, checking in.
Hey, look, I'm eligible. Look at my face. Yeah.
But he's like a long-time Lion. He's 30 years old. They love him there. But, yeah, he, as Dan Campbell's addressing the team, is like bent over, releasing the demons. And Dan Campbell's like, whatever you're doing, man, keep doing it because I love you so much, brother. And he just keeps up with his speech.
Unreal.
It was good television. 34-31 Detroit last night. Yeah, they're Super Bowl good. They're the best team in the NFL right now.
Yes.
They might be upset. I mean, weird things happen in the league all the time. The number 1 team in the regular season doesn't always win the Super Bowl. But I would take them on a neutral site to beat Kansas City. I would take them on a neutral site to beat Buffalo. I think that game's coming up, and I can't wait for that, by the way. Pretty sure we have that on the horizon. I would take them to beat Philly, although it'd be a great football game. Eagles could give them a run because I think the Eagles could run the ball.
They're to me the best built to beat them. Philly
I agree. Also, Detroit's without 13 players now on injured reserve. I mean, you would think at some point these mounting injuries are going to be a problem. And they weren't last night, and they just haven't been. But the bye week looms for Washington. So the question we should tackle next is, how are you guys going to spend your bye week? What is your move this weekend? Will you take this opportunity to do some holiday activities? Will you get out of the house? Or are you going to post up, put your feet up, and watch 7 hours of commercial-free football? What are you doing for the bye week? That's the question on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Coming up at 3:30 on Grant and Danny, Mike Golick Jr. is going to join us. We'll preview the NFL weekend ahead. At 5 o'clock today, Eric Edholm with some thoughts on the NFL postseason picture and how the Commanders fit in. And at 6 o'clock, we'll get a preview of what is a pretty juicy conference championship weekend in college football, all coming up on the Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your day. It is a field trip Friday. We are out and about. We're in Springfield at Hard Times Cafe. So come on by if you're in the area. And by the way, a lot of people are in the area because $3.95,
Yep.
$4.95, $2.95, $6.95, $8.95.
It's all right here.
$1.95. Did I say
$7.95.
$7.95.
$14.99.
All of the
all here.
roads, I think, are right near this road. So if you're on the road, you're near here in a kind of a circuitous way. Get here. That's the point.
Bring yourself here.
Come say hello. Come hang out with us at Hard Times in Springfield. But it is a bye week ahead for the Commanders. They're 8-5. They put a lot of work in. So right now they have a great chance to make the playoffs. In fact, let's look at the odds of how this season will end for Washington. I saw this today on Twitter from ESPN's analytics department. So this is the chance that the Commanders end up in the various spots in the NFC playoff picture as of right now. And I think the way that they do this is they go through each game with your percentage chance of winning. They play them all out, and then they see how things line up. So for Washington at this moment, they have over a 50% chance of being the 7 seed in the NFL playoffs. Right at, it looks like about 52% to be the number 7 seed, which is where they're sitting right now.
So I want to be clear. That's not just to make the postseason.
Correct.
That means to end up at the 7th spot.
They have a
Yeah.
24% chance to be the 6th seed. So you
All
add
right.
those two together to be the 6 or the 7. You're looking at a
76%. Boom.
Right.
That was in my head.
There you go.
Yep.
The 5 seed, which I don't see as a possibility because that would mean both Green Bay and Minnesota collapse, and those teams play each other, and it's just hard to imagine two really good teams basically both cave in at the same time while Washington goes on a heater in the Final Four. But there is a 3.7% chance that they drive that path where they would be the 5 seed. And so now you're talking about 78% likeliness that they are a wild card team, which means, well, 77% you make the playoffs, except there's still a 2.3% chance that they win the division and they're the 2 seed. There's a 0.1% chance they win the division and fall to the 3 seed. So all purpose, Danny, 52 plus 24 is 76, plus about 4 is 78. I mean, we're talking about over an 80% chance, according to ESPN Analytics, that they get into the playoffs, with them assuming they'll be the 4 seed, if not the 3 seed.
Yeah.
Excuse me, the 6
7 seed.
The 7 seed, if not the 6 seed.
Yeah, that Tennessee win was big. Stopped the bleeding, number 1. Changed narratives, number 2. But number 3, just for seeding purposes, right? Instead of sliding down the mountain, now you got yourself back in a good position, which they did so much of in that first half of the season, right? Finishing 7-2 at the kind of the rough midway point. There's no such thing anymore with odd number of games, but that was, you put enough hay in the barn where you could afford a slip up and still be in a very good spot ahead of schedule. You're not in the class of a Buffalo or Detroit or Philly just yet, and I think that's okay. By the way, this is still incredibly valuable stuff for a young rookie quarterback and kind of the first year of this regime. And I keep reminding people, and reminding myself, normally your first year is spent cleaning out all the closets and all the old busted stuff and people that you don't want there anymore, whose guts you hate, right? Like the new guys trying to get their new everything from the trainer to the secretary to everything in between, and you go 5-12. They superseded that just again in the first half of the season, exceeded their over/under win total in a lot of books. So we are ahead of schedule. This is all kind of gravy and pretty good.
Oh, it's definitely a house money rest of the year. But they do now have to finish this thing and get into the playoffs, or it's going to feel like a collapse. I mean, it's all there for you. You've done the work.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, no one asked you to run a marathon, but you woke up and told everyone you were going to.
Yep.
And then you went out, and you've now run 22 miles, and you're not that tired. So you either can finish the damn thing, or you can go sit down. And if you go sit down, well, even though I never asked you to, now I'm going to be a little disappointed that you didn't finish what you started.
Agreed.
You might as well put the rest of the hay in the barn. But at 8-5, the way I look at this is they don't need to win a playoff game this year. I don't think in anybody's eyes for this thing to be a success. When the season ends, however it ends now, this was a absolute binary win of a year. It's a successful season. But being the 7 seed, you're almost certainly not going to win a playoff game. Being the 6th seed, you're going to have basically like a 50-50 chance of winning a playoff game.
You'll be what, like 3-point dogs on the road
At
somewhere?
worst.
Yeah.
I think if you go to Tampa Bay, I don't think you would be a 3-point dog. If you go to Atlanta, I know you won't be a 3-point dog. At Seattle, because of the environment, maybe. But Seattle's going to have to play better football down the stretch. And Geno Smith's going to have to protect the football better. He's got one more touchdown than interception this season. If I'm going to say that you're going to be a substantial dog in that game. So that's what's on the line to me.
Yep.
The rest of the way is just making the playoffs or actually having a chance to win a playoff game. And if just making the playoffs is all that matters, then you can go 2-2 the rest of the way. You can be 10-7 and get in as the 7 seed and, go lose handily to the Eagles or the Lions. And then we'll all go our separate ways and we'll get back together in September and push the envelope even further, hopefully. Nothing wrong with that. But if you can go 3-1 maybe down the stretch, and you can get to the 6th spot, let's go have a postseason.
Yeah.
There has not been a playoff win for the football team in this town since 2005. It's all out there for
20
you.
years,
It's right there. Just grab it. Take advantage of it.
Well, especially looking at their remaining schedule, too. 2-2 would feel like a par. There's nothing wrong with that, right? But that doesn't win tournaments. To your point, it's kind of like the next level thing is you got a rematch with Philadelphia. That's the toughest game left, and that's obvious. Okay, that's an excellent team that's probably vying for the 1 seed. Them and Detroit are going to go neck and neck down to the end of this thing to decide who has home field advantage throughout and a first-round bye. But at New Orleans, home against Atlanta, and a revenge game potentially at Dallas to close out your season when, regardless of how they've rallied and how hard they've played for McCarthy and company here of late, they've played 2 of their better games the whole season here these last couple of weeks, Dallas has. But if you go into week 18 or whatever the hell it is, like 19, 18, I can't remember the numbers, but your 17th game, and you can't go on the road and beat Dallas as you kind of walk into the postseason. Again, this is kind of one of those, what are we really doing? We can remind ourselves, slow our roll, it's house money, it's fun. Versus if you go 3-1, if you beat the 3 teams you are as good as or better, your resume says so, at New Orleans, you beat Atlanta, and if you come back and beat Dallas on the road in Dallas, walking into the postseason with 11 wins, to your point, like that just the eye line is that much better, right? It changes a lot of narratives. You're going to get rid of the Cliff Kingsbury Cliff narrative to some degree. You'll sort of change the rookie wall narratives, all the different things about that is sort of lingering out there, waiting in the wings about Dan Quinn and his team's finishing and everything under the sun. You get 11 wins and probably the 6th seed in your first go around here in a pretty crowded NFC. What an unbelievable step forward into seriousness for this organization.
Well, and look, you could say with Peters or Quinn or even ownership, like it's already such a success this year that playoffs or not doesn't really change the perception, and maybe that's true. But think about how long Ron lived off of the fake division championship in his first season when they went 7-9 and won the East. Like he talked about that for 3 years after that.
He really did.
When we won the division, you see, and I mean, you don't have to go back and explain yourself. Like a division crown's a division crown, and we all knew how they got there. And it's like wearing a black T-shirt and telling yourself that you don't look as fat. But no, you weren't a real division champion, but you got to moonlight and pretend like you were. I mean, you can live off that for a little while. I just think getting to the playoffs is significant for the young guys and specifically for Jaden in a big, big way. If you could win a playoff game, the amount of good that would do for your young quarterback going into next year in terms of building some expectations and an understanding of what that's like would just be so significant. I would love that.
Without a doubt.
But the big question I wanted to get into is how you spend in the bye week. So, Danny, we'll start with you. You don't have to worry about the Commanders Sunday. Is this a daddy weekend where you're going to go put some of the to-do list things behind you in December, or is this a football-heavy Sunday?
We're going to knock out a few projects. There will be plenty of the red zone. Me and Scott Hansen will get real intimate, right? I'll watch him for hours, not take a bathroom break. But I'm coaching the Vipers on Sunday. We've got a futsal game on Sunday. We might get a Christmas tree this weekend. I got a stand-up show Saturday night. There's a lot of stuff where it's not stressful. Not stressful. Happy to do it.
Does that mean the Ruyes do not have a tree up right now?
No, of course not.
Wow.
No, nothing like
December 6th.
Nothing like that.
Alston's ahead of the schedule, I suppose.
Well, yeah. Well, don't you guys have one year-round?
No. Well, so that would be my move. I will say in the basement where I do like my Redskins tree, like, I say Redskins tree. It's all Redskins memorabilia and logos and stuff. I do that in the basement, so hopefully nobody gets too angry or cancels me for that. But I keep that up for several months until my wife eventually comes downstairs one night while I'm watching sports, yells at me and tells me it's time. And then I don't do anything about it. And then that weekend, like, she puts it away. That's normally how it goes.
Mm-hmm.
That's generally in the spring, like during the Nats season at
But
some point.
didn't you guys get a fake tree, or am I imagining
Oh,
that?
we very much did.
Yeah.
We have a 12-foot tall fake tree in the living room right now. It's 12 feet tall. I don't know if I mentioned that.
You did.
The height of the tree is 12 feet.
If you were to say the height of the tree?
Of the 12-foot tree? Yeah. So it's like, think about a 6-foot guy and then another one on top of him. That's how tall the 12-foot tree is roughly. It's so tall. We had to assemble the tree. We had to put lights and ornaments on the tree before we put the top of the tree on.
Think the angel fit on top?
That's how high up the tree is.
Yeah. So
there was a ladder.
Yep.
There was like standing on shoulders.
This is I can't get this. 11 feet?
No, 12. 12 feet tree. 12. Yeah, 12 foot.
12. That's 12.
But we did it before Thanksgiving this year,
Yeah.
which I was really happy about because Thanksgiving came a little late. It would have been outrageous not to have our tree up by Thanksgiving, as you know. Everyone has their tree up already. Certainly no one by December 6th wouldn't have a tree up.
Right.
But so we don't have to worry about that. We got some people coming over to the house tomorrow, I believe, for a little holiday season kickoff. But come Sunday, it's the contract. It's the unwritten contract that I have. Is it fall or winter?
Yes.
Are NFL games on?
Yes.
I'll see you on Monday. That's kind of how it goes. So my kids can play if they want over that way. If they want to come watch with me, Daddy loves watching football with you.
Sure, but don't distract Daddy.
Although my son is so good at this now. He is so cute and so smart. So my son's bit is, he goes, Dad, is it football day? And I go, yeah. And I'm sitting on the couch. He knows that I won't not let him have something, pretty much. So, like, he'll go upstairs without me asking, and he'll bring down 2 Coke Zeros. I don't need 2 Coke Zeros. He'll go back upstairs. He'll get a cup of ice, and he'll bring it down. You look like you needed a daddy water. And I said, I do need a daddy water.
I do need that, yeah.
I'll pour the Coke Zero in. What am I going to do with this other one? He asks for it. You see?
Yeah.
He runs
Oh,
upstairs.
he ain't dumb.
He runs upstairs and brings down a big bowl with Tippies and Dippy.
Tippies and Dip?
And he just sits right next to me. Now, he gets bored after about 2 minutes, and he's on to the next thing. But he loves some Coke Zero, some chips, some dips with Scott Hansen. So we will enjoy ourselves this weekend at the Paulson household.
The best.
Yeah, it's going to be a
the
good
best.
day.
My feet is up. It'll be so casual.
I'm curious what you guys are doing for the bye week. 800-636-1067. Also, top of the hour, we're going to get into every NFL matchup this weekend. We'll go game by game with some storylines. I don't know if you guys heard what one of the Wizards said after the game last night. They still have won 2 games all year. They had no win November. You're not allowed to do something in November.
Yeah, like no mustache November.
Right. That's the only one I know of. No win November. The Wizards had that. They're starting no win December now in their effort to capture the flag. One of their players made a comment last night. It was harmless. He didn't mean anything by it, but it was just so embarrassing to me. I want to get into that next. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. We're in Springfield at Hard Times Cafe, a Friday field trip. Come on out and hang out with us on this Friday on the Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Welcome back, and thank you for making the show part of your day, wherever you're at, listening to us. We appreciate you. A lot of ways to do so. You can watch us on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. You can listen on the Odyssey app all over the country, wherever you are. And, of course, all over the DMV on 106.7 The Fan. Our flagship will be live in Richmond on AM 910, FM 105.1 in just a few minutes. It is the bye week. We're celebrating an 8-5 start for the Commanders out here at Hard Times Cafe on our Friday field trip. I heard they're about to get the Guinness machine going so people can be drinking beers with our faces right on the foam.
I want to be clear about this. Our faces will be on a Guinness.
Yes.
That's been poured, and then you can drink us.
You guys will
It's
have to
cool.
You have to let us know how we taste. And that doesn't...
That's a strange sentence.
Yeah, I tell you what.
But I know what you meant.
How do we rewind that?
Yeah.
You guys have to let us know how we taste when you drink the Guinness.
Yeah, with the
See what I'm
qualifier.
saying?
Yep.
Very, very important. We will get that update from our listeners in due time here in Springfield. Let's go to the phones. Kevin's in Arlington, wants to hop in on the bye week that looms. What's up, Kev? How are you?
Friday, boys. This is awesome. What a football weekend, both pro and college, and yet the number one thing I'm excited about, Grant and Danny, is the big game tonight in Toronto against our nemesis. That hockey game tonight is huge for a late year game heading into the new year where the season really gets going. So I'm very excited about that. Very excited about the conference championship game. There's a handful of pro games, plus red zone. But, one thing I'm doing is tomorrow my wife and I, we're spending a day together. It's going to be Christmas shopping and lunch and maybe a movie. So date day tomorrow. And then just one last thing, if you'd let me, kind of local related. The enemy's out at UCLA, and Pino Cincinnati, who cut his teeth under Signetti at JMU, is the new offensive coordinator for the UCLA Bruins, and he's got a bright future. Remember the name.
That is cool.
He was MC in Indiana. And
Attaboy.
I don't need to say more about how great Indiana was this year.
Oh, so good. Signetti did such a great job and gave us one of the great press conference moments at any level in sports this year when someone asked, how are you going to establish your culture? And he says, I win. Google me. It's a pretty great line by Kurt Signetti.
Yeah, dropping a Google me is pretty.
Oh, I love it.
You better have some good search results. Like, I'm not saying that. There's a bunch of bad stuff on there.
Is there?
Yeah.
It's just an awesome line. You got to be really confident in yourself to throw that out there. And then he backed it up and delivered as their head coach in Indiana all year long. By the way, college level tomorrow, got some conference championship games worth watching. Oregon, Penn State, 1 versus 3. That's an 8 East time CBS tilt tomorrow. Texas and Georgia. By the way, none of this makes sense as conference championships, just so we're all on the same page.
Yeah, I'm uncomfortable with it.
You know how Oregon's playing Penn State? In
Longtime rivals, Oregon and Penn State.
Big Ten championship football, as you know it. Texas and Georgia, the SEC title game.
Your classic rivalry.
SMU and Clemson. Nothing says ACC title like SMU and Clemson, 7 versus 17.
The old Southern Methodist University, that longtime ACC.
UNLV and Boise State playing for a title tomorrow. Arizona State and Iowa State going to be playing. Arizona State, that Big 12 power.
Sure.
It's all stupid. But the games will be fun at least, and that's something to watch tomorrow. I do want to real quick, he mentioned the Caps. They do play with a chance to take up even further leap ahead of Toronto as the top team in the Eastern Conference. The Caps have 36 points, tied with the Devils with 3 games in hand for the most in the East. The Maple Leafs, who host the Capitals tonight, have 34 points. They would pull even with Washington on the year atop the Eastern Conference with a win tonight in the same number of games. So that's a good hockey game, a big hockey game. But the Wizards last night, Danny.
Yep.
We don't talk about them a whole lot. They don't give us a reason to. They're 2-18 right now. They have lost 16 consecutive games. They don't lose close, generally speaking, either. By 36 points at the hands of the Mavericks, they lost last night. And this was a harmless comment by a guy I really, really like, Bub Carrington, who's a baby-faced teenager who's going to be a really good pro for a long time. But after losing by almost 40 points for what was their 16th straight loss and falling to 2-18, the question that led to this answer was something along the lines of like, hey, how do you keep your mindset positive? And he basically went on to talk about how cool it was that he got to meet Kyrie Irving last night in the basketball game. And it was awesome. It was just awesome to cover him That was basically his point. It was just great to be on the floor with Kyrie Irving. This is not high school basketball.
No.
Like, that is an embarrassing thing to hear if you just paid $176 or whatever, I'm making something up, for like a lower level Wizards ticket to watch them get beat by almost 40, that Bub Carrington was excited because he was on the same court as one of his heroes. That is just a sign of the times for the Wizards. Here was the audio.
I just met Kyrie Irving. Like, it's not all bad. What was it like going against Kyrie? Having to defend him is as hard as you would think it is. Like, for real. Like, he's actually the real deal. And then just being on the same court, it's like, after like watching him grow up, after him being like my favorite player and all that stuff, like, it's like an unreal feeling. But
so it goes on. I think you get the gist there. Again, I don't want to beat up on Bub Carrington because all he did was just show some youthful exuberance, and he's a guy. I appreciate someone who understands to smell the roses while they're doing something pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
But the quotes, I just met Kyrie Irving tonight. It's not all bad. After you fell to 2-18 with a 36-point loss, being on the same court as him is an unreal feeling. At the pro level, that's just telling about A, where they're at, and B, how far they are.
So I straddle the line here between understanding exactly what that means, big picture, where it's like, dude, I'm a kid and I'm in the NBA. Now, I know there's a requirement here that I'm playing with grown men, and this is a job.
But he's not like a 4-minute per game,
Right.
13th guy on the roster. He's
And
one
so-
of their most important players.
Right, and that's why I'm going to present the other side in a second. So I understand I try not to take this for granted. I'm trying to remember who the big leaguer I just was chopping it up with years ago. A guy that didn't really make a huge impact. I remember he's sitting out there while the pitchers are doing some kind of, bunting practice or whatever, and he's just sitting on the sidelines in the big league ballpark, just kind of staring at the sights and sounds. And I'm like, what are you doing? Just chopping up with him for a second. He's like, man, I'm in the major leagues. It's all I ever dreamed of as a kid. I will never take this for granted. So that wonderment, I think, is a nice, positive thing. It's refreshing. That's on one side. The other side is you can have admiration for Kyrie Irving, your favorite player, and you checked him. Don't tell me that it's not all bad because you got to meet him.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
I think that's the quote.
That's
that
the one
bothered me.
that bugs me a little bit. Again, I'm a Bub Carrington guy. I want 5 of those dudes. He's going to play hard. He's hard-nosed. He's tough. He's going to grow. He'll be fine. I bet you someone says that to him. Say, hey, man, it doesn't look real good. You guys had a 2-game winning streak this year, by the way. You've lost 16 in a row.
Yeah.
I'm just part of the plan, by the way. I got no beef with it. But maybe a little bit less wonderment. It's like, hey, it's time to go compete with these guys. That's kind of the culture trying to instill.
And it might just be one of those things, like if he didn't say it right after a 18th or a 16th straight
36-point loss, yeah.
Right after you lose by almost 40 at home.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that was part of it, but the specific quote, I think, was just, it's not all bad. I got to meet Kyrie Irving. Like, no, bro. This isn't you're not a fan trying to get an autograph.
Right.
You lost by 40. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Mike Golick Jr. at 3:30 spins us around the NFL. Let's get you through every game. Look at some of the matchups and the storylines this weekend next on our Friday field trip from Hard Times Cafe in Springfield on the Fan. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. It is Friday, December 6, 2024, and we are rooting to boot. We have taken the show on the road for our Friday field trip series. We are at Hard Times Cafe in Springfield. That's right. Let them know.
Yeah.
Let them know.
All right.
Having a good old time out here with our listeners, getting ready for Caps hockey tonight and football all weekend long on a bye week. Commanders are 8-5. Show is brought to you today and every day by the good folks over at Condori and Murrah.
As Washington continues to build the foundation of success on and off the field this season, it's time for you to plan for your future as well. As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Murrah can help you update your last will and testament or set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that Grant and Danny sent you. That's us. That's kmlawyers.com.
Tip of the cap to our listeners in Richmond joining us for the next 3 hours on AM 910, FM 105.1. Of course, everybody listening all over the DMV on the Fan or watching us on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page as well. Danny, I want to go through some NFL games this weekend with you. Let's dive into some storylines here as we go game by game around the National Football League. One game I might skip, and by that I mean just not prioritize. AFC East football here, 3-9 Jets, 5-7 Dolphins. Miami has no more margin for error. They could run the table and get in at 10-7. It's very, very unlikely, though. Not really any playoff ramifications in this game. The storyline for me in this one is just the bottom having fallen out for the Jets. They have to go outside the organization now for a GM and a head coach. And it does seem like there's a growing sentiment that Aaron Rodgers may not be back, that maybe they find a way to either eat some money or have someone take on that contract.
Oh, it's a lot of money they're eating.
It's possible that he could retire outright. But, I mean, what a debacle the last couple of years have been. He's in this back and forth with the Packers, who move on without him. Matt LaFleur looks better than he did, literally, as a handsome man.
Yep.
And figuratively, since Rodgers left. Jordan loves the guy, right? They had a chance last night to climb to the top of the NFC North if things went well. And meanwhile, Rodgers' injury on fourth play last year, terrible this year. Jets, after 2 years, have run into the mountain. I mean, just a fiasco at the end of his career here.
A fall from grace, I would say, right? I mean, going back to it, you go, yeah, he's a lot to deal with, but at the same time, he's a year removed from being the MVP, and he's really, really good still, and yada, yada, yada. Maybe you should just kind of put up with it. Doesn't look that way now. I mean, he really has fallen off a cliff in terms of production. Because remember, the Jets have enough resume where you go, that's a pretty talented team. They got good players, guys like Breece Hall and Garrett Wilson. You add Devontae Adams to that group. That shouldn't be a 3-win team, for God's sakes, with their talent. All they needed the last couple of years was a semi-decent quarterback. And you go, even if Rodgers isn't prime Rodgers, 4-time MVP, maybe if he's Pro Bowl Aaron Rodgers, maybe if he's almost Pro Bowl Aaron Rodgers, we're a 10-11-win team. It has been a disaster on stilts for the Jets.
Yeah, I think that's kind of where I'm at is it could have gone good or bad. And either way, it would have looked like it was worthwhile. It went worse than anyone assumed. Like, this is not bad. This
Impossible to believe how
bad everyone gets fired. All the people that were involved have lost their jobs, and he's kind of the last guy standing in a pile of rubble. Let's go to the Falcons and the Vikings. Atlanta's at Minnesota. This is supposed to have been the Kirk Cousins storyline this week. It isn't. The storyline with Kirk Cousins this week is that Kirko's coming off the worst game he's played in 10 years. He threw 4 interceptions. The Falcons have not had a passing touchdown in 3 weeks. Their defense has stunk all year long, and now their offense has completely regressed. They have fallen to 500 from 6-3 to 6-6 in a losing streak, and they're on a precipice now of falling out of the playoffs altogether as they take on the 10-2 Vikings, where Cousins the last several years put up passing records for Minnesota. Justin Jefferson today was talking about having Cousins back in town, so you're getting some of that this week. But what a big weekend it is, a high-pressured weekend for Cousins, where we saw him play against Washington multiple times. I think Minnesota went 2-0 in those games, and he played pretty well in both, especially here. Remember, they erased like a 10-point deficit in the fourth quarter. He threw a couple touchdowns in Landover a couple years ago. But this is a huge spot where if he plays really well and somehow they knock off Minnesota, not only do you get that laugh, but you also save your season. You also are now 7-6 and probably expected to win the South rather than if they lose and the Bucs win and the Bucs are supposed to this weekend, Atlanta's probably not going to make the playoffs.
Yeah, 5 games left, 3 are road games, including one at Washington that you mentioned. It's fairly soft otherwise, though. Raiders, Giants, Panthers, 3 very winnable games. It was the reason, quite frankly, I picked Atlanta to win the division before the season started. Not because I think they're any good. They've kind of played like I thought they would. They got to 6-6 slightly differently. I didn't have them losing 3 straight and, once getting sandblasted by the Broncos in there before their bye week. But I thought they were going to be just okay, have a soft enough schedule on the stretch. I included Washington in that, by the way. I was wrong about them. But I thought they'd end up with, 8-9 wins, which would be enough to win this stupid division. So there's a lot there for them. If they win this one, if they kind of birdie this hole or even eagle this hole, you wouldn't think they'd be favored. They're heavy underdogs in this one. But if they somehow get it right and beat Minnesota, they're in the driver's seat in that stupid NFC South.
To the Saints and the Giants we go. You want unimportant football? Here's your game.
Here we go.
New Orleans with Darren Rizzi, their interim head coach, had won 2 straight, went to a bye, came out with a loss. Now 2-1 under him. Have the 2-10 Giants. I guess it wasn't all Daniel Jones, huh? Because they've only gotten worse since benching Daniel Jones. I actually think this is a game at home where the Giants might have a chance to win for the first time in 7 tries. They are a 5.5-point dog, it looks like on your screen there in this game. New Orleans playing much better defense. If you're a Commanders fan, here's why you should watch this game. New Orleans is the opponent next week. So it'll just be a nice opportunity to get some advanced scouting in.
Yeah, I mean, the Saints are, not particularly good, as we kind of talked about, but the Giants are just a disaster. Every time they've played anyone else but Washington, for the most part, they've been completely outclassed 97% of the time. So, yeah, as you mentioned, no home wins, which is almost impossible to do to this point late in the season, even for bad teams, for goodness sakes. Even if you're going to end up winning 3, 4, 5 games on the year, you'd have a win at home. They don't. It's been such a hot mess. It's almost like the fans, when they show up, are looking for the next reason to boo. So even the Giants are trying to stave some of that off.
Panthers at the Eagles in Philly, 1:00 kick at Lincoln Financial Field. Philly's trying to get to 11-2. That's important after last night because that would keep them 1 game behind the Detroit Lions with a month to go for the top spot in the NFC. You slip up here and you lose a game you shouldn't to Carolina, you're 2 games behind Detroit, and there's a real good chance you're not going to get the 1 seed. Philly should win this game handily, obviously. I do want to point out, though, Bryce Young's resurgence here has been awesome.
It's been cool.
He only got to play, if you remember, because Andy Dalton got into a car accident and hurt his hand. Think about how weird that is.
Mm-hmm.
He got benched. Everyone kind of said, this guy stinks. He's one of the biggest busts ever. He's cooked. Dave Canales, the head coach there, said, actually, no. We still think we can groom and develop and coach him behind the scenes, and you'll see him again later in the year. We all go, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, okay, Dave, you're very handsome.
Well, then there's a car crash. Then Andy Dalton can't go. Bryce Young looks okay. And in the week since, he gets a little more confident, a little bit better. They took the Bucs to overtime last week, come from behind, big touchdown drive by Bryce Young, who threw for 298 in that game. That's 263 and 298 in his last 2 contests. He's gone 3 straight games without a pick. The sack numbers are coming down as well. He's had 2 or fewer interceptions, sacks rather, in 4 consecutive games. I love the way he's playing.
Well, they're 2-2 in their last 4. That includes a 3-point loss to Kansas City. And you mentioned an overtime loss against Tampa. So this is undoubtedly better, right? I mean, early on in the season.
By the way, the Kansas City game was an overtime too, wasn't it?
I think it was a regulation, but
it was at the gun.
It was at the gun. Yeah, I mean, literally, they had a chance right there. Early in the season, it was non-competitive football. 47-10, they lost. 26-3, they lost. These games, they could not do anything. You call a simple draw play, anything. They couldn't do anything with Bryce Young at quarterback. That has now changed. They're not good. I'm not telling you I've seen the second coming or anything, but it went from this is not an NFL quarterback and it's all a waste of time to, hey, maybe we have something here. And as a reminder, we're not particularly talented. We don't have a lot of quality players on our roster. We've got some room to grow, things to do, but it's now competitive football at least, which is a lot for Dave Canales.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. It's a Friday field trip ahead of a Commanders bye. We're in Springfield at Hard Times Cafe going through the NFL slate this weekend. Another 1:00 kick, AFC North. Looking forward to seeing this one on Hard Times. How much of the Hard Times AFC North first episode did you see?
The Hard Knocks, you mean?
I keep saying Hard Times.
We're at Hard Times
Yes.
Cafe.
Hard Knocks, right.
Should we go to the Hard Knocks Cafe and watch Hard Times?
Well, have you ever been to the Hard Knocks and watched Hard Times? Have you not?
I've never done that. Have you done that?
Did you see Hard Knocks?
I did. It's so good.
Did you know Joe Burrow bought the Batmobile for $3 million?
I saw that.
How cool is that?
So I think it's stupid.
Well, so I'm conflicted. That's true.
Yeah, I think
'Cause,
like you know,
in a world where athletes go poor and bankrupt and things, and like we always make fun of guys for spending money frivolously, I probably should stay medium and like not be hypocritical and go, Joe, that's a terrible purchase. But I'm a Batman guy.
Well, same here. I
kinda
love
awesome.
it, and I would love to have the Batmobile. That's a waste of money. Like you can't drive it. It's not allowed to be driven.
But if he makes enough money, which I think he's going to,
Oh, he'll be fine.
It's not going to matter.
No, he'll be okay. But that's ask Bernie Kosar about that. Ask a lot of guys where it starts with one Batmobile, and then it's like that one investment, then it's that second house, then it's like somebody has an investment idea, and now you're like doing that bit on the cover of a magazine.
I think what I loved about it was, so for those of you that don't know what we're talking about a week and a half ago, there was this big story that the Batmobile that's used, like the badass one from Dark Knight, was available to be bought. And that was all over the internet. Like, it's $2.9 million. If you want the Batmobile, you should get it. And like every guy like me is like showing his wife and being like, let's get the Batmobile.
Wouldn't it be fun if we got it, hun?
Wouldn't this be funny? And then it got purchased, but nobody knew by who. They just said, somebody bought the Batmobile. And it wasn't until episode 1 of Hard Knocks that we found out, as Joe Burrow told Jamar Chase, I just bought the Batmobile. He bought the damn thing.
He bought it.
But this is why everyone loves Joe Burrow. Because like
frivolous purchases?
No.
Oh.
Just being cool.
Oh.
Like, of course you would want to buy the Batmobile.
He is cool.
He's just a dude. I'll bet you he rolls up to a game at the end of this season in the Batmobile. Shouldn't he roll up to a game? Oh, our face is on Guinness.
Well, again, it's not.
So
it's
cool.
not. You're not allowed to drive it, as I understand it.
I think you're overthinking it, though.
But you said roll up to a game. I don't think you can roll in
Okay,
it.
so he gets pulled over and given a ticket. Whoopsie. Hey, I'm the cop. You're Joe Burrow in the Batmobile.
Yeah, maybe there's some
here's
sort
your
of special
$50 citation.
thing here. This is
Oh, darn. Shouldn't have done that.
Maybe.
Or, I don't care. Put it on the back of a giant, float like you're at the homecoming parade.
Now you're talking.
Drive it to the stadium.
Yep.
And then when you get a mile away on Sean Taylor Way or Garrett A. Morgan Boulevard or whatever your version is, Chris Collinsworth Parkway,
Chad Johnson Drive,
Icky Shuffle Lane, then you drop that damn thing on the ground and you roll it. You just roll up because he does the weird I dress funny thing anyway.
Yes, he does.
He's like in all denim or he wears like a dress, some like dressy sweater that's hanging down to the floor. Like he should just roll up in a bat suit in the Batmobile because why shouldn't he?
I agree with that. I mean, again, I don't know. It's. I hear that.
Yeah.
My counter to that is it's so stupid to buy that because it's such a huge amount of money. But anyway,
$3 million.
What makes
it's just $3 million?
The Justin's doing a lot of work there. What makes that show so good? I mean, Hard Knocks is obviously just so incredible, and it's a drug, and I'd love to take it all the time. Here's what made that particular one so good. We didn't know. Remember the offseason Hard Knocks where like highly compensated football professionals were like, "Was he a dog last year? Did he run hard? I don't know, man. Look up his fantasy stats." Like that's the level of sophistication the Giants were taking, whether they wanted to sign a running back or not. By the way, the guy they were talking about is having a great season for Green Bay. Anyway, the thing that made this Hard Knocks so special, teams that are playing each other talking about the other team. You follow me?
Yeah.
So like the Steelers with Mike Tomlin and company are going on and on about Jamar Chase and what has to be done. The Bengals are going on and on about whether it was George Pickens or some of the other guys, Alonzo Hyde, and the back and forth where they're doing such similar things with fairly similar styles, I thought was just so perfectly edited, and I want to watch it forever.
No, it was so good. One more thing on Joe Burrow buying the Batmobile before we move on.
Okay.
Just to try to sell you on this a little more. Joe Burrow's worth almost $150 million right now.
Got a $275 million deal, right?
Yeah. But I mean, he's made like 150-ish now.
Yep.
That's the equivalent of if you make about $185K of like $4,000 that you spent on the Batmobile. See what I'm saying?
Yeah. And I would say
he's going to be okay.
I'm sure he'll be fine.
It's like nice piece of art for my house or the Batmobile.
Yeah, the is he going to be okay part's not the debate to me. Like, for example, if let's say I'm a $180,000 guy If I spent $4,000 on something that I couldn't use that was totally frivolous, you'd go, well, that's a stupid purchase. It's a binary, stupid or not stupid. And this one's stupid.
If it was Spider-Man's suit, I might say stupid. It's Batman's mobile.
It is. It's the Chris Nolan Batman mobile.
Not stupid at all. See the difference there?
I do.
You need Batman's mobile, don't you?
But do you? Do you need it?
Do you think Joe Burrow's going to just walk around the facility going, I'm Batman?
Yes. And I would too, by the way.
Then that's worth it.
Well, if I have the Batmobile,
yeah,
I'm gonna like lull a teammate into false confidence. You know, like hey T, can you come here real quick? T, can I ask you one question? Yeah, sure, buddy. What's up? Where is she? Like I would do that all the time.
Yeah, the Bengals
You know?
are having a meeting about the Cowboys, and Zach Taylor's like, CeeDee Lamb is going to be a tough guy to defend. And I'll be like, Coach, if you don't mind, I need to address the team. And it's like this big Bobby Wagner moment where he's supposed to give a speech. He's like, oh, Joe, you're the guy. Like, whatever
Sure,
you want to
Joe.
do, come
Okay.
on up. And he just goes to the front of the room and he goes,
Where is she? Where is she?
and then everyone's like, oh, you're the guy with the bat.
Oh, the Batmobile. Joe, Batmobile.
It all makes sense.
I'm not wearing hockey pads.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. We should get ready for Mike Golick Jr., who joins us next. We are live from Springfield and Hard Times Cafe on the Fan. G&D on the Fan. Mike Golick Jr. going to be joining us in just a moment. Scheduled to hop on with us on the guest hotline. So welcome you back. We're live at Hard Times Cafe in Springfield, getting ready for football this weekend. Get you a full preview of the conference championship slate in college football, the notable matchups you'll want to watch coming up at 6 o'clock. Matt Humans of VEASAN right here on Grant and Danny on the Fan. If you're in the area, stop by and come say hello, though. We'll be here until 6:30, talking shop and hanging out with listeners. Good turnout. A lot of people coming out this holiday season in a cold, windy December Friday. Getting warm with us. There's a ton of screens in here. By the way, one of the screens is showing the old Caps Winter Classic game in Annapolis, which is
at Navy, right?
Yeah, fittingly where they played and beat the Toronto Maple Leafs, I believe, who they play tonight. But reminds me of how much fun I've had at the Winter Classics over the years, and we're overdue for one. So you had the Caps Penguins Winter Classic in Pittsburgh. Then you had Caps Blackhawks Winter Classic at Nats Park, if you remember. That's got to be, 7-8 years ago now?
Troy Brouwer with the game-winning goal there, if
Yep.
memory serves. Yep.
And then this one in Annapolis, which was awesome. That was as cold as I think I've ever been that night doing TV outside with Monumental. But 3 Winter Classics, those are so fun.
Really, really cool. I mean, the sight lines, the overall picture at Nats Park was great.
Yes.
The actual viewing experience was kind of tough, though. It's because of the way they had to orient the field.
Yeah,
So
when you
it
do
depends
those,
on the section.
like hockey in a bigger stadium,
Yeah.
I mean, it's not going to be visually great from your seat.
But just remembering that, like, we were in our normal red box kind of left field pregame doing the bid. And I was like, okay, let's turn around and watch the game. And it was like down the first baseline kind of. You know, I mean, you can still see fine, but
Yeah.
you know, you missed like a third of the ice when the puck would go into one corner or the other. But just the visual of it was just so incredible. You just go, it doesn't belong there. That's ice, you know, just really, really neat.
Toby just reminded me I'd forgotten this, and I shouldn't have because I was there. The Caps in Raleigh against the Hurricanes just a couple of years ago. That was at, I believe that stadium's called Carter Finley Stadium, where NC State plays football. And that was as good a pregame situation as I've probably been to. I would put the Bengals game right above it when they were doing their light show and all the Monday Night Football hoopla. But the flyover and the lights and everything that they did at that football stadium ahead of Hurricanes Capitals was really, really good. Now, the game was very bad. They were very injured. They were without Ovi and a bunch of guys that night, if I remember correctly. I think they were down like 4-0 at some point. But that was awesome. But I just think the NHL's done a good job with that. Let's continue to go through some of the NFL matchups, though, this weekend. Let's get into some of the games that are playoff relevant. NFC South, we talked about the Atlanta Falcons playing the Vikings. Got to imagine Minnesota wins. Well, the Falcons then would fall out of first place if the Bucs can beat the Raiders. I'm not really sure why they wouldn't. Vegas is 2-10 at this point. Tampa's 6-6. They played down to and almost lost to the Panthers, but you feel like they survived and advanced and learned their lesson. So now against 2-10 Las Vegas at home, that maybe they'd bring a better version of their game.
Yeah, so 2 weeks ago, they beat up on a bad Giants team that's in a similar boat to the Raiders, right? Where the ship is sinking and they just creamed them 30-7. Led me to say, okay, now this Tampa team, post-bye week, Mike Evans is back. They're getting a little bit healthier. They're hot to trot. They'll be good to go. They'll kind of take off. And they eked by the Carolina Panthers. Probably should have lost that game, to be honest with you. So Tampa, to me, is a team that is – we saw their ceiling. Early on this year, they were really good. Started to get really beat up. Lost Chris Godwin for the season. But that's a tough out if they kind of get going. Baker Mayfield's had a really nice year. Todd Bowles is going to blitz the instant he wakes up in the morning. He would blitz his bowl cereal if he could. That group, to me, is dangerous if they get into the postseason.
The Bucs issue, if they've had one the last couple of weeks, they've gone 1 for their last 6 or so. Early in the year, they were as good a passing team as there was in the league. Obviously, Godwin, Evans went down in the same week. Both were out for several games. Mike Evans has been back the last couple of weeks, and that's helped them. But Baker Mayfield has struggled some here. Mayfield's had an outstanding year, 25 touchdowns, 11 picks. And I think even without Evans and Godwin, played pretty good.
Yeah, a couple weeks he had to carry them.
Yeah, he gave him a chance. But you look at the last couple of games. He was bad against Carolina, threw 2 picks. The last 3 games, he's got 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. He had a game where he threw for 116 yards against San Francisco on almost 30 attempts. 6 sacks the last 3 games as well. I just think they got to get more out of Baker down the stretch here. He's been playing so well. That's going to be the key, and they might have a really good chance to against the Raiders. But let's go to the guest hotline. Welcome onto the show, Mike Golick Jr., who joins us now on Grant and Danny on the Fan. Excited to catch up with Mike Golick Jr., courtesy of DraftKings Network. Mike, why don't we start with last night's game? The Lions end up beating the Packers. Who did we learn more about last evening, Detroit or Green Bay?
God, it feels impossible for it to be Detroit, but at the same time, I think it is them just because we continue to learn what they're capable of doing on defense when pieces keep going down. And we've seen it since Aiden Hutchinson went down and they almost had to completely rework their defensive identity, going to a more blitz-heavy approach that I think kind of reached its peak last night. They ended up blitzing on just over 62% of dropbacks against Green Bay. And so much of that certainly led by a robust secondary and those guys. You had Aleem McNeil go down to the defensive line, and they still just keep finding a way on that side of the ball because the fourth down stuff at this point, that's par for the course. We know that comes with Dan Campbell. But I think my biggest worry for them going forward was what happens defensively if they keep losing more bodies. And the answer for them is we're just going to keep throwing more people at the quarterback and hope good things happen.
Mike, I want to go down a level with you too here in a moment, but one more up at the NFL. We know the teams at the top of everybody's power rankings in some order, Buffalo, Philadelphia, Detroit, who we're talking about now. Who's somebody, and I guess Kansas City obviously deserves a mention, but who's somebody that's kind of lurking to you, that's more dangerous maybe than meets the eye, not getting enough attention right now?
Well, I mean, I do think that Green Bay team that the Detroit Lions faced last night is one of those teams that, we went through the stretch early in the season where Jordan Love got hurt for a little bit. And, Matt LaFleur, give him credit, went out there and made chicken salad out of chicken you-know-what, redesigned their game around Malik Willis, and it paid off pretty strong. They dealt with other key injuries. Jair Alexander was still out last night, but that's a team that I think still by and large protects the quarterback really well, strong offensive line. Josh Jacobs has been one of the best free agent signings along with Xavier McKinney on the other side of the ball defensively. And, hey, Detroit's offensive line is probably the best in the league, even with Dan Skipper and holding it down at left tackle. And they went out and held it down last night, but still got challenged by a defensive front that's been emboldened by Jeff Hafley coming over there in Green Bay. And so I think that group, especially with Jordan Love, some of the throws he made late in that game under duress into tight windows, like they did last year, getting hot at the end of the season, they're going to have a chance against almost anybody when it comes playoff time, I think.
Mike, if the Lions played the Eagles on a neutral site next weekend, who would win that game?
I would probably still favor the Lions just because offensively they're so versatile right now. But Philadelphia, especially when they've got Devonta Smith full strength, and if we assume that in part of this, that offense can make football really simple in a hurry. Another one like Detroit, great offensive line. And I think the biggest difference between these two teams, if I were to say, hey, you know what, I'm going to give the offensive potential, the coaching edge to Dan Campbell right now, defensively, Philadelphia's got the far better group. They're certainly healthier, but then on the high end, they've got so many young guys that Vic Fangio's gotten ready to play in a hurry, from Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean in the back end to the entire Georgia team from 2021 that's now made their way to Philadelphia. I think it's 1A and 1B with those teams right now, and I think certainly going towards the postseason, it really is just going to be about who's healthier at the right time between the two.
Mike Golick Jr. with us here on G&D. Let's go down to the college football rankings here, Mike. Right now, I think I've got this right. You can tell me if I'm wrong. By the buys for the first round of what the playoffs would be, that's assuming some conference champions, et cetera, Oregon, Texas, SMU, Boise State. How many of those four end up with those buys, and how many maybe drop out?
I would say right now, the way I have it going into conference weekend, I would have two of those four making it through. I think Oregon wins. I think Georgia ends up winning the SEC championship the same way they won in the regular season against Texas. So the Longhorns would still be in, but Georgia would be the one getting that automatic bye. And then I think Clemson has a chance to sneak up on SMU. We saw the way SMU fared against the defense. It was the best one they faced at Duke earlier this season, turned them over a bunch, made it really difficult. This Clemson team can get after the quarterback, and you look, the average third down distance for SMU this year has been over 7 yards. Third and long is not where you want to be, even against this version of Clemson with what they've got up front. I think Lenora Sellers managed to wiggle his way out of a lot of that last week in the South Carolina game that they got that win in. But I know Jennings and this SMU offense have been really good, but I just don't know if the physical step up in class that Clemson still represents in this conference, combined with the fact that Dabo's 8-1 in ACC championship games, now getting ready to go to his record-setting 10th ACC championship spot. they're comfortable here, and I think that comfort could pay off.
Mike Golick Jr., DraftKings on Grant and Danny here on the Fan. Mike, I'm sure you heard all the blowback like I did about Miami being on the outside looking in, 2 losses, Alabama being right where they want to be, 3 losses. Did you have any problem with that?
No, I understood it, especially for Miami. Listen, Miami, I look at a lot like, listen, my alma mater in Notre Dame this year, it was sort of the same story. Hey, you got a really easy schedule that lines up well if you want to make the expanded playoff. Even if you're a team like Notre Dame who couldn't make one of those top 4 seeds because you're not in the conference, the schedule worked out well. Notre Dame cashed in their 1 chip at the beginning of the season with a terrible loss to Northern Illinois, but then they did what they were supposed to. They blew out everybody that was easier, that was worse than them, and then they managed to win the rest of the games. You beat a USC team that was a little bit live at the end of the season, and you survive and advance. For Miami, what did you do? You went out and lost 2 games late in the season, one to a Georgia Tech team that's a solid team, one to a Syracuse team that's an actual good team, but all along the way, you rode the tightrope against the rest of the ACC, and what's seen as a down year for the conference, Miami played way too many close games, way too many games where all of a sudden at the end of the game, you got to have your great quarterback, Cam Ward, bail you out a little bit. And I think the committee looked at that and said, we feel like they've been getting by, paying off one credit card with another. And so when the losses came, they were a lot less willing to be forgiving than a team like Alabama, who's at least got good wins to point to. And I think that was the biggest message the committee sent in the first year and the first batch of rankings we've seen so far is good wins are going to carry you a lot further, unless you're in the Big Ten or the SEC, than bad losses are going to hurt you for these 3-loss teams especially.
Mike, let's jump back up to the NFL super quickly. Be remiss. We're here in D.C. What do you think of us?
I have been very impressed with what Washington has been able to do, a very Texans-esque one-year vibe shift in the organization led by Dan Quinn and certainly by Jaden Daniels. At quarterback, as of late, I've been a little worried. Jaden Daniels, just ever since the rib injury, there's been some things that haven't looked quite right. I know that got a little bit better here recently, but overall, I mean, there's a lot to be excited about with this team. I think the offensive line's been a great story, kind of like we talked about in Arizona with the Cardinals. This is a team that, yes, the quarterback is certainly going to be the draw because of the skill set, but they've been able to beat people up front, clear out space for these running back rooms, and so I think there's a great foundation to build upon here already after year 1 for Washington.
Would you take the Chiefs to come out of the AFC as a three-peat contender, or do you like Buffalo or even Pittsburgh, anybody else, more than them at this point? Like, how many teams would you have beating them?
Yeah, I think, we know the obvious hangups in the postseason that a team like Buffalo has had with Kansas City. And so even factoring that in, I'd still probably take Buffalo to be the one coming out of the AFC right now. They make football really easy, kind of like we talked about with the Eagles before. When you can subsist on a ground game and a great offensive line that can go straight downhill and get after you, a quarterback in Josh Allen who's taken that Mahomes-like step. Remember when Mahomes and the Chiefs lost Tyreek Hill, it was Pat that was able to offset that by being worth so much on his own. Josh Allen, it's been the same story this year as the rest of that receiving core has started to come into shape late in the season, get more reps under their belt. It's been Josh Allen helping make those guys better the way one time Stephon Diggs had to help Josh Allen get better by being an easy access guy and a guy that could get open for him. And so I think you couple that with defensively what Sean McDermott's always had going on that side of the ball. Greg Rousseau has had a monster year for them at defensive end, getting after opposing quarterbacks. I think right now you'd have to look at them. And I would say maybe on their best day, Baltimore. I still have some wonders about Pittsburgh's offensive line. Can they hold up in the postseason? Can Russell Wilson really go toe-to-toe with some of these offenses in clutch moments at this point in his career, even though that defense has been lethal and that rushing attack has been one of the better ones in the National Football League?
Mike, great to chat with you, man. Appreciate the time and have an awesome weekend.
Thanks, guys. You too.
Enjoy Mike Golick Jr.'s work over at DraftKings. Appreciate him hopping on. Grant and Danny, it's Friday, so in lieu of a double play, next we will win off the field. Call us and tell us what little things gone right in your day to put a smile on your face at 800-636-1067. We're ramping up to the top of the hour in about 15 minutes when we're giving away Caps tickets ahead of the Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny. It is a Friday field trip series day out here in Springfield where we're at Hard Times Cafe. Come on by and hang out with us on this Friday on The Fan. Springfield, Hard Times Cafe, a Friday field trip. Grant and Danny coming your way live on the Fan. Appreciate you guys kicking it with us as we go into the bye week. People are having fun. I just watched someone consume a beer with our pictures right on it.
It's a face beer.
Guinness putting our pictures right on beers out here. That's how you know the party's pretty lit. It's just normal, good party if you don't have your face on a beer.
Yeah, if you go to a party and there's no face beer, it's like, oh, that's fine.
That's how I'm going to start asking people about their parties. Like, I had people over at the house last night. How fun was it? Well, we had a great time. Yeah, but was your face on a beer? If your face isn't on a beer, did you even have a party?
The ceiling is lower.
Yeah.
It's a lower ceiling.
It is time for us to figure out how you are winning off the field. These are tiny little moral victories that only you care about. You're not doing it for me or Danny or for the Commanders. You're doing it for former president, the Goose.
The Goose.
Bruce Allen. We're just honoring his time with the organization, his legacy, because he once said these words.
We're winning off the field, but we got to start winning on the field.
Danny?
This is going to be a little annoying to folks. I promise you I will tell you way more about this when the time comes. I can't really talk about it yet, but I'm doing something really cool. I'm flying to Atlanta, and I got a cool project that I'm doing. I'm going to miss Monday's show, which I'm not thrilled about. That's not like a win. That's not a good thing. I'm annoyed about that. I hate missing shows, especially when I'm healthy. But I'm going to miss Monday's show. I'm doing something fun in Atlanta, and I'll be back on Tuesday. It's a really neat, fun thing. There'll be some good content from it. Therefore, I am.
Winning off the field.
Okay,
it's cryptic.
I think we call it a cryptic tease.
Yeah, it's a cryptic tease.
We're excited.
Shut up, Danny.
We're pumped
Hold
for
on.
you, though.
Can I have a second?
Yeah.
Danny, shut up. Okay?
Did he bounce?
Shut up. Grant's trying to go. You can't just interrupt him like that. That's really selfish, buddy. Hey, enough. Grant, I'm sorry, please.
I feel a little bit better in my quest to get over this never-ending head cold.
Mm-hmm.
Like right now, this moment, I'm not just staring at the clock going, when can I get back in bed? And 2 days ago, that's kind of where I was at. So there's been some progress here.
Yeah.
And based on that progress, therefore I am.
Winning off the field.
Also, and I don't know how we got here or why. You know how I hate drinking water?
Yes, I do.
And I'm really bad at drinking water?
Yes.
I've pummeled like 2 waters today.
Yes, you have.
2 waters.
2?
For a normal person, that's like 9 waters.
Mm-hmm.
It's like dog years. Like, I think you're supposed to drink like 80 ounces of water or something like that.
I don't know. I mean, I drink more than a gallon a day.
Yeah. So I drink, I think, roughly 1 ounce a day, generally. Today, I've had more than that. Therefore, I am.
Good for you.
Winning off the field.
No, seriously, thank you. Stay in your seats.
Everyone calm down, please.
Stay-
No, too late to clap.
Seriously, the
It's
ovation.
too late.
It's too much.
No.
I don't know. Okay, I'd like to thank my parents, Dennis and Janine.
Thank you for coming.
Oh,
for
thanks,
their-
Bruce.
I mean, they were always there for me every step of the way.
Not to bring water, but in other aspects.
And teaching me how to not drink water.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to thank Mr. Fernie, my first and second grade teacher. One time I went into his class, and there was a little kid in there named Josh. And I remember he said, Mr. Fernie, where's the big whale? I want to thank Josh as well, because there was this stuffed animal whale.
I see.
And he couldn't find it.
Okay.
And he said, Mr. Fernie, where's the big whale in this funny voice? I'll never forget that guy.
Okay.
I don't know anything about him, but I want to thank Josh as well. Anyway.
How did it?
Any hoodles.
Yeah.
Let's go to Josh in Delaware.
Is this the?
Josh?
Is
this you? Mr. Fernie, where's the big whale? What's up, bro? Hello?
Hey, how you doing? No,
Hey,
I'm
Josh.
not-
This
I'm
isn't
not that
him.
guy. I'm
Can
not
you
that
say,
guy.
in a funny voice, can you say, Mr. Fernie, where's the big whale?
Mr. Fernie, where's the big whale?
It's him.
It's him.
It's him.
It's the same. I knew it was the same Josh. the
Oh
whole
my
time.
God!
This whole
It's
thing's a
been
work.
30 years.
Yeah.
Josh, how are you winning
Josh.
off the field?
I'm actually very well today. I'm only headed to Delaware to pick up my children.
Attaboy.
Winning off the field.
Oh, there it is. I see. I thought there was like a second. That's it.
Well,
You're
I
doing
think
that.
I
Good.
think the hesitation may have been that we're like, oh, that's not that fun. Do you see what I'm saying?
No,
But it's not. That's not what it was.
because I thought he was going to be like, I'm picking him up and we're going to Hershey Park. I'm picking him up. We're going
No.
to the beach.
I think
we're
he's
doing-
getting
it's
some
just
kid time.
picking him up.
But I think in Danny's mind, he's like, but wait, are you sure that's the winning off the field? Now, me, I would have just slammed that button down. I would have said, oh, that's
That's
the thing.
it.
Darius wasn't convinced.
I thought it was kind of like
You can tell Darius doesn't want kids anytime soon.
Whoa.
He was
That's
just
absolutely ludicrous.
busy.
Yeah, that's
not,
right, Coach.
Apparently, Darius wants kids.
I mean, that'd be fair to say.
Wow,
Coach is on it.
Darius'
Yeah. Hey,
announcement. Darius, ladies. Who wants a kid? Who wants a kid? Anybody?
A lot of people thumbs down here.
You want a- I don't think
Danny,
it'll work.
we're having a nice
I don't know
moment.
if that'll work. I'll give you Darius' number. We'll work it out. Let's go to Rich and Olney. Hello, Rich. How are you?
Richard.
What's going on, boys? How you feeling today?
Hi, Body.
Hey, Grant, congratulations on the water. Very
Dude,
important.
thank you
That's a
so
nice
much.
thing. Yeah.
I appreciate
Isn't it nice?
that.
And I hope we have the breaking news sounder for Monday since Danny will be missing the show.
Seriously.
Oh, that's a great
Like
point.
some major story's going to happen, like the Nationals sign a major league player or something.
Monday? Is it Pete Alonso to the Nationals? Could it be that we find out that
Like Ovi's coming back that night.
ooh, Ovechkin?
All of the above. Yeah.
Is there what could Commanders bye week on the other side of the bye week? What could happen on Monday?
Extension for Jeremy Chin.
Okay, we'll take that.
There you go. So last night I'm watching the Thursday night game. I got a nice little same game parlay going on. I hit all 3 legs before halftime, so I got to chill the rest of the game. Therefore, I was
Winning off the field.
What were the legs? I'm just curious.
I had Montgomery anytime touchdown.
Yep.
Okay.
I
First
had
of the game.
Jahmyr Gibbs over 2.5 receptions, and I had Jordan Love over 5.5 yards rushing.
Okay, what was that like? Plus 470 or something? What'd you get out of that?
$15 bet got me like $75.
Yeah, that'll do it.
That'll
That's
do.
what we're looking for.
That'll do.
Attaboy. I got screwed again last night. I won't spend any time complaining about it. Actually, I will. All I do is lose FanDuel bets by the skin of my teeth.
Yeah.
It's incredible. Ask Ryan or Toby or Darius. All I do during football games is text them about my FanDuel losses. Last night, Jahmyr Gibbs needs to get 5 more rushing yards.
Did he get it?
And everyone's having a good Christmas. And everyone's eating on daddy's dime, okay? We're going to win some money tonight. We are winning some money tonight. Ask me if Jahmyr Gibbs got sat on the bench to watch slow David Montgomery put the game away. Did he? He did.
He did.
He did.
I mean, I know he did.
And the Lions especially screw me every single time.
Yeah, they do.
Who do
They
you
do
need
that.
in? Is it Gibbs or Montgomery? Dan Campbell will send the other one out, I swear. He's like, hey, who's Grant one out there right now? Let's screw that fatso. Let's make sure the other guy's in there. That's literally how they do the running back
But that's the
rotation.
perception. Is like he's like, I know Danny's got Montgomery on his big money fantasy team, so he probably needs some yards here. Let's go to the third guy.
Just never ends. But anyway, I think this is my weekend. That's how I feel.
Yeah.
Has been a slow, cold, dark, losing stretch for me. This is the weekend I think I get back on the good foot. My number's going to come in, I say. This is the weekend.
My luck's going to turn, I tell you.
This is it. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Let's give away some Caps tickets next, right here on the Fan ahead of the Beltway Blitz. right now. Congrats. You're going to win 2 tickets to see the Caps against the Buffalo Sabres Saturday, December 14th at Capital One Arena. For tickets and complete Cap schedule, go to thefandc.com/contests. Good luck to whoever dials their number right now and wins those tickets. Although you don't need those tickets because you're going to that game already. You already told me that. So you might be sitting right behind Carberry, behind the glass there on the bench. So
that ain't bad.
Just make sure you're not picking your nose when Carbs is on the camera and you'll be fine.
Coach Carbs, A, is very handsome. B, is in great shape. But C, he's got that snap the jacket back when it's not going well, hands on the hips move. You know what I'm talking about? Where he's like, fellas, we got to be more accountable in the offensive zone. Like snaps both hands back so the jacket whips. You know what I mean?
Hockey players dress better than everyone in other sports too.
I agree with that.
It's the fitted suit. Like they have good bodies. That helps.
Because they're all 6'1", 190. Like they all are in perfect shape.
But there's just like a perfectly fitted element, and their initials are on their sleeves, just so. And Tom Wilson looks at you, and you forget where you are.
And I'm like, oh, whatever you want, Tom. I'll do that.
Washington is building a foundation for success on and off the field this season. It's time for you to plan for your future as well. The exclusive sponsor of our shows, the law firm Kandori & Murad, they're going to help you update your last will and testament, set up a trust for you and your family if needed. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. We're live in Springfield today at Hard Times Cafe. If you're in the area, please stop by. Our Friday field trip series is moving and shaking. We're having a good old time out here. Let's get to the Beltway Blitz. Speaking of the Caps, people here at Hard Times are fired up about the game tonight. I've been talking to a few folks ready for the Toronto Maple Leafs matchup. North of the border, 16-7-2 Toronto. These are the 2 first-place teams in the respective divisions in the East. Let's get a preview of the matchup with Sammy Sober right now on our Beltway Blitz. So, Sammy, what do we need to know about the game and the Leafs? Should be a really telling evening for the Capitals.
Yeah, it'll be another statement game for sure. I think that Caps definitely want to show quite a bit after how things went against San Jose, and I think this road trip will speak volumes for them. You know, Carberry wasn't happy with what he saw against the Sharks, and it was 2 very intense days of practice, and you're going up against a Leafs team tonight that has Austin Matthews back in scoring, has, Tavares, has Marner. And you remember the way the last game against Toronto went, where, Caps just kind of stepped off the gas in the third, and, in a crazy game, Toronto comes out with an overtime win. So a lot on the line here, a lot that this team's going to want to have to prove. And, it'll be important to come out, and play a full 60.
Sammy, you can tell me I'm right, and that's very welcome. You could also tell me I'm wrong and then explain why. I know that the record is, it sort of makes this sound like I'm not giving a very profound take, but I'm just talking about in-game. I think Logan Thompson's the number 1 goaltender. Hasn't happened yet, but I know he's played maybe 1 less game than Charlie Lindgren. They're kind of going back and forth. I think he's their better goalie. I think he ends up maybe being the number 1 come postseason time. Right or wrong?
I'm with you to a point. I think the goalie rotation's still going. You're going to see Lindgren between the pipes tonight, but I think that the Caps have seen, different games from both goaltenders. And if you look at the stats and the advanced numbers, Logan Thompson's, goal saves above expected is a lot better. And he's just playing, really strong hockey. That said, Lindgren's also had some great games, but he's also gotten a lot of the tough games on the schedule. Not to say that Thompson hasn't either. I mean, this schedule hasn't been easy for the Caps. But looking at the numbers stat-wise, Thompson's stats are definitely better, but they don't always tell the full story. And honestly, I see them just riding the alternating as long as they can and then, making a decision from there. But right now, if we had to pick one today, I would probably agree with you and say LT.
Sammy, let's get an Ovi update. He is on the ice. What do we need to know?
It's still the same timeline. It's great to see him skating. Obviously, it's awesome when he's back on the ice, especially 18 days after breaking his leg. So, nothing can stop the big man. But you also got to remember it is a broken bone. It's still healing. It's a non-weight bearing bone, which is probably why you're back on the ice here rather than later. But nothing changes the timeline. Still the original 4 to 6 weeks. Could be back late December, maybe early January, but. Definitely good to see him on the ice. There's still ways to go, though, so he's not dressing tomorrow.
Sammy, thank you as always. Have a great weekend.
All right, thanks, guys. You too.
Sounds good. Let's talk some NFL, please. We're going to do that with our buddy Zach Kruger. Zachary, let's break down a couple of these big games here this weekend. I want to start Chiefs-Chargers, an AFC West matchup. Injuries we need to worry about, and preview this one for us.
Yeah, as far on the injury front, guys, goes, for this game, it's obviously a big one between two AFC West teams. The Chiefs pretty much locked in here, but the Chargers still fighting for a playoff spot as far as the wild card goes. Ladd McConkey is the guy to watch here for the Chargers. Really the only big injury in this game as far as the offensive side of the ball goes. Suffered a knee injury last week. He also is dealing with a little bit of a shoulder injury. McConkey's been awesome this year, guys. In his first season, he's currently on pace for 1,100 receiving yards. That would be only the 15th time in NFL history that a receiver in his rookie season went for 1,100-plus yards. More recent guys to do it are guys like Puka Nacua, Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, and Garrett Wilson. So obviously really great company there, someone who the Chargers and Justin Herbert are going to want to have on the field if he's healthy. McConkey said on Thursday that he's hoping to play. He hasn't ruled it out. He's been limited in both practices this week. We'll see what Friday's practice looks like, but it's hopefully going to be all systems go at the end of the day, and the Chargers are going to have their wide receiver one in a game that they need to win if they want to have any shot at maybe walking away with the AFC West title in this one.
San Francisco 49ers playing the Chicago Bears. Niners have very slim playoff hopes at this point, and they've got a disaster at running back. Christian McCaffrey is out. Jordan Mason is hurt. Is it Isaac Guerendo time?
Yeah, it's Isaac Guerendo time, and it's the guy who I'm excited to see in this game against the Bears defense that has proven to be, somewhat susceptible on the ground. If you're listening to this and you're not aware of Isaac Guerendo, just to give you a quick background on him, he's a rookie out of Louisville, 6 foot tall, 221 pounds. He ran a 4.33 at the scouting combine and had one of the best relative athletic scores, which is a metric a lot of us nerds are using these days to test overall athleticism in a relatively easy to digest manner. He tested as an elite athlete. He's actually one of only 2 players in the last 20 years who have weighed in at 220 pounds or more and blazed a 4.43 at the combine. The other guy is DK Metcalf, if you want to get a sense of what kind of athletic freak this guy is. He's running behind a 49ers offensive line that's graded as the best run blocking unit per Pro Football Focus. He has over 50% of his rushing yards this season coming on runs of 15-plus yards. And he's just a guy who I think is going to be leaned into pretty heavily by Kyle Shanahan. Their season's probably gone, but if you want a reason to get excited about the 49ers this weekend, check out Isaac Guerendo against the Bears. I think he could be an exciting player to watch.
Cardinals, Seahawks, the NFC West. That's the second place in the someone actually has to win it division race behind the NFC South. But someone's got to win. It's a big matchup out there.
Yeah, it's a big matchup. The Cardinals, again, they're kind of the team that's healthy in this one. It's the Seahawks that have 2 guys they got to keep an eye on here. Kenneth Walker's the big one, an ankle and a calf injury that he's currently dealing with. He was limited in Wednesday's practice, did not practice on Thursday. Still waiting to hear back on Friday, but a DNP on Thursday is never a good sign unless it's a load management thing. That's what we kind of don't know about. But Walker's been struggling this year. In all but 3 games, he's averaged less than 4 yards per carry. His 4.4 yards per touch on the season overall ranks at the bottom of the league with several running backs who've just not had impressive years thus far. The Seahawks don't do a lot of incorporating Zach Charbonnet into their lineup, even though he was pretty good this season when Walker missed games earlier in the year. If Walker can't go, Zach Charbonnet will definitely be a player to watch. Certainly consider starting if you're in a fantasy football bind. And then the other one is DK Metcalf, another guy limited on Wednesday. Didn't practice on Thursday. He's kind of taken a little bit of a backseat to Jackson Smith and Jigba these last few weeks since he returned from a knee injury in Week 11, just 15 catches for 195 yards and no touchdown. Metcalf is a player to watch just from an injury standpoint, and then also if he is on the field, he'll be someone to see how much more involved can he get with JSN kind of taking the reins in the Seahawks receiving game.
Zach Kruger, thanks for the time, brother. Be good.
Thanks a lot, guys. Have a good one.
All right, let's keep it going. We'll continue the football conversation with our buddy Mike Jones of The Athletic. And, Mike, I want to talk NFC West with you because we got an opportunity, I think, to separate teams from one another this weekend with Seattle 7-5 playing 6-6 Arizona, 6-6 Rams hanging around. Looks like the Niners are falling off. Who do you think wins the West?
I think it's going to wind up being Seattle. I think that if they get this game right here, I was looking at a projection thing that said that they are basically a 79% chance of winning the division and making the playoffs if they win this year. If they lose, then it drops a bit, and then the door opens for the Cardinals. But when you look at them, I think that they are the ones their defense has had a couple hiccups here and there, but it's better overall. Their offense is clicking as well, more consistent. So I think they wind up pulling out this division.
Seinfeld style question here for you, Mike. But what's the deal with the Falcons? All of a sudden, I mean, they probably weren't as good as 6-3, but are they this bad all of a sudden where their offense stinks in addition to the defense that's been bad all year? They've been disappointing here of late with Minnesota on the road here to try to get right. That's a tough one.
Yeah, I mean, turnovers. Kirk Cousins in the last 3 games has 0 touchdown passes and 6 interceptions, which, that's not really like him. But you're exactly right. Their offense has not looked as good as what it had. Their defense has got some issues. I think that the thing when you have a new offensive coordinator, you weren't sure exactly how he was going to use his weapons and things like that. And now people have started to get the book on him, and you see how do they respond. But Cousins has got to be better. It looked like he was forcing throws a couple times on those interceptions last week. And, if you can't take care of the football, that really puts your offense in a bad spot. That's no secret. And, that's a big reason why they're losing, because a lot of these games are pretty close. But you've got to be able to come away with points instead of interceptions in the red zone.
We are out and about today, Mike. We're at the Hard Times Cafe in Springfield. I believe you and I have dined at a Hard Times Cafe many years ago in the past. But I bring this up because I've got a Steelers fan in attendance today I was just talking to. Pittsburgh is pretty fun, man. They're 9-3, and I was wrong about Russell Wilson this year with Mike Tomlin. He's been awesome. How much of a chance do you give them to come out of the AFC with Kansas City, Buffalo, and the rest of the field?
It's going to be challenging, I think, for them, even though they've got a really good defense. Their offense is very well-rounded. But, outside of last week, we haven't seen a whole lot of explosive performances from their offense. I think that they have the potential to, and I think that they went from scoring, 20 points a game to almost 30. Last week, they went well over that. I think they have the possibility, the potential to do it, but I don't know. Once we get to the playoffs, obviously you've got a veteran quarterback in Russell Wilson, and, that helps you with that experience there. When you're just looking, if they have to go up against the Buffalo, that right now they are playing as well as anybody out there, I guess I would give a little bit of an edge to the Steelers defensively if you compare 2 defenses, but that offense of Buffalo's might be just a little bit too potent for them. And you can never, bet against Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. Somehow they always find a way. But I think that they'll be in the thick of things there, but I just don't know in an AFC Championship game, if they quite have enough to get this done.
Is there a team outside the postseason picture right now that ends up in the postseason, Mike?
I don't know. The way this thing is starting to come together, it looks, a lot of those teams that are outside have real warts, and they need almost perfection to be able to pull off a push into the playoffs. I don't see the Dolphins being able to quite get it done. NFC-wise, it's going to be hard for the Rams to do that because they have the Seahawks and Arizona ahead of them. I think that basically what we see here with the top 7 teams are basically going to be here. There'll be some jockeying and changing of positions and things like that, but most of the teams that are right there in the position, I think, are going to want to be in the playoff game.
Mike, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you.
Thanks. Have a good one, guys.
You got it. Check out his work in The Athletic. Joins us regularly here on our Blitz on Grant and Danny. Mike, the nerve of you.
Hung right up, didn't he?
He just slapped that phone right there on the ringer. Next on G&D, I want to get into the Commanders. It is a bye week, but 3-quarter poll here with just a handful of games to go, a chance for a stock report with the final furlong coming up. Who's the arrow trending up on? Who's the arrow going to be trending down on coming out of the bye week? We'll get to that next right here on The Fan. Live in Springfield at Hard Times Cafe on the Friday field trip. We're Grant and Danny out of the office, out and about, going into the weekend, which is nice in the middle of December here. Now, Danny, last time we chatted, I believe you had just started doing some holiday shopping, it sounded like.
Yes.
Although your first purchase was a bit of a swing and a miss.
A little bit of a snafu there. I bought something, and it turns out my brother and sister-in-law had already bought it for the same person. Almost the exact same item.
That's a problem.
And so this is within 20 minutes. I'm not even kidding. After I clicked purchase, and it's update cart, purchase in the cart, I found like the email, contact us, whatever. And I said, hey, I made a mistake. I need to remove this. I'd like to change it for another item or something. I don't hear anything for 4 days. And then the person who contacts me in 4 days says, it's too late. It's already out for shipping. I was like, now, it wasn't then though.
So my question though is, when do you start to feel like that anxiety of I waited too long, it's a little too late? Because I've done no shopping yet.
Oh, I feel it now.
You already do?
Yeah. Like
So-
I'm a person that likes to, if I owe you money, I want to pay you the money. I need everything solved.
My move growing up, like as a kid, so we would get presents for our parents and then my siblings. So I had 2 brothers and a sister and then my 2 parents. So I was always shopping for 5 essentially in my family, which was a decent sized family. But my bit was that me and my brother would go to the Spotsylvania Mall in Fredericksburg from King George, take the 20-mile drive down Route 3. We're going into town is what we would do. And then we'd go to the Spotsylvania Mall, and we would shop on Christmas Eve day. That was the move. Even when I was in college, I would come home for like winter break or whatever, and basically the day or 2 before Christmas, we'd make a run to the mall. You walk around, the music's playing. It's kind of a fun way to really get into the mode. Now I can't do that. I just have too much angst, nerves, anxiety. I don't think my wife would be like super upset if I botched a present situation, but I don't want to be put in that scenario to find out also. That's number 1. And number 2, that the stakes are just higher when you have kids as well.
Sure.
Now, clearly Santa's going to do the heavy lifting. That goes without saying. But there's something I got to do at some point.
Yeah, I'm directly involved. I mean, so what I do, and this is strategically very smart if I can say this.
Yeah.
I spend so much energy year round making sure that bar is so low that I can exceed it at the holiday by demonstrating consistent borderline incompetence and the inability to complete even the most fundamental basic tasks without supervision. So that when I come up with anything at Christmas,
just the smallest idea,
it's a miracle. This person didn't stab themselves while rapping. Like and it's hard. It's hard to maintain that.
What I would like to get to in the future is a place where I become the guy who thinks of a cool present idea, writes it down like in my phone or saves it in some notes tab, and still has it. Because the hardest thing for me is I wait so long that you kind of give up the possibility of, you know what I think my dad would really like, or whatever.
Right, because you heard him say it in June.
Exactly.
Right.
But the thoughtfulness of you got to go seek out the present. You could do that on December 1st. You could do that on November 19th. You can go to the place or you can go to the site and you can connect the dots and get a nice present. When you're doing my move, which is December 22nd, you go shopping and you're hoping something sings to you. You're walking around store to store.
You want to be
and you're
inspired,
going, ooh, I think my mom would really like that. There's just, you can't do the super thoughtful. So what I want to do is get to a place in my life where all the time I think of things like I see something in, let's say, March, and I go, God, Danny would love that. I need to make a note right then and there. I'm not going to buy it that day.
No, you should.
But so that when I come back to my Christmas ideas, I go, that's what I'm getting, Danny.
Yeah.
And on December 1st, I make that purchase. I keep thinking every year is going to be the year that I start that.
If you're not that kind of guy, you're not that kind of guy.
I am now 36 years old.
Yeah, you're in.
And it has not happened. And I just feel like it's never going to happen.
No, it's hard to change. So I will say this. I did shtick a minute ago. And this is true, and this sounds like I'm being critical of my wife, and I'm not at all.
That's a great way to start.
I know, right? This is a great intro.
You should definitely say that to her right before you say whatever you're going to say.
I'm not trying to be critical, but here's some criticism. No, here's the deal. I did that. Like I would go, I love this person so much. I want to give them a gift that they are happy with, that shows thoughtfulness, that shows that I listened and shows that I am trying to either help solve something, enhance some way, like thoughtful. I was like so hell-bent on being thoughtful. For years, I would pick up a little thing. I didn't have notes in my phone, but I'd write it down or give myself an email, whatever. Where, for example, she hated her wallet, didn't like her wallet, right? Had a wallet, was complaining, didn't have the spring wallet. I got her this Kate Spade wallet. I don't know if she's ever used it. Hated this thing, hated that thing. Yeah. And I would get these things. And like the one time, I know it sounds like it's ridiculous, but she complained she didn't have a lid for this one fancy like saucepan or whatever. And I went and I measured it, and I got this lid from the manufacturer.
You measured it, I'm sure.
That's exactly what I did. In fact, I measured it, and it was like 11 3/4, and I measured like 11.5, and I got the wrong thing. It's like it's never right. So in trying to do the right thing, I didn't. She didn't use it, didn't like the things, whatever. So finally, I'm like, I have to do something else.
Yeah,
so I even tried, and it's about the recipient too.
How many years did you try? I mean, you know what I mean? Like, I get the sense that you probably tried enough to check the box.
10 years.
Did you? 10 years?
Yeah, 10 years.
So you went 0 for 10. Well, you cannot worry about if someone uses the thing or not. Once you give them the gift, now it's theirs to do whatever they want.
Right, and what she wanted to do was never use the thing that I gave her.
Yeah.
Right, and so it's not a criticism of her. Like whether she likes it or not.
So what do you get her now?
So now we just do events. Now, I'm like, here in it's cold now, but in June we're going to the beach, and it's you and me, and we're getting away, or we're going to a concert, or we're doing this, and those have been better. Like it doesn't feel like I'm doing the right thing.
Give her more time with you, basically.
When you put it that way, it sounds even worse. I would not for that, but these all I'm trying to do is get her something that she wants. Like she does everything all the time, and I'm like, I just want to help. Please let me help, and me helping is like knocking over 5 things.
Only 5 isn't that bad, I guess.
On the way to fixing it. I'm like, what if I helped? And then it's like I have a power drill. It's a hole in the wall.
All right, let's get you a Commanders stock report. Bye week, 1/4 of the season to go, 3/4 poll for their campaign. The Commanders stock report is presented by Northwest Federal Credit Union. Commanders fans, boost your financial play with the Now Plus credit card from Northwest Federal Credit Union. Join now. Visit nwfcu.org today. Northwest Federal Credit Union, official credit union of the Washington Commanders. Stock up on Frankie Louvu. Frankie Louvu was the primed acquisition of the offseason. This was the guy that Peters and company, I think, were the most excited about signing. He was also a guy that I think, and I don't want to speak for every Commanders fan, but I think a lot of Commanders fans didn't know a whole lot about. Kind of played in anonymity in Charlotte and was a guy who wasn't overly well known around the league. He's a baller. Just an Energizer bunny, drags you into the fight, 8 sacks on the season with a forced fumble, just under 50 tackles in 13 games. I think he's been their best player on the entire team. If you go from week 1 through week 13 consistently,
certainly
I don't know that anybody has played at the level Louvu has. He is beloved and revered in the locker room. He's got a sack in 3 of their last 4 games now, 4 sacks in that stretch. He's going to have a double-digit sack first season in D.C.
Stock report up for the offensive line. Taking on a bit of water for a few weeks, right? You saw that Dallas game. Pittsburgh got the better of them. Philadelphia, one of the best D-lines in the sport, especially on the interior with Jalen Carter and company. The grades weren't as good. The overall results weren't as good. The offense was a bit more sluggish. This past week, knocked Tennessee around. And that's not a pushover. That's not, you, me, Ryan, and a couple of our listeners going up there. That's a pretty good defensive front that's done an excellent job for most of the season, frankly, keeping them in a lot of the games that they have no business being in. And they got mauled to the tune of 7 trillion rushing yards, numbers approximate. O-line stock up.
Stock report down on Zane Gonzalez, the 29-year-old kicker who went 0 for 2 against the Tennessee Titans. It didn't matter because they scored 42, but they should have hung 48 on Tennessee, lest we forget. Would have been even more impressive. He missed a kick from just outside of 45, missed another kick from just outside of 50, and on the season, he had been 3 for 3 going into that game. Washington has, at least for the moment, made the decision to make him an active roster member moving forward. They didn't option him back down to the practice squad. But I would be curious to know, with the bye week having just come and gone, how much work Peters and company were putting in on other kickers, doing some due diligence, because you just don't get much margin for error. You don't get a whole lot of wiggle room, and you're not given a lot of grace when you don't have a lot of pelts on the wall. And Gonzalez, who had made 3 kicks all season, and before that hadn't kicked in the NFL since 2021, shouldn't really be given a long leash here as he fills in for Austin Seibert.
Stock up Jaden Daniels. Keep it very simple here. Again, for a few weeks, maybe banged up slightly, whether it was 100%, 70%, I have no idea. didn't look the same. Started to look athletically the same a couple of weeks ago against Dallas, and then this past week the full package was back. It looked easy for him. It looked incredibly effective, throwing the ball on time, accurate, all the touch, all the throwing it hard when he had to, putting it in tight places when he had to. That run, that touchdown run, where he makes his first move outside the 10, makes the first guy miss, makes about 7 other dudes miss as he's shaking and baking, shucking and jiving all the way for a touchdown. Made it look easy. It is not. I promise you, he made it look simple. When he's at his best, there's an effortlessness. There's a grace to his game, and it was big back against Tennessee.
Stock up Chris Rodriguez, the 2023 6th-round pick out of Kentucky, who survived a training camp where he was kind of a forgotten man, ended up getting cut and put on the practice squad to stay in the organization at the beginning of the year. He's only played extensively in 2 games, and in both of those games, he's made a big impact. 52 rushing yards against the Giants to salt the game away, and then this past week, 13 carries for 94 yards and a touchdown against the Titans. I say this all the time about Rodriguez. When he gets an opportunity, he takes advantage of it. That's what you want out of your reserves on your roster. He has 150 rushing yards this year, 5.8 per attempt on 26 carries. And Danny, for his career now, dating back to last year, he averages over 5 yards per carry. I don't know how great he is as a pass protector. I don't think he's much of a receiver out of the backfield. So it's probably what you have seen, this kind of like physical between the tackle running style, B-Rob type frame. He's a 225-pound back. But I think he's useful in that way, and I'd like to see him get more run as Washington goes forward here without Austin Eckler.
Yeah, the way I would think of him is that is Brian Robinson's backup, the position of thumping running back. I almost have a different subcategory for each of those guys. I'll go stock down here. Noah Brown, nothing terrible. I mean, he's a week removed from going 6 for 71 against the Cowboys, but 3 receptions or less for fewer than 35 yards in I believe it's 4 of his last 5 games. Maybe going away from him a little bit. Again, the Dallas game is sort of the aberration there, but as other guys maybe are stepping up or they're not throwing it quite as effectively at times through those weeks against Philadelphia, against Pittsburgh, et cetera, not much production there from Brown. Not all of it is fault, of course. I think Daniels maybe missed him in one of those plays. I want to go back maybe to the Philadelphia game where there was a throw and catch that could have been made. But point is, production hasn't really been there like it was early in the season, where he was pretty consistent with 3 or 4 catches per game, high of 73 yards on 3 catches against Chicago. Hasn't been there as much lately.
This guy's not as bad as the fan base typically acts like he is, but I will say stock down here, and I'll explain why. Benjamin St-Juste, last year, 17 pass breakups. This year, just 7 in 3 fewer games. I also think with a debut coming at the cornerback position from Marshawn Lattimore in New Orleans, there's a real chance that St-Juste plays a lot less. They've already been implementing Michael Davis in the secondary. St-Juste has been getting fewer reps as it is. They kind of said it's a natural part of the rotation. Well, it wasn't natural at the beginning of the year. It became natural after he didn't play as well. But when Lattimore plays, they could either kick Sandristil into the nickel and have Noah Igbenogany, former first-round pick in year 1 in D.C., sit, or they could continue to play Sandristil on the outside, or they drafted to play inside, who's been pretty good, and they could have St-Juste do more spectating on the sideline, which is the route I think they're going to go when you get Marshawn Lattimore making his debut.
I'm going to sneak in one more stock up, if I may. How about our guy, Tressler Way? You're talking about the all-time leader in punt yards, Tressler Way, over 35,759 and counting punt yards for Tress. He's, past Mike Bragg in team history. He did it in 136 fewer punts. Gives you an idea of A, how the game has changed, but B, that Tressler kicks nukes. Puma, let's rage.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Eric Edholm's going to spin us around the league in about 20 minutes. Look at the playoff permutations of the weekend. But next, who is feeling the heat around the NFL? Who's on some hot seats this week? You're listening to Grant and Danny from Hard Times in Springfield on a Field Trip Friday on the Fan. Live from Springfield and Hard Times Cafe on Grant and Danny. You are listening to The Fan. The Friday field trip continues. We're enjoying ourselves in Springfield, having a good old time. People drinking Guinnesses with our face on it. And
just some face Guinness.
Talking football. And, well, I'll be honest. I've been talking to more people about the Caps today. People ready for the game tonight. Ovechkin back on the ice. Boys
Not playing in the game, though, but he's on the ice, skating around.
This is true.
Yeah, I want to make sure I don't want someone just to tune in and be like, wait, what?
No, he is practicing. Well, I shouldn't even say that. He's skating pre-practice.
There you go.
He is just getting back into the, basically, shape that is needed to even regain his traction at practice. But he still needs to be cleared, still needs to get further along in his recovery. I mean, the guy is less than 3 weeks removed from breaking a bone in his leg.
Yep.
It's just a robot. He's sent from another planet. He doesn't operate like the rest of us.
Everyone else has rules.
All right, here's who's feeling the heat this weekend in the NFL. I want to go back and forth with you. I'll give you one right off the top. What about Zach Taylor? I don't think Zach Taylor, head coach, Cincinnati Bengals, is going to lose his job. I don't think he should. But they are 4-8, and they shouldn't be.
They shouldn't be.
They have an MVP candidate quarterback, and Joe Burrow's got 30 touchdowns and 5 picks. Zach Taylor's offense has been very good. But you are in charge of the whole team. You are a believer in Lou Anarumo. You could have blown him out at some point this season. You didn't. The defense has been a disaster. And if they fall to 4-9 by losing to Dallas on Monday Night Football, again, I don't think he's going to lose his job at the end of the year, but I would imagine that becomes a conversation. There's always the one or two surprising firings every single year where you go, really? I guess
Pretty good track record. Really? He's gone? Yeah.
More sour behind the scenes than we knew. I don't think it'll be Cincinnati, but I put him on a warming seat if they can't beat Dallas and they're 4-9.
Kirk Cousins, 3 straight losses. He leads the league in interceptions. Michael Penix waiting in the wings. I would have lost a bet on this. If you'd asked me how old is Kirk Cousins, I would have said, 33, 34. He's 36 years old.
My age.
Yeah, he's right there in his upper 30s now. Where he's past the midway point. Going back to Minnesota this weekend, the scene of a bunch of good games for him. So this is an important one. Atlanta spends a lot of money to bring him in, and then, of course, drafts a quarterback right afterwards, which makes 0.0 sense, but whatever. Point of the dude's story is they're fighting for their playoff lives. That division stinks. They should be running away with it. They are not. He hasn't played well lately. It's a big one.
I actually think nobody in the NFL is probably having more pressure to play with this week than Cousins because it's twofold. One, it's trying to keep your starting job. Not to say he's been bad enough to be benched, but if you lose, you're out of the playoffs, you're trending the wrong way, and they got a rookie they drafted in the top 10 in Penix that they might want to start playing at some point, and those calls will get louder. In addition to the fact that she threw 4 picks last week, that they haven't thrown a touchdown in 3 games. But the other side of it is you're playing at Minnesota in the return after, I think it was 6 years, but 5 or 6 years in Minnesota as the starting quarterback of the Vikings. So you've got like the dual angles of what is, I think, a pretty stressful week, and there's certainly a lot of pressure on him. I'll give you another one. Again, this is a guy that's probably not going to get fired. I happen to think that I've seen enough, and 2 years from now I'll say I told you so, but it's going to take more time. Shouldn't the seat be warming on Antonio Pierce a little bit? I mean, he was the interim head coach with the Raiders last year. It was cool to see him get the gig. I covered him when he was here in Washington as a player. Really, really nice guy. But it just doesn't pass the eye test to me. And then he got the head coaching job in what was a pretty bad search, it seemed like, from the outside in, because Max Crosby and Devontae Adams essentially said, this is the guy we want. And there was a mutiny in the locker room if they didn't hire Antonio Pierce. Don't let players hire your coach. They have not won since week 4 against Cleveland. They've won twice all year. They lose close games where they bungle things down the stretch. They get blown out occasionally. They're just a bad team. They don't have a quarterback of the future. They don't run the ball well. I don't know what their calling card is on any side of the ball. They're really, really brutal. They might pick first overall.
Brian Dable. Now, you're going, a 2-10 team. Isn't he already done? I think about this, though. The way I think about things when stuff is going bad, and we've seen plenty of that around before the current regime has taken over. But when things are going bad, guys where you go, you know whose fault this was? It's funny you mentioned. It was the offensive coordinator's fault. You know whose fault this was? The defensive coordinator. He and I used to butt heads. You know whose fault this was? Daniel Jones's fault, you see. Daniel Jones is the problem. And their offense continues to stink even after benching the aforementioned Daniel Jones. They got the Saints this weekend. The Saints aren't any good. If Brian Daboll wants to be thought of as a guy that got kind of the short end of the stick and be in the head coaching tier again, you need to show something that it was someone else's fault besides your own. You're in charge of an awful lot of stuff here, and what you don't do very often is win games or have productive offenses as the offensive guy.
Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy's not losing his starting job, but Brock Purdy came into this year in San Francisco playing for a $60 million contract, which everyone was going to go crazy when he got it, but it's what it costs to pay a franchise quarterback. Dak Prescott got 60 mil. Now it'll be Purdy's turn, and he'll get 62 and a half or whatever. Here's the problem with that. His entire career, Brock Purdy played at that level. He is not this year. They've had injuries to Brandon Ayuk, to George Kittle, to Trent Williams. They have had injuries to Christian McCaffrey. Pretty much every great player they have has missed time. Purdy's even missed a game. But they're 5-6. They could be 5-7 at the end of the weekend. He's completed about 65% of his passes, but he's got 13 touchdowns and 8 picks. Whatever level of confidence they may have had coming into the year that they had to pay Brock Purdy, there's no way it's the same level. Do I think he gets paid? I do. I do think it's harder to sell it. It'll still happen than it would have been had he had a great year. If he was coming off of 35 touchdowns and 11 interceptions and they went to an NFC championship game again as a 14-win team, you just kind of say, proof's in the pudding. But instead, you're a bad team with a quarterback that's underachieved and has been banged up off and on. It's an ugly year for San Fran.
Yeah.
There's some thought that Debo walks, that maybe they trade or get rid of another one or two of those veterans. If they're semi-blowing it up, are you sure you got to pay Brock Purdy to go into that window? I think that's an interesting storyline going into the week.
Their division mates, and most specifically Kyler Murray. When is it going to be great? You know what I mean? Like, there's always been valid excuses. There's been an injury. There's been a coach that got fired. There's been, I don't know, the turmoil here and there. But you're making a lot of money. The division is amazingly winnable this year.
It's yours. You want it? Go win it.
In years past, you don't win it. Yeah, well, San Francisco's going to the NFC title game because they're 13-4. That ain't the case this year. You got a chance to be first after this weekend. Do it at some point. At some point, do the great thing. It hasn't been bad. Nothing wrong with Kyler Murray. But where's my greatness? Where's my number one overall pick live up to the billing type stuff? That's what I'm asking.
Top of the hour, Eric Edholm, NFL Media, going to get us squared away on the playoff ramifications this weekend. Some of the games tangential to Washington as well. How we see the seeds coming down the stretch. We'll do that next on Grant and Danny on a Field Trip Friday from Springfield's Hard Times Cafe. You are listening to The Fan. Grant and Danny taking you up to 6:30 on the Fan. We're at Hard Times Cafe in Springfield for a Field Trip Friday.
As Washington continues to build the foundation of success on and off the field this season, it's time for you to plan for your future as well. As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Morad can help you update your last will and testament or set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them that Grant and Danny sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Commanders may not be playing this weekend, but that doesn't mean that our eyes don't have to be glued to football to see how the upcoming games affect them. The playoff push really begins in earnest. Used to be the old Bill Belichick saying that the season started after Thanksgiving. And it's very rare, but it is happening finally around these parts. Washington is going to be a part of this second season now. Let's go to the guest hotline. Welcome onto the show, Eric Edholm, Power Rankings, NFL Draft, NFL Media, joining us on Grant and Danny. Eric, what do you make of the Commanders at 8-5? They have apparently about a 52% chance of being the 7 seed, a 25% chance of being the 6 seed and actually catching the Packers, who they're a game back of, over an 80% chance of being in the playoffs. How do you see their stretch run going?
Yeah, they're in pretty good shape, I'd say, overall. You know, the late bye week helps too. And, you know, I know it feels like even with the big win over Tennessee, you know, they did kind of crawl into the bye a little bit with the 3 losses ahead of that. But, you know, overall, all things considered, I mean, I think they're okay. I think they're 2-2 in the division, if off the top of my head. So, you know, that wild card more likely, as you said. Real possibility that they have to play the top, you know, with basically whoever doesn't win the NFC, the Eagles or Lions. And, you know, we saw last night how tough the Lions are. We've seen this year how tough the Eagles are. So if that's the way it goes, I think the best thing that's going for them is that, you know, they're kind of shooting above expectations overall, I think we'd all say. And it's been a banner first season for the franchise, you know, just a cleansing season, I think is the way I would describe it. And you can go into a matchup like that with nothing to lose. You know, I watched the Rams and Bucks give the Lions a real tough time in Detroit last year in the playoffs. I mean, anything can happen. So I think short of them falling out of the playoff mix, I think this has already been a pretty successful season.
So, Eric, looking at Detroit last night, you touched on it. They're the best team in the NFL. They should be number one atop everyone's power rankings. So with that caveat, it feels like they're not quite as dominant as they were maybe a few weeks ago. And maybe that's just recency bias. I'm looking at that Thanksgiving game against Chicago. Green Bay is obviously really good. But is there any sign of maybe, I don't say slowing down, because, again, they're still number one. You can only be number one by so much. But is there any sign of vulnerability that you're seeing here of late?
Yeah, it's the attrition on defense I would point to as the biggest concern. I mean, you saw last night they signed Quan Alexander and Jamal Adams, and you know, that last week called them up, had them playing on the first series on defense. That just kind of gives you a snapshot of the injuries they've been, you know, accruing on that side of the ball. I mean, Aiden Hutchinson, Alex Anzalone, you know, Aleem McNeil left the game last night. Ton of defensive linemen. They have, I think, 4 linebackers on IR. Secondary's banged up. So, you know, that's the biggest thing, is that you can see them drop to the level of performance that they had last year on defense. They were ranked in the bottom 10 in yards allowed. You know, situationally, they were pretty good. They would force turnovers and, you know, sacks and things like that. But, you know, you can move the ball on them. And I think, you know, this year up until 3-4 weeks ago, they've been playing obviously exceptional defense and had been way above their skis. But with all the injuries, I think that's the biggest thing. You know, we've seen Jared Goff throw 5 interceptions and win a game. That's how explosive they are. They really only need one good half of offensive football to win a game. So I would say that it would probably take a continued deterioration of that depth chart on the defensive side.
How do you see the Bears head coaching vacancy search going this offseason? Yeah. And what kind of a factor do you anticipate Cliff Kingsbury here in D.C. being in the mix?
Yeah, good question. Obvious place to start. I mean, given that he has experience with Caleb Williams, he did interview for the offensive coordinator position that was given to Shane Waldron. Didn't get it, obviously. you guys were the beneficiaries, and I don't know if something, wasn't considered the right fit. Maybe it was an Eberflus thing. It's hard to know. I know that Kevin Warren, the team president, who, helped kind of rebuild the Vikings and do their stadium, he's come to the Bears now and taking a big role. Obviously, Ryan Poles, the GM, too. I think the obvious answer is, they're going to go with somebody like a Cliff Kingsbury, like a Ben Johnson, offensive guru, pair him with Caleb, fix the offense, get it right, and make the most of your number one QB. That said, I have also talked to people who understand kind of the Bears thinking a little bit, and it wouldn't be shocking if they go for really what they've lacked for a long time, which is they've always kind of gone for the hot coordinators and that sort of thing, the up-and-coming coaches and whatnot. They have gone for established guys like John Fox in the past, but they really wouldn't be opposed to a CEO type, somebody who can command respect in the locker room like a Mike Vrabel. I wouldn't say that Kingsbury is, by any means the head and shoulders above the rest of the crowd or anything, especially given that he's already talked to them once. Now, maybe they regret not hiring him. Obviously, I'm guessing they do since they fired Walton before they got rid of Eberflus. But I think they're going to cast kind of a wide net, at least as far as the type of candidate, and kind of see how the interviews go. And they have a pretty good head start over a lot of the teams who will be making changes this offseason.
Eric at home with us here on G&D NFL Media. I asked this earlier in the show, but I'm curious as to your take. Is there anybody that's outside the playoff picture right now that's going to end up in the playoff picture when the playoffs start?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I think the one that's probably most likely, I would say, is probably Arizona if they win this weekend. They're 6-6, Seattle 7-5, but they kind of have to win. I mean, they win that game and avoid the sweep to Seattle. Seattle would be 2 games ahead of them with that. They'd be in pretty tough shape. So there's a lot of pressure on them, but I would kind of give them a decent shot. I think the Bucks, obviously, given that they're still technically behind the Falcons, because the Falcons did win the season series between them. But you've seen, obviously, how things have gone with Kirk Cousins lately, and it hasn't looked right. I even wonder if they weren't playing his old team, Minnesota, this weekend, would he be starting or would it be Michael Penix? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that, but I think it's reasonable to ask given the way he's played the last 3-4 games. So, yeah, there's some real concern, I think, in Atlanta with the quarterback position. So I would say Tampa and Arizona probably have the best shots, but there are a few more that are kind of still in the mix.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Eric at home of NFL Media joining us on Cousins, who obviously used to play here. The 4-pick game was the most he's had in 10 years. I mean, it was brutal. No doubt about that. But, I mean, is it just him? I'm a guy who's long really liked the way that he's played. This is one of the worst stretches of his career. But watching them closely, I think it's really been 2 bad games. Everyone says it's 3. I'm not sure I agree with that. Having said that, the numbers are the numbers, right? I mean, it's no touchdown passes in 3 games. I guess my question is, though, is it just that Cousins is broken, or are there more issues on that offense?
I wonder if there isn't a physical issue. I mean, they haven't listed him on the injury report, but you know how those Achilles injuries go and things like that. I mean, the more serious injuries, you can go through your rehab, come into camp, be in great shape, get ready to go, and then at some point you either aggravate it or re-aggravate it a second or third time, and it can just kind of cause that enough discomfort. I feel like when I watch him throw the football, it's a Frisbee. It's kind of floating, gliding through the air as opposed to cutting through the air. And, if he's going into the wind or if they're outdoors and there's some weather, it looks worse. I mean, that was the Denver game I thought was pretty ugly, and after that first drive, nothing went right. And then obviously last week too. And just not able to step into his throws and generate some velocity there. So it's all about touch and timing and placement. If that gets thrown off, that's what leads to trouble. So I think corners are kind of squatting on him. They're sitting there saying, "You want to beat me deep? God bless you. Like, go ahead and do it. We'll, if you can do it, then we'll respect it. But right now, we're going to sit on everything short and try to jump these routes."
Eric, are the Steelers a Super Bowl contender?
I That's a great question. I know you guys saw him a few weeks ago, and if Russ Wilson plays at the level he did against Cincinnati, which, let's face it, that's a defense that's looked bad way more than it hasn't this year. So there is a caveat, but if they can play like that on offense, why not? I mean, Chiefs are kind of barely scraping by. We know the Bills obviously have had, some playoff heartbreaks, missed field goals, and Patrick Mahomes beating them and whatnot. I mean, you can go down the list. They've had some close games that they've slipped through their fingers. Who's to say that can't happen again? I don't know that the AFC is as loaded. We've kind of become accustomed to it being. So, you have to ask yourself, does that next tier of contenders really scare you? I mean, obviously the Ravens are a scary team, even as a wild card. I think them getting the division title would go a long way towards helping their chances, but I suspect they're going to be a little bit shy of that Super Bowl, sort of level.
Eric at home here on Grant and Danny. My favorite question of the day. This is something I'm talking about with buddies on like our little football text.
Yeah.
If the Lions played the Eagles next week, neutral site, who wins that game? It feels to me like Detroit's the better team, Eric, but that Philly matches up really well with them. And I'm even going to say if Detroit's healthy. Like, how do you feel about that game?
Yeah, I mean, if Detroit was fully healthy, and if the Eagles were fully healthy, maybe I would give a slight edge to Detroit. But yeah, I think we've seen enough this year to know that even with technically a worse record than they were at this point last year, this is a vastly better team, much more like the 2022 Eagles that, look, I thought they were going to win the Super Bowl. I didn't think the Niners could. I mean, I didn't think the Chiefs could handle them. And, for a while it looked that way. And so they came close. I know there was a big hangover last year, even with the 10-1 start. Things just didn't look right. But this year, really since the bye, they've looked so much better in all three phases, but especially, I mean, Jalen Carter up front, that secondary, Zach Bond, Vic Fangio's done a great job there, bringing all those pieces together, squeezing the most out of that talent. They have a lot. And then offensively, A.J. Brown getting healthy and back in the lineup, Saquon having his amazing season. They're tough to stop. I mean, especially with the Lions secondary being what it is. I mean, they really kind of need the pressure to help out a little bit. They're better, but they still need some help back there. I could see the Eagles, if they played 10 times, I could see it being 5-5, but I also could see the Eagles, winning 6 of them too.
Eric, I'll be succinct here. This wouldn't hold up in a court of law, but I just don't trust Minnesota. I know they're good. I've got the resume speaks for itself. The record is there. It's not like 2 years ago when they had a negative point differential and won 13 games. I'm not saying it's that, but I feel like that's probably coloring the witness here. I don't know if I'm using the phrase right, but that's probably influencing my thinking. I just don't trust them, even though they keep winning football games. What do you think?
I hear you, man. I'm the same way. I mean, right, the record speaks for itself, but also did it truly speak for itself, as you alluded to, when they went 13-3 and were outscored by their opponents, which is very, very, very hard to do. I don't think it's ever been done in the NFL before. So we're not there. This is a better, more well-rounded, balanced team, I think. Now, Cousins is really good for that team. Jefferson was amazing, but they haven't had Justin Jefferson go nuclear this year. He had the game against Chicago 2 weeks ago where, his second catch of the game came in overtime. I mean, there have been some games where, and, missed a little time too, but, Aaron Jones has been banged up. They've cycled through 3 left tackles. It's been a whirlwind for them, but they've come out on top a lot of games. And to me, I think they have an excellent coaching staff. I think they've really – Brian Flores deserves a head coaching interview at some point this offseason. We'll see if an owner will hire him after the Miami thing. But he and Kevin O'Connell, I think, are as good a 1-2 punch in a coaching staff as we see out there right now. I think Kevin O'Connell is a top 5 coach in this league, and maybe I'm alone on that one. I don't know, but I really think that he's been a huge reason why why they're not like an 8-win team right now instead of a 10-win team. So, when it comes down to the heavyweights, can they beat a Detroit in a 1-game situation or beat Philly? Can they? I don't know. I'm with you. I don't know that they're truly special in any one regard. but they do play good, smart, tough, heady football.
Not alone on this show. I love Kevin O'Connell. I'm with you.
Yep.
All right, let's end the conversation here. We'll come full circle back to the Commanders. And this is what we're going to take calls on with our listening audience next. They have 4 games out of the bye, so they don't play this weekend, and then they finish with Saints, Eagles, Falcons, Cowboys. I want to know how many wins you think are still on their schedule, and what do they end with? Saints,
I think,
Eagles,
yeah.
Falcons, Cowboys. They're sitting at 8 now.
Yeah, I think the Saints game being in New Orleans, you kind of say it's a little bit of a toss-up or slight edge to Washington. I think they probably win that game. Enough time to prepare. I think they'll be fine. Plus, you kind of saw the Saints lose last week, too. So, maybe the Rizzy boost is kind of faded a little bit. I would give Washington the edge there. I would say the Eagles obviously have the edge in that matchup, just based on what we've seen, the totality of it. So I think they lose that one, but, playing the Falcons and Cowboys last 2 weeks of the season sounds pretty appealing to me. I mean, especially the way Dallas' defense play better. They've rallied on that side, but they're still playing with a backup quarterback. Atlanta, we went through their issues. So I would say 3-1 is very reasonable, 2-2 possible, but I don't think it's going to be worse than that. I think Dan's a good coach. I think he'll understand that, what it takes to kind of get these guys across the finish line. I'd be surprised if they flounder down the stretch.
Eric, thanks a lot for joining us, man. Really appreciate it. Have a great weekend.
Have a great weekend, fellas. Take it easy.
Yeah, enjoy it. There's Eric Edholm of NFL Media with us on Grant and Danny. That is the question we'll hit next. How many wins do you see for the Commanders in their final 4 games? We can open up the MGM National Harbor listener lines on that at 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. We're live at Hard Times in Springfield. If you're in the area, Springfield, driving on the highway, Hard Times Cafe, we're going to be here until 6:30, another hour plus. So come kick it with us. Great opportunity to grab a good spot in front of the screens for the games tonight as well. You are listening to The Fan.
You know, the Saints game being in New Orleans, you kind of say it's a little bit of a toss-up or slight edge to Washington. I think they probably win that game. Enough time to prepare. I think they'll be fine. Plus, you kind of saw the Saints lose last week, too. So, you know, maybe the Rizzy boost has kind of faded a little bit. I would give Washington the edge there. I would say the Eagles obviously have the edge in that matchup, just based on what we've seen, the totality of it. So I think they lose that one, but playing the Falcons and Cowboys last 2 weeks of the season sounds pretty appealing to me. I mean, especially the way Dallas' defense played better. They've rallied on that side, but they're still playing with a backup quarterback. Atlanta, we went through their issues. So I would say 3-1 is very reasonable, 2-2 possible, but I don't think it's going to be worse than that. I think Dan's a good coach. I think he'll understand that, you know, what it takes to kind of get these guys across the finish line. I'd be surprised if they flounder down the stretch.
That was Eric Edholm just a few minutes ago right here on Grant and Danny. We are live in Springfield at Hard Times Cafe today. Come on through. We're hanging out for just a little bit longer, up till 6:30. Live and local on the Fan with you on a bye-week Friday. It's a field trip Friday, talking ball. And let's get into that very topic with you guys. We asked Eric, how many wins left for the Commanders on their schedule? They have 4 games remaining after the bye. At New Orleans, the Saints are not good, to be clear, but they are much better since firing their head coach and going to an interim head coach. It's evaluation time. Everyone's trying to play for jobs next year. They're 2-1 since that change. Then you're playing the Eagles at home. Eagles have beaten you in Philly. They're arguably the best team in the NFC. Only Detroit is higher in the standings and more favored, I would say, around the country in the conference. They've got the Falcons, losers of 3 straight. Pretty good team at 6-3 that was headed to a division title. But looks like right now they'll be on the outside looking in at the start of the playoffs. And you might be getting Michael Penix in that game, depending on how the next couple of weeks go for Atlanta. And then you end the season with the Dallas Cowboys, who will be out of the playoffs at that point almost certainly. And in Dallas, presumably, you know, packing for wherever they're headed after the game, family in town, could be a January 5th tilt where they've got nothing on the line. So working my way through this, Danny, I'll give you my wins and losses in a second, but I want you to play the game first. How many wins left for Washington on the schedule?
This feels like 2 to me, and I know people are might bristle at that. And here's where I'm coming from on it. We'll go through the specifics. They'll be favored probably in 3 of the 4 games, to your point that you just laid out very well. But this feels to me like a team I don't quite trust them to be 3-1 yet, and that's all that is, right? This is one of those like, do you really think this team, I'm not talking about them specifically, is this really a 14-3 team? Or is this really a 10-6 team? You know, as you're watching them go through their seasons where they're not due for a slip-up or something like that, this doesn't feel to me like they're going to end up with 11 wins.
All right, so it's obvious that the Eagles is the least likely game that they win, right? Mm-hmm. So you're just chalking that up as an L then. Fair?
Yeah, if we're doing that exercise, yeah.
Okay, so they lose to the Eagles. So if they were to get to 3-1, all they've got to do, and it's easier said than done, but basically is win the 2 games they should win. Mm-hmm. At New Orleans, they will be favored. At Dallas, they will be favored. And then the pick'em game, essentially, is a game that I now think they'll be favored in as well when the Falcons come to town against Atlanta. That's 3 is on the table. You just heard Edholm talk about it, and I've thought all along 2-2 myself. But the Falcons matchup has changed massively over the last couple of weeks. This is why I think the exercise of going game by game and playing the W and L thing preseason is so silly, because we don't know anything.
Yep.
Like, we don't even know the Falcons game a month ago compared to right now. But the Saints, if we're saying, should be a win, and the Cowboys should be a win, and the Eagles should be a loss, 2-1. If the Falcons game was a real difficult game to win and you were going to say that was an L, 2-2, how can you say that right now? After 3 straight losses, after the Broncos clubbed them, after the Chargers played a really bad game and beat them in Atlanta this past week. That's a game at home, oh, by the way. And if it's Penix, maybe in his first or second career start, that means that they're essentially packing up shop for next year, and you're playing a rookie who might be prone to the mistake. To me, it's starting to trend toward 3-1. I've been saying 2-2 all along, 10-7, but correct me where I'm wrong here.
You're not. And the lesson to me learned from that Cowboys game And the lesson learned maybe by extension from those Giants games where they won and they deserve credit for winning those games. I'm still not quite ready just to say because on paper it's correct, that means that's how the result's going to play out. Right? I mean, that Dallas game, I think, did a lot of damage to people's sort of arrogance, confidence, whatever you want to call it, when it came to saying they're going to beat the bad team. Dallas is bad. Washington looked worse and was worse the entire game. That, I think, undid a lot of the good deposits in the bank. Had it just been the one-off and they'd split with Pittsburgh and Philly and won one of those two games, I don't think it would be viewed the same way. But it was viewed as, oh, this is the get-right game, but we didn't know it was going to be for Dallas. So I think because of that, I'm just not confident that they're going to kind of, after the Tennessee, this is now just a blip of 3 games, back to Tennessee, this is what they do now, and they're just going to rip off and beat bad teams. I feel like a slip-up is coming. On paper, everything you're saying is correct.
Yeah.
It's indisputable.
Well, for the record, we agree on 2-2, right? I'm just kind of throwing out there.
Yeah, no.
There's a chance they're favored in 3, which means hold serve and go 3-1, which means you should theoretically go 3-1. Like they have one really good team left on their schedule. Now, the flip side could happen too. Like think about it this way. If the Falcons come out this weekend, I'm not anticipating this, but they beat the Vikings and Cousins goes off. Then this whole 3-week narrative ends. Mm-hmm. It's on its head. They're 7-6. They're probably headed to the playoffs. They then play the Raiders and the Giants before Washington.
Exactly.
They could win 3 straight, come in on a heater. They'd be 9-6 and the easy, maybe even already crowned NFC South champion at that point. And that's a different game. And then you go, well, you'll probably beat Washington. I think it's more likely that they are 8-7 at that point.
Yeah, they keep on middling because that's what they've been.
Lose to the Vikings and then maybe sneak past the Raiders and the Giants. Although what's really interesting about them, why they're so fascinating, if they lose to the Vikings, do they just pack it in and go, okay, let's play Penix for a month? Or do they stick with Cousins and try to actually win the division and go Raiders, Giants, Commanders, Panthers?
Well, because that division's so bad. It's
so
not as
bad.
if Tampa's going to do anything. I mean, Tampa's favored this weekend, and so they could be a game ahead, but it's not as if they're going to run away with it at this point with how injured they are.
I'm going to say 10-7. I'm going to say 2-2. I'll say they lose one of the games to the NFC South. Could be the trap. Like the Saints could be a trap game where we're just going, you go to New Orleans, you win. It's not an easy place to play. Their defense is playing much better. Coming off of a bye generally is viewed as you're rested and you're in a good spot.
Mm-hmm.
But let's not forget their biggest letdown of the season against Dallas was off of their mini bye. When I spent all week talking about it's the most rested they've been, it's the most prep time they've had. This is when coaches do their best work. This is when the players are at their peak of their powers, and they laid the biggest egg of their year. So it's possible they come out of the bye feeling a little fat post-Thanksgiving, and it just doesn't look the same against New Orleans. And then you've got to go beat Atlanta and Dallas to get to 2-2 because you lost to the Eagles.
Yeah, and also looking at New Orleans, again, I'm not sitting here telling you they're a good team. They are not. But they have a couple ingredients that are scary. Alvin Kamara could have that game, right? Rashid Shaheed gets behind everybody on defense, big play type receiver. So, it's not as if they're just going to go there and go down their leg.
Everybody's favorite punching bag, by the way, Derek Carr, who everyone acts like stinks, right? They are much more competitive with him than, say, who's the guy?
Spencer Rattler.
Spencer Rattler, who played at 9 colleges. Like Derek Carr this past week was 24 of 36 for a touchdown and no picks. Hasn't thrown a pick in 4 games, and they lost by a 1-possession score to a hungry LA team. They had won 2 games before that.
They are not bad.
No, not at all. And he had 4 touchdowns, no picks, and 2 wins against Atlanta and Cleveland. So it's not like that's a team that they're going to go. We should expect them to win by 15. That's probably a 1-possession game. You got to protect the football. Weird things can happen. Oh, by the way, you're going on the road with a kicker you don't really trust.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that's not that fun. Let's go to the phone, see what you guys think. 800-636-1067. How many wins on the Commanders' schedule? I guess I'll pose one more question to you, Danny, before we do that. So we're debating between 10 or 11, meaning 2 or 3 wins the rest of the way. Does 11 definitely get them to the 6th seed, in your opinion? Which is so important because if they're the 6th seed, now you can actually win a playoff game because you're playing against a Tampa or an Atlanta or a Seattle or an Arizona. You're skipping Philly or Detroit.
Right, you cruise past that. Yeah, I don't think it definitely does. It likely does, though, right? Because that's assuming that Green Bay has one more slip up, and that's an NFC slip up, and then Washington would have the advantage.
Yeah, so
in theory, right?
Green Bay's record after last night is 9-4.
Yep.
That would allow them to go. Yeah, they would have 2-2 down the stretch. But if they go 2-2, Washington would tiebreaker them.
If
at
Washington's
11 and
3-1.
6.
Yep.
For the record, Green Bay plays Seattle on the road, New Orleans, who we're talking about, not really knowing what to think, Minnesota on the road, very good team, and then Chicago. I can see 2-2 there. You basically need 2 Packers losses for 11 to get you the 6th seed.
Yep.
Which I think is very possible.
It's on the table.
In fact, if I had to bet right now, I'd bet on Washington winning 11, and I would probably bet on Green Bay winning 11. If I had to bet on, individually, those 2 teams.
I see.
Not to say that, the outcome is Washington is the 6th seed, but there's a reason why there's a 25% chance of it happening, according to ESPN Analytics. Let's go to Kevin in Virginia on Grant and Danny. Kevin, how many wins are left on the Commanders' schedule?
I say 2-2. They beat the Saints. They have a tough loss to the Eagles by a field goal. Takes a little out of their sails, and Atlanta is the trap game. Atlanta will be fighting for their playoff lives, I believe, and we'll come in and play a surprisingly good game, and we may lose that game. And then we have every incentive to beat Dallas to make the playoffs in the end. So I think we go 10-7. The question is, do we make the playoffs at 10-7? Is that a lock?
Yes.
Or is there someone behind us that could sneak up?
I would say it's almost
And
a
I don't know
certainty.
that answer.
Yeah, appreciate the call. A 10-7 Commanders team is almost a lock to make the playoffs based on their tie-breaking metrics. And the fact that the field behind them, to answer your direct question, is so distantly behind them. So they have a 2-game cushion right now on Tampa Bay 6-6, who has a soft schedule but will overtake Atlanta for the division if they get hot. Atlanta and Tampa aren't both making the playoffs, in other words. So you don't really have to worry about Tampa. Then you've got Arizona at 6-6. You have the tiebreaker over the Cardinals. You beat them head-to-head. So effectively, that's a 3-game cushion with 4 to go. They'd have to win out. You'd have to lose out. The most interesting team, I'd say, is the Rams at 6-6, who could go 3-1 to get to 10-7, which is possible, I suppose, or 3-2 at this point to get to they have 5 games left. They have to go 4-1. So to get to 10-7 to tie 10-7 Washington, they would have to go 4-1 against Buffalo, San Francisco, Arizona, Seattle, New York. Really hard to imagine
tough.
them doing that. If they did somehow, they still might not tiebreaker Washington. So, yeah, I think a 10-win Commanders team would have, if I had to guess, like a 90-some%, 85, 90% chance of making the playoffs. It'd be hard to imagine them not. Here's a question, and we'll hit the phones with more of your calls on how many wins are left next. 800-636-1067. You want to hop in. We're acting like the Eagles game is just a scheduled loss.
Mm-hmm.
And similarly, the Cowboys Week 18 game is just an automatic win. How sure are we about those two things?
Yeah.
Why can't they beat the Eagles? Remember, had they kicked the field goal in the fourth quarter in Philly, they would have led the Eagles with about 7 minutes to go in that game. They ended up getting worked. And the Cowboys, who they've played, have already beaten them. We're just saying in Week 18 that they would just go there and handle their business. So let's zoom in on those 2 games, I think, next on Grant and Danny. We're live in Springfield at Hard Times Cafe. Our field trip series on Fridays continuing through the remainder of the football season here on The Fan. Taking you up to 6:30 tonight from Hard Times Cafe in Springfield. We're Grant and Danny on the Fan, top of the hour. We're going to multitask. We will get you ready for the NFL weekend, but we do have to look at some of the college matchups on Saturday as well, some conference championship games that have caught our attention. Should be a great day of college pigskin tomorrow. But right now, the discussion at hand, how many wins are left on the Commanders' schedule? 800-636-1067. Charlie is in Silver Spring on the Fan. What's up, Charlie? How are you?
Hi, guys. Love the show. I listen every night on my way home from D.C.
Thank you, buddy.
You're a sweetheart.
So my short answer here is the general consensus that we have 3 wins left in the season, right?
I would say 2 or 3, but yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the general consensus among Commanders fans. But the permanently damaged Redskins WFT fan in me says that we have not proven that we are above laying an egg against anyone. So let me present this scenario to you guys and test your confidence. The final week of the season, we're heading into Dallas in a scenario, win and you're in, lose and you're out. How do you feel about that game?
I feel amazing.
I do not. Terrified.
Really?
Terrified beyond compare.
The Cowboys are terrible.
That mattered the first time.
Yeah.
Not at all.
Thank you for the call.
Thank you for the call in this
By the
terrible
way,
scenario.
that
my
would
brain.
be excruciating and horrendous.
Yep.
And obviously, I would not feel great because they just lost to Dallas. But I would sign up for it sight unseen. That's a bad team. You're a playoff team. It's week 18. They don't care. They're ready for their offseason. If you can't win that game, you shouldn't go to the playoffs.
Well, of course not. But it's still going to hurt more than anything in the world. I mean, I still think about that.
It's not going to hurt when they're handing out T-shirts and hats for the Commanders when Jaden Daniels is up on stage getting interviewed about his playoff berth.
That's assuming the win, of course. But yes, if it does happen, it'll be very nice. But we said that leading up to that Giants game that Bruce Allen couldn't get over for how many years ago that they lost. I mean, on paper, the rival thing at the end of the season like that, it's hard to trust just yet in terms of them coming through. In a couple of years, as this program develops and continues, they come through in a few more of those games, I can have the trust for it. But this is still a bit of a house money situation where it's like for the first time we've been this far above sea level.
Yeah.
The water rising a little bit's not the craziest thing in the world.
Looking at an analytics and data science guys tweet here, Timo Risk, who's with PFF. This is how many wins each team's projected to need and their chance to make the playoffs. So if the Commanders don't win another game, which would, by the way, what an abomination that would be.
That would not be good.
But if they go 8-9, they have an 11% chance to make the playoffs, which is still really, really high, I think, by the way. Like, that's not terrible.
Yeah.
But let's not do that. If they go 9-8, which would be a disappointment because they would have gone 1 for the rest of the year, they have a 32% chance of making the playoffs. If they get to 10 wins, they have an 88% chance to make the playoffs. So when I say it's almost a lock, I think I said 80 to 90%. Just kind of lock in there. 88%, not guaranteed, because depending on who you lose to, if you lose to, say, New Orleans, that's less damaging than if you lose to Atlanta, who might eventually catch you in that circumstance. But an 88% chance at 10 wins to make the playoffs for Washington, to just answer the question from last segment. Let's go to David in Silver Spring on Grant and Danny, live on the Fan. What's up, David?
Hey, good afternoon or evening. I guess my point is I could see them losing all of them. Who have they really beaten that's better than the 4 teams they're coming up against? The worst team that they're going to play is one they already lost to.
Well, if you're saying they haven't beaten anybody good, I think that's fair. Their best win is against 6-6 Arizona.
Yep.
At a time where Arizona was not playing that well. But New Orleans is not 6-6, and I don't think they're as good as Arizona. So when you say who are they playing that's not as good as Arizona, the Saints for 1, and the Cowboys in the final week of the season for 2. I mean, they have 2 of their 4 remaining games against bad teams, legitimately bad teams. Arizona is not that. But I think that was just a way to kind of, not nefariously, but to take a shot at the fact that they don't have quality wins. And maybe his point is, Now, good thing they got right against the Titans, who have 9 losses, but they haven't beaten anyone. In his opinion, maybe they're not that good.
Well, right. It's a version of the point I'm kind of dancing around, which is they don't have the resume of a ultimate 100% put it in stone trust team, right? Like they've beaten most of the bad teams on their schedule, and you do that enough times, you go to the postseason, which I think the Chargers are going to do that. Washington looks to do that with a good percentage chance, as you said. But there's not this. I trust Kansas City to be competitive against every team they play this week, and that's not an unfair example. But I feel the same about Buffalo. I feel the same about Philadelphia, Detroit, Green Bay to a degree, right? I don't know that Washington. I feel like Washington's going to show up and play well against the Saints. But would it stun you if you go into a tough building and lose to a 4-8 team that's been frisky lately? Like that wouldn't be the craziest thing ever to happen. I guess is kind of my point, right? And that's sort of what they're almost out of that bucket, where they're climbing out of that mediocre to bad bucket. And they're going into they have earned our blind faith. And they're not there yet to me.
Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. You know what I love about Hard Times in Springfield?
Wings?
Their wings are really good. I just noticed this. They've already got the little logos of every team underneath the TVs. Did they do that while we were here? I didn't notice that earlier. So
was it already done? Oh, look at that.
So this is for Sunday.
Oh.
Sunday ticket. You come, you watch your team. So, like, that screen's Jets, Dolphins. You got the Browns, Steelers, giant TVs. You want Falcons, Vikings. It's right here in the corner. But they tell you right out front with the logos which games each TV's on. But they've already got it done. You don't even have to
That's
worry.
pretty
On
neat.
Friday afternoon.
That's actually really cool.
I love that.
Actually, I didn't even notice that.
Everything's coming up us. When you look at me, what do you see? What do you see?
Grant Paulson?
You don't. Not according to Lance's wife, you don't.
Oh, no.
You see Matt Damon.
We're going to be –
I was just told by a member of the listening audience.
It's happened too.
That I look like Matt Damon.
In front of witnesses. And,
I mean, that is the good stuff.
And can I this is going to sound bad coming out here, but we're just talking about what happened?
Sure.
Okay. It wasn't followed by laughter.
No. I even said like, oh, thank you. That's funny.
Right.
And she's like, I'm serious.
I'm serious.
She said no one's ever looked more like him.
You look like Matt Damon without a tan.
Yeah, she
It
didn't
was
say
the
without a
follow-up.
tan. But like that was like I'm sorry, I don't want to say it. And I'm like, you could say anything you want after that.
Yeah.
Whatever caveat, Matt Damon, but like add a couple more of those. That's fine.
Sure. Add a
You
couple
said
commas.
I looked like Matt Damon.
That's what she said to you.
So I'm just saying.
Yeah, Cloud9. Enjoy
Today's a win. Yeah, Danny, you got Ben Affleck.
Which I a couple people have given me that before. I don't. No, it's true. I get Ryan Day. I get Brett Bielsma.
Ryan Day, I can kind of see.
Yeah, I got a lot of Ryan Day.
Yeah.
It's a lot of dark hair. It's a lot of red cheeks.
Claire-
I get occasional Chris Evans. Remember the guys from Impractical Jokers backstage? One guy told me I look like Chris Evans.
That's right.
I've gotten that before.
I do remember that.
I've gotten what's the overweight coach from the Big Ten? Brett Bielsma.
Brett Bielma.
Yeah, Brett Bielma.
Are we talking about what you get or what I got?
I mean, what I get.
Okay.
I'm saying a little different. I've gotten all these before, but I've never heard someone go, you know what you look like? Is Matt Damon.
Matt
Without
Damon.
a tan.
Yeah. So just so everyone knows,
Yeah.
today was a win for me.
So congrats, Allison. Huh?
That'll be mentioned at home tonight.
Yeah, that's coming up
2, 3, or 7 times. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Let's preview, speaking of college football, the weekend ahead. Next, we're live in Springfield at Hard Times Cafe. Swing on by. We're here till 6:30. Stretch run of Grant and Danny on the Fan live from Hard Times Cafe in Springfield. Our Friday field trip series continuing today. It's been great getting out and about, talking ball ahead of the bye weekend where the Commanders will be idle, but there's a lot of great football, especially at the collegiate level. Want to break some of the conference championship games down in just a moment.
As Washington continues to build the foundation of success on and off the field this season, it's time for you to plan for your future as well. As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Morad can help you update your last will and testament or set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorney today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them the Grant and Danny sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Let's talk to Matt Humans, VSiN, the sports betting network, who is very sharp when it comes to college football and giving us the lowdown on some of the games we will want to track this weekend. Conference championship play collegiately. Matt, thanks for the time. Grant and Danny here in D.C. How are you?
Hey, pretty good. Just getting ready to do a show myself tonight. We're going to be talking a lot about UNLV, Boise State, and all the college football games this weekend.
Yeah, it's going to be magnificent. Cannot wait. So why don't we start right there, because that is the kick tonight. This is number 20 UNLV, number 10 Boise State. It's an 8 o'clock start time this evening on Fox. Boise State, last time I checked, was a 4-point favorite. Total is in the upper 50s. What is at stake and on the line here? I mean, are we at a point where, with regular season play essentially over, like nobody's losing a spot with a loss or getting a spot with a win? How do you see this?
Yeah, I still think teams can lose a spot, and whether you think that's fair or not, life is not fair, and the playoff committee is a combination of corrupt and incompetent. So that's just the way the ball bounces in college football. And I will say the 12-team playoff bracket is much better than any setup we've ever had in the past. So no matter what setup you have, you're going to have people complain about it and nitpick on it. But still, a 12-team playoff, I think, has created tremendous excitement here late in the season for a lot of teams, not just the exclusive country club, right? It seems like every year at this time we're talking about Ohio State, Alabama, Georgia, Clemson, blah, 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 the same old teams. Well, now look, you got UNLV and Boise State fighting for a playoff spot. It's up for grabs tonight. And if Boise wins this game, it's probably going to have a first-round bye. Think about that. And if UNLV wins this game, it's going to be in the college football playoff. And for those of us who've lived in Vegas for 2 decades or more, and we've seen one of the worst teams in college football at UNLV year in and year out, this is incredible to see UNLV 10-2 with the shot to make a playoff game. It's cold. It's not very windy. It looks like not much snow tonight in Boise for this game. So I don't think the weather's really going to impact it. It's probably going to be a little bit more of an advantage for the Broncos than the Rebels. But under Barry Odom, UNLV's got an 8-game road winning streak and only 2 losses this season. Both suffered on their home field in October by 3 to Syracuse in overtime and by 5 to Boise State. So this UNLV team has been in every game down to the wire with a shot to win it. Broncos 6-0 at home, 5 wins by double digits. Obviously got the nation's leading rusher in Ashton Jeanty, 190.7 yards per game. First time against UNLV, he was held to 128 yards on 33 carries. So the Rebels did a better job against Jeanty than any other team. The way I look at this is the underdog is 5. It's not going to be outclassed. I expect it to go to the wire, but I also think the Rebels are going to come up short. I played Boise minus 180 on the money line here, and you can get 4.5 with the dog. I wouldn't argue with that play either. I think this game's going to be decided by a field goal, but I also think Boise wins it.
I want to ask you real quick about Ashton Jeanty before we move on to another game that you referenced. 2,200 yards this year and 28 touchdowns. Had one of the great rushing seasons in history, literally. I mean, it's amazing. 7 yards a carry for a guy who toted the mail over 300 times. I'm wondering what kind of pro prospect you think he's going to be. And in an era where you're not supposed to draft running backs in the first round, you can't do it early. Like, how do you see him being viewed by the NFL?
Yeah, that's a pretty good question because when Saquon Barkley came out, I actually lobbied for him to be a top 5 pick. I said, I don't care what you think about running backs. I think Barkley's different. He's in that class with guys like Christian McCaffrey. If you draft a running back who's a difference maker in the top 10, that can be a smart play. And I think Saquon Barkley has proven that, especially when he stayed healthy. And the same thing with McCaffrey. I'm not sure about Ashton Genty if he deserves to be a top 10 pick. I think he's going to be a first rounder. I see him more as like a middle of the first round type of guy who's got some value for a team, maybe like the Cowboys, really, who need to get back to a power running type of offense with more of a dominant offensive line. What made the Cowboys teams good over the years, and they've gotten away from that identity. I think there are going to be other teams look at Ashton Genty at some point in the first round. You remember when the Steelers took Najee Harris, what was that, number 24 or 25 in the first round? And a lot of people scoffed at that. I still think that was a pretty good draft pick. You can take guys like Genty, I think, in the middle of the first round, and they can be value picks. I would not see Genty as a top 5, maybe even a top 10 pick, though.
Matt Humans of Easton with us here on G&D. Matt, I'm I don't really have a dog in the fight for college football. My school didn't have college football, so I'm more of a casual fan. And I will fully confess to you, I have not seen SMU play. I don't know much about them, and here they are with a bye week. If things started today here in the conference championship game, tell me about them and how much of a threat are they to make some noise here?
Well, I think SMU is a threat. What's interesting about this game, too, is Circus Sports in Vegas got the sharpest odds makers in town. And they opened this Clemson -3. And the bettors flipped the favorite here to SMU -2.5. So the betting market obviously disagrees with the sharp odds makers over at Circa, who have been really good with college football for the past few years. I think, it's not so much about fans. It's more about the location advantage, I think, for Clemson playing this game in Charlotte, close to home. And it's, it's a true road trip, essentially, for SMU. And the problem with Clemson, you just don't know what you're going to get at quarterback. Is it going to be Jekyll or Hyde? And that's kind of been the case with this Clemson team the entire season. Rhett Lashley at SMU is one of the most innovative offensive minds in college football. He's a star on the rise. You're going to see this coach mentioned for a lot of big jobs. And this SMU offense has been on fire down the stretch, averaging about 38 points over the last 4 games. I don't know which way to go in this game, to be honest, because I trust what the Circa odds makers do, and they made Clemson a field goal favorite. And I think the location advantage is going to be significant for Clemson. But you know what's interesting about the playoff bracket for this game? SMU could go from theoretically having a bye to being bounced all the way out of the bracket with a loss. Think about that. You could have a first round bye if you're SMU. And if you lose this game, you're out. And you're going to be playing in a minor bowl game in a couple weeks. That's the penthouse and the outhouse difference for SMU and the high stakes in this game. I think SMU is a much better offensive team. I can see why some bettors are behind the Mustangs in this game. I just think the location advantage for Clemson is significant. I don't have a bet on this one.
The SMU juxtaposition you just kind of highlighted is why this playoff format, while not perfect, is outstanding. And comparative to what we had before is great. Matt, let's go to the SEC title game. I believe it's a 4 o'clock kick tomorrow on ABC for Georgia and Texas, 2 teams in the top 5. Give us the lay of the land here on the fallout for losses for both teams and what's at stake and what side you're on.
I'm on the Georgia side, just like I was the first time these teams played. And Georgia was a 5-point underdog in Austin. And I thought that was crazy to make the Bulldogs 5-point dogs at that point. Kirby Smart as an underdog at Georgia, 8-4 against the spread. It just doesn't happen very often. And this is the second time it's happened this year to Texas. The one thing I don't like about Georgia's quarterback, Carson Beck, in the first meeting between these teams, that was middle of October in Austin. Georgia won that game 30-15 despite Beck. He threw 3 interceptions, did not pass for a touchdown. The Georgia defense was dominant in that game. Sure, you guys remember how it played out. 4 turnovers for Texas. Georgia defense had 7 sacks, held Longhorns to 29 rushing yards, and it was 23-0 at the half. Kirby Smart won that chess match the first time around. Steve Sarkisian, the Texas coach, is going to, I think, learn something from what went wrong there. Adjust the play calling, go to more quick throws, neutralize the pass rush. I would like to see Arch Manning play more. I've been fading Texas here and there because I don't really believe in Quinn Ewers as a quarterback. And the Arch Manning, he's nothing like Peyton and Eli in terms of his mobility. He's athletic. He can get out of the pocket. He can make plays. And I think he would give the Georgia defense a different look. So if I knew Arch Manning was going to play more, I would probably have a little bit more respect for Texas in this game. Georgia's getting, looks like running back Trevor Etienne's going to come back. He's missed the past 3 games with a rib injury. He had 87 yards rushing and 3 touchdowns in that first game between these teams, so I think that's going to be a boost for Georgia. It's interesting. A lot of times people like to play the revenge angle, and there are cases where that's applicable. Here, there have been 7 rematches in the SEC title game going back 25 years. The team that won the first meeting is 5-2 in the title games. I don't really trust back here, but I do trust Kirby Smart and his defense. So I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. I took Georgia +3.
Who's a team that nobody's talking about that's still in the postseason, still in that playoff bracket, that you think can make some noise? Maybe not win the whole thing, because I think that's reserved for a few, but who's somebody that's going to bother some teams?
We've been talking about that. That's a good question because, you can point at a couple teams in the Big 12 like Iowa State or Arizona State, but I'm actually it sounds odd to say this because Notre Dame's such a public team, but I don't think Notre Dame has created much buzz. I think the Irish can win the whole thing. Just like Tim Murray, your buddy and my co-host, we were at the LA Coliseum last week to watch Notre Dame USC. I'm really impressed with the Irish up close. Very physical on the offensive and defensive lines, physical on defense as a whole. Went into that game with the nation's #2 scoring defense. And when you watch Riley Leonard, the quarterback for Notre Dame, you can kind of see a young Josh Allen. And I'm not saying he's going to be the next Josh Allen, but a college version of a guy who's a little erratic as a passer, but he's got great escapability and really good athletic ability when he gets outside the pocket. He's a smart quarterback and he can make plays. And Jeremiah Love is a fantastic running back, phenomenal athlete. I think Notre Dame's a team that's not creating much national buzz for a change that could win this whole playoff, and you can get Notre Dame at about 10-1 odds right now.
Matt Humans of VEASAN with us on Grant and Danny. What about Penn State and Oregon playing for a Big Ten title? Number 3 Penn State, a Oregon team as a 3.5-point favorite. To me, this line feels light. I actually think it should be bigger, but I don't know what I don't know. You coach me up here.
Yeah, this is a tough one, too, because I make my own numbers on college football, too, and I made Oregon a 3-point favorite. It just Penn State.
Why is that? Where's the belief in that Penn State can knock them off?
Well, Penn State's incredibly talented, first of all. And, if you watched the Ohio State-Penn State game, that wasn't about talent. That was about Penn State's coaching staff choking under pressure. And Penn State, not being able to score with the person goal inside the 5-yard line and calling garbage play after garbage play. And I think the coaching staff holds his team back. There's plenty of talent. Oregon's slightly more talented maybe than Penn State at skill positions. And Dylan Gabriel's a quarterback I like a little bit more. But if you've watched Oregon down the stretch, you've also seen a team that's kind of sputtered a little bit. The Ducks struggled to win at Wisconsin on a Saturday night, 16-13, in a really ugly game. And it's tough to bring your A game week after week. And I think what we've seen from Oregon is a team that played 8 consecutive conference games, 8 straight weeks without a bye, and was starting to run out of gas a little bit late in the season. Penn State's got plenty of talent. It's capable of winning this game. But there's no way I'm going to bet on big game James Franklin in a Big Ten championship. Just like Ohio State, he chokes under pressure, and I can't bet him in this game either. I like Oregon a lot. If you ask me to pick one team to win the college football playoff, I'm not going to go out on a limb. I would say I think Oregon's the deserved favorite to win it. But Penn State can hang with the Ducks. I don't think there's any doubt about that, as long as James Franklin doesn't screw it up.
Grant, you're going to have to forgive me for 1 second. Matt and I are just going to have a quick conversation, all right?
Sure.
You're not going to care about this, and most people won't. Matt, please explain to me how Larry Johnson, Anderson Hunt, Stacey Augmon, Greg Anthony, and George Ackles, that 1990 UNLV team, lost to Duke. It's the best basketball team I have ever seen at the college level. How did that happen? I've been wondering for decades.
Well, we would have to have about a half-hour conversation about that. So in 1990, the Rebels beat Duke 103-73, and the 90-91 team came back and lost to Duke in the Final Four.
Yep.
And there's all sorts of rumors about what was going on behind the scenes. And I think, really, if you want to get the honest answer, you got to talk to Larry Johnson, because LJ will tell you that he was not focused in on that game, and he was not himself. They kind of took Duke lightly, and they thought they were just going to coast and beat a bunch of punks like they did the year before. And, I've talked with Stacey Augmon, Larry Johnson, Tark over the years, and it was more of a matter – there was a lot of things to go into it. I think it was more of a matter of the Rebels just thought that they were going to roll over Duke again just because they had the year before and really didn't take the game as seriously as they should. And Larry Johnson takes a lot of the blame for that. He accepts a lot of the blame. He used to put it on me. I didn't play well enough, and I wasn't focused, and I wasn't the player I should have been in that game. And I think that's kind of what it comes down to is, Duke had a point to prove after getting humiliated the year before, and the Rebels just took them lightly.
That was it. That's all I needed.
Okay,
Matt knows. I've never been more stunned. As a young fan, I was sure until I looked like a horse's ass the next day.
Well, there were a lot of people in Vegas stunned by that game. A lot of UNLV fans stunned by it. You're not the only one.
Yep.
Well, we appreciate the insight. Awesome with us. Thank you very much, Matt, and enjoy the college football this weekend.
Okay, you bet. You too. Thanks.
Thanks, Matt.
Be well. Going to be a great day tomorrow of conference championship games, although it starts tonight, as we mentioned, with a game under the lights, cold game. If you have not seen Ashton Genty play, this running back at Boise
He's
State,
a bad dude, man.
you guys have to watch him tonight. One of the greatest college running backs ever. And he is going to go, I think, in the second half of the first round. I don't think Washington necessarily is a favorite for him or a team that would make a ton of sense. I would absolutely take him, though. I think they've got to consider, as a run-first team with Jaden Daniels moving forward, read option, like what that could look like. Because as much as I like Brian Robinson, he's just not durable. He's just never really fully healthy. It's also a level up. He's a home run hitter where they've been able to mostly go singles and doubles at the running back position. But regardless of the Commanders, watch that guy. He is very special. All right, what's your favorite NFL game this weekend on the slate?
One to choose from. It's probably not the best game, but it affects me a lot as a Washington fan. Seattle and Arizona. Again, it's not the coolest game out there. It's going to be a weird NFC West game where someone has to win it. The first time they played, I think it was 16-6. Seattle won that one. But at some point, I'm waiting for Arizona to actually either figure it out or don't. Waiting for Seattle to figure it out or don't. Someone's going to either have a stranglehold on that division, Seattle, and be 8-5 in a really good spot, or everyone will be 7-6 or 5-7 or something like that, and we won't know who's going to win that division for another month or so. But I'm focused on that one because it affects Washington.
I think my favorite game maybe is Bills-Rams, 10-2 Buffalo, 6-6 LA out west. Should be, you're at a stadium where you don't ever have to worry about weather. The roof is generally not even, a consideration. So SoFi is going to be, it's going to be 70 degrees. It's going to be nice in there. I'd like to see Josh Allen playing on carpet. I think that'll be fun. The most interesting game storylines wise is either Cousins back in Minnesota trying to basically get right and keep his starting job, or Bears 49ers, Chicago, San Francisco, 49ers playing for one last gasp, trying to keep their season alive. And I just think the Caleb Williams third basically change they've made offensively. Now Thomas Brown's gone from his quarterback's coach to his OC to his head coach. I can't get enough of kind of the train wreck of Chicago.
He'll be a team president in 6 months, own the team in 2 years.
He's on his way. But their season officially ended with the Hail Mary. Since that moment, they have lost 5 consecutive games to Arizona, New England, Green Bay, Minnesota, Detroit. That Hail Mary broke them. Everyone joked about it in the moment.
But it did.
It really literally happened. People have lost jobs since then.
Yeah, I had a coach always tell me, don't lose the same game twice, meaning you don't let things carry over. And they did. They lost the same game 6 times, it seems like. Another bit of intrigue I might throw out there real quick. AFC West, normal off the beaten path for us, but Chargers Chiefs, Chargers trying to knock off the multi-time defending champs, sort of prove they belong. They don't really have a great win on their resume to this point. They're kind of the Washington West, if you will, where they've beaten bad teams. You give them credit because they were awful the year before, but a chance to go up in weight class here.
That's a Sunday night football game. Monday night's not bad. It's not important, but it should be interesting.
Is it interesting?
Cowboys, Bengals, Dallas and Cincinnati. I think there's going to be a lot of points scored. Joe Burrow, 30 touchdowns and 5 picks, trying to build on one of the better seasons
what a year he's
in
having.
Recent quarterbacking history. In fact, here's a nugget for you I saw. Burrow leads the NFL with 3,300 passing yards. He could become the 6th quarterback to throw 300 yards and 3 touchdowns in 4 straight games. The other 5 guys to do that, Steve Young in 1998, Drew Brees in 2011, Patrick Mahomes in 2018, Peyton Manning in 2012, and Aaron Rodgers that same year.
Pretty good list.
Speaking of Mahomes, he's got 238 touchdowns, third most through 8 seasons. And remember, he sat for a season, which makes that hilarious. But he's 3 behind Dan Marino for second on that list all time. So if you're looking at QBs, first 8 years of their career, most touchdown passes, Peyton Manning with 244, Marino with 241, and Mahomes, who sat for a whole season, 238. He's still going to catch both of them before the end of the year.
I got a great chance to catch both them guys for real, dog. Probably throw it to Trav or maybe some backup tight end y'all never heard of, but we're going to get that record. Probably do it this weekend against Jim Harbaugh and tell him I'm like that.
Chiefs, with a win against the Chargers on Sunday night, the game Danny just talked about, would clinch a 9th consecutive AFC West title.
Ho-hum.
That's the second longest streak since 1970. It would trail only the Patriots from 2009 to 2019, the 11-year run they went on with Brady and Belichick. That's number one, and then it would be this Chiefs run of 9 straight years. One other fun thing for this weekend, Saquon Barkley leads the NFL in rushing yards with just shy of 1,500. He could become the 5th running back in 25 years to have 1,600 yards in 13 or fewer games. It has not happened in 10 years since DeMarco Murray did it back in 2014.
Oh, good pull on that.
The guy, I mean,
No, but I mean, like that's.
I looked it up last night. It's not like top of my head, but I appreciate that.
He broke the illusion.
Chris Johnson in 2009.
Yeah.
Jamal Lewis in 2003. DeMarco Murray in 2014. And Adrian Peterson in 2012. The entire group of 1,500-yard backs before week 13.
What a perfect situation for Barkley, right? Where a quarterback that can run it, great passing game, right? Not, I wouldn't say great, but good enough weapons to make everybody respect everything. So he is, and he's also got that burst back that he was missing at times when he was banged up in New York.
Right.
But what a perfect landing spot. Everything about that is going right for him.
It is time for your Capitals power play ahead of their game tonight with the Toronto Maple Leafs. This is a juicy matchup as far as December hockey goes. The Leafs have 34 points on the season. The Caps have 36. Toronto right behind Washington in the Eastern Conference standings. The Caps tied for the most points in the conference. And a team that they've played in the playoffs. This is a team that, I won't say a rival because they're in different divisions, but you want to look good when you go to Toronto, play north of the border. Home game number 16, game number 26 for the Leafs tonight.
You usually think of Toronto, you think of lighting the lamp and scoring a whole bunch of goals. Well, this year, a bit of a flip on that. Now, Austin Matthews has been banged up at times and missed some time for them, but they are second in the NHL in goals against this year, which is not your older brother's Toronto Maple Leafs. So the Caps' recent good scoring ways, one of San Jose the other day, will be put to the test tonight.
Capitals 9-2 on the road this season, looking for win number 10 tonight. Got to thank everyone who came out to Hard Times in Springfield for what was a great day. Had a blast. We appreciate you guys kicking it with us on Grant and Danny today. For our producer Darius back in studio and the crew out here.
Hello, Dad.
Ryan, Metal Chris, our guy Tobes keeping us up to date. Thank you much for making this show part of your afternoon. G&D saying so long. Have a great weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.